Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
At this time, Chernobyl, an abandoned underground nuclear bunker. Gravik suddenly sat up in bed. Huff, huff. He was panting heavily, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. He was dreaming again. This is the 5th time this week. The dream was remarkably consistent. An Earthman draped in the stars and stripes used 2 crimson rays, brighter than stars, to easily shred his own body and all his Skrull brethren who turned to ashes in the terrifying heat. Damn it. Gravik rubbed his face vigorously, trying to drive the lingering fear from his mind. A week has passed since that globally sensational interstellar live stream. For Gravik, these 10 days were nothing short of an endless torture. He was scared. He once thought that with the Skrull's mimicry abilities and the soon-to-be-completed Super Skrull technology, Earth was nothing more than theirs for the taking. In his eyes, human superheroes were nothing more than slightly stronger savages. But the image of Homelander shooting down God completely shattered his pride. That absolute disparity in strength cannot be bridged by tactics or conspiracies. What makes things even more difficult for Gravik is that morale is crumbling. The Skrulls are still at their core, a group of exiles who have lost their homes. Years of wandering have left them with a lack of security. The power displayed by the Homelanders during the live broadcast shattered the psychological defenses of many Skrull warriors. Every day, people privately discuss whether they should compromise with Nick Fury and re-elect Talos as leader so that the tribe might be able to survive. If they continue to follow Gravik, and that murderous god called Homelander returns to Earth, they will surely face true annihilation. Pessimistic sentiments spread like a plague among the Skrulls. Several of his close associates even suggested to Gravik that they evacuate Earth. Gravik, of course, refused. Leave Earth? Where could they go? The universe was teeming with Kree patrol fleets. Returning to space would only hasten their demise. However, after this incident, he also realized that if he did not take action, his camp would collapse on its own without human intervention. Earth is his last hope. He must stabilize the situation. So, gritting his teeth, Gravik got up and took a square lead box from the safe. A broken green crystalline stone slab covered with ancient Skrull script. This was something his father had kept tightly in his arms before he died. The Oracle of Kribben, the supreme god of the Skrulls. The legend of the supreme god Kribben has been passed down among the Skrull people for millions of years. According to legend, Kribben was the progenitor of the Skrulls, the only eternal species of Skrulls. The Skrull Bible, the Book of the World, clearly records that Kribben granted a promised land that would never be touched by war. To be honest, during his decades of exile in the universe, he was an absolute atheist. Because his father was once the most fervent follower of the supreme god Kribben, praying for divine salvation every day. And the result? He watched as his father, while praying, was blasted into a bloody pulp by a cannonball from the Kree Empire's pursuers. From that moment on, Gravik completely abandoned his faith. He believed that the so-called gods were nothing more than anesthetics fabricated by the weak in their despair. God will not save the Skrulls, only blood and slaughter can buy them a place to live. He kept the stone slab simply to remind himself not to repeat his father's mistakes. But now, desperate and at his wits' end, Gravik had no choice but to pick up the stone he had rejected for years. Because he knew clearly that in this moment of despair, only faith could bring these people on the verge of collapse back together. Notify all high-ranking commanders and regional representatives. Gravik turned to the guards at the door and gave them orders, his tone regaining its usual coldness. A sacred assembly will be held in the central hall in 1 hour. I don't want to see anyone absent. 1 hour later, the central hall of the underground base was set up as a simple yet solemn altar. Thousands of Skrulls gathered below the stage. They huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Unease and confusion filled the air. Quiet. Wearing a long robe adorned with ancient totems, Gravik held the oracle stone, which radiated a green light, in his hands and slowly walked up to the high platform. As soon as he appeared, the noise in the hall gradually subsided, and all eyes were focused on him and the sacred object in his hand. Gravik surveyed the bewildered faces below the stage and began to speak. My compatriots, my brothers and sisters, I know you are afraid. I know what keeps you up at night. That monster draped in the stars and stripes. His shadow looms over your hearts. You ask yourselves, how do we fight this invincible enemy? Should we abandon Earth and continue our escape? For the past 10 days, I have prayed day and night to the Most High God, Crippen, seeking guidance. And today, the Oracle has finally revealed the truth to me. Gravik suddenly swung the Oracle tablet downwards. I'm telling you, no. God told me we don't need to go anywhere, because the Earth is the promised land given to us by the Most High God. Gravik turned the volume up to maximum. You only saw the demon's power to destroy the planet, but you didn't see the divine will hidden behind it. Why did that demon leave Earth at this time? Why did he encounter that invincible cosmic monster? Why has his whereabouts remained unknown since that battle? His gaze swept over every face filled with surprise and doubt. This is no coincidence, it's all God's arrangement. God saw our suffering, God heard our prayers. Therefore, God himself intervened, luring the greatest obstacle preventing us from reclaiming the promised land, our homelanders, into the endless depths of space. All of this is simply a test of our faith by God. These words were like a bombshell exploding loudly in the crowd. Gravik pressed his advantage, shouting the age-old Skrull slogan, "He loves you, he loves you." This sentence seemed to have triggered some mysterious switch. At this moment, the Oracle tablet in Gravik's hand miraculously emitted visible shockwaves. The ripples swept over the heads of every Skrull present, causing no harm. On the contrary, everyone touched by the ripples felt their fear vanish, and a surge of fervor begin to rise within them. "He loves you." Several Skrulls near the front knelt down and shouted loudly. Then came the second row, the third row. Like toppled dominoes, thousands of Skrulls fell to their knees on the cold metal floor and began to shout, "He loves you. He loves you." The entire stadium erupted in deafening roars. This was not just a simple bandwagon slogan, but a fervent passion from the depths of their hearts. Many of Skuru's senior managers and Glavik's confidants, seeing this, were also infected by this fervor and knelt down to shout slogans. Gravik gripped the scorching stone slab, his hands stiffening slightly. What's going on? He was secretly shocked. This was definitely not the script he had arranged. Could this thing he considered a worthless rock actually possess some kind of divine power? He immediately dismissed this ridiculous idea in his mind. Gravik quickly convinced himself. This stone slab must contain some kind of unknown, ancient Skrull technology. It could be a brainwave resonance device, or some ancient relic capable of releasing mental interference frequencies. My father certainly didn't know the mechanism that triggered it back then, but that highly unified spiritual resonance among thousands of people just now unexpectedly activated its internal energy circuit. He went along with it, raising the stone slab high in response to the enthusiastic roars from below. The Skrull's unity was restored to its peak at this moment. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The changes that have occurred in these 3 days have given Gravik a sense of unreality. Since that underground meeting, many of his high-ranking commanders and elite agents seem to have suddenly had their potential unlocked. It is exceptionally efficient in task processing and work efficiency. At that moment, Gravik's right-hand man, his absolute Lieutenant Pagan, strode in, his face filled with barely concealed excitement. "General." "Good news, exciting good news." Gravik looked at him calmly. "Calm down, Pagan, what happened?" "The infiltration plan has achieved a major breakthrough." Pagan couldn't hide his excitement. Ghost Squad 7 has sent back a confirmation signal. They have successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of the Vought Corporation and assumed the identities of several key managers. "What did you say?" Gravik could hardly believe his ears. The Vought International Corporation, that's Homelander's stronghold, the most heavily defended place in the world. Over the past few months, Gravik has repeatedly sent elite Skrull agents in an attempt to infiltrate Vought's inner circle. But each time, those agents mysteriously disappeared. He even once believed that the Vought Corporation possessed some method specifically designed to counter Skrull disguises. And now they've suddenly and swiftly completed their high-level infiltration. Everything went too smoothly. It went so smoothly it almost felt unreal. "Are you sure the intelligence is accurate, that we haven't been exposed?" Gravik's suspicions grew. "Absolutely true, General. The disappearance of the Homelanders caused internal power struggles and mismanagement, and our agents exploited their security vulnerabilities," Pagan assured him confidently. This sudden stroke of good fortune instinctively made him feel a sense of unease. But when he turned to look at the lead box containing the Oracle tablet, he saw an absurd thought uncontrollably popped into his mind. Could it be that a supreme god is secretly protecting the Skrulls? Impossible. That was just a lie. I used to control them. Gravik vehemently denied it in his mind, refusing to believe in any supreme god's protection. "Closely monitor their movements and report back immediately," Gravik calmly ordered. He needed more concrete information. "Yes, General." Another day has passed. Pagan came to report again, this time with great excitement. Sir, an agent infiltrated into the core leadership of Vought has risked exposure to send back an encrypted file. Gravy snatched the data disk from Pagan's hand and handed it to the Skrull technician working nearby. Soon, a report document was projected into the air. Top secret, codename Rebirth, deep space exploration target Homelander vital signs monitoring signal has been interrupted. Presumed dead. External media control, strict censorship of the death, and a unified narrative of lost in deep space. Ensuring the global deterrent effect of Vought. Continuing to send false signals to the outside world, creating the illusion that Homelanders are about to return. We need time to cultivate new replacements. The use of the HL01 original genetic sample from the Homeland Man stored in Library 0 has been approved. The Cradle of Regeneration experiment has been approved. He's dead, but Walter must live. After reading the file, Gravik could no longer maintain his composure. He died. The monster that kept him up at night is dead. Walter is deceiving the whole world. Their current confidence is entirely built on lies. More importantly, there really are Homelander genetic samples inside Vought. Why has Vought been so vague? Why are they still frantically expanding funding for the deep space program? Because they need to divert their attention and they need time to develop clones of their own people. Everything fits together. The logic is flawless. Having figured all this out, arrogance and hubris resurfaced on his face. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. He shed his human skin and burst into wild laughter. The nightmares that had been haunting him seemed to vanish in that instant. Gravik then excitedly gave instructions to Pagan, who was standing nearby. Notify Ghost Squad, bring me back Homelander's genetic sample at all costs. Pagoda stood at attention and saluted, his fervent gaze perfectly conveying his attitude. Mission accomplished, General, the High God is with us. After saying that, he turned and left decisively. Watching his subordinate's departing figure, Gravik silently clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting a mad ambition. He firmly believed that the operation would succeed because it was all guided by the Most High God. Before this, he only used this stone as a political tool, a vehicle for lies. And now he believes that the Supreme God is real. The earth belongs to us. Gravik no longer had any reservations or hesitations. He was driven by a desperate, reckless madness. Notify all laboratories, empty all culture chambers. Once the gene samples arrive, immediately begin the fusion experiment with the Super Skrulls. God has cleared the biggest obstacle for us. Now it's time for us to reap the rewards of victory. He loves you, Gravik whispered devoutly. While the Skrulls were engrossed in a vain miracle, on the other side of this planet, as the instigator, Azu was completely immersed in a completely different art style. San Francisco, California. Feel the Pacific breeze, carrying the salty sun-kissed scent, as you pass through the vermilion suspension cables of the Golden Gate Bridge and along the winding, crooked Lombard Street. Azu sat comfortably in a wicker chair under a parasol at an open-air cafe, sipping an iced Americano. Looking at the bustling tourists on the street, the wandering singers carrying guitars and the children chasing pigeons, he let out a comfortable sigh. During the days that Azu disappeared from the public eye, the water group ran smoothly under Jessica's management. Meanwhile, popularity points are continuously flowing into the system every day from a massive amount of remembrance, prayer, and worship. Looking at the steadily increasing numbers, Azu deeply understood the saying, "Distance makes the heart grow fonder." Sometimes, a tragic savior whose fate is uncertain is more likely to reap emotional benefits from humanity than a superhero who flies around in the sky every day. Since the company didn't require his attention and he didn't need to cultivate popularity, Azu decided to take a long vacation. He used the Widow's Veil type II nanocamouflage mask, the latest technology developed by the Wotech Group's technology department. This thing is far more advanced than SHIELD's old relics. It can not only perfectly simulate the structure of facial bones and muscles, but also change the color of the pupils and the frequency of the vocal cords. At this moment, Azu had lost his blonde hair, fair skin, and deep blue eyes. He now has a typical Eastern face. Black hair and black eyes, soft facial contours, yet very defined features, and a friendly demeanor with an understated sharpness. It was exactly what Wu Yanzu looked like before he transmigrated. To enhance the immersive experience, he also proactively used the system's basic ability assist regulator to lock his power at about 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person. Ordinary tranquility can sometimes be a pleasure. After finishing the last sip of his coffee, Azu got up, left a stack of $100 bills on the table as a tip, and walked towards a silver-gray supercar parked by the roadside. The Pagani Zonda's streamlined carbon fiber body gleams in the California sun. As for the price, it's worthless to the owner of the Vought group, it's just a toy. But in the ordinary world, it's worth 30 million US dollars. Azur opened the car door, and with a beastly roar from the V12 engine, merged into the traffic of San Francisco to continue enjoying his twilight road trip. However, in this world, while some enjoy heavenly bliss, others inevitably experience hellish torment. At an intersection less than 3 blocks from Azur, a dilapidated 1972 Ford van is struggling to climb a steep hill in San Francisco. In the driver's seat sat a man who looked lost and disheveled with a full beard, Scott Lang, a master's degree in electrical engineering and a jobless person who has just been released from prison. If some people say life is a comedy movie, then Scott feels his life is definitely a disaster movie full of dark comedy. Moreover, today's episode is definitely the most awful one in his disaster movie. Not long ago, he was ruthlessly kicked out of Baskin-Robbins by the manager for concealing his criminal record. Baskin-Robbins always gets to the bottom of things, man. That's what that damn manager said back then. Yes, he has a criminal record. In this society, once you're labeled a criminal, even if you have a master's degree in electrical engineering, even if you're smarter than all the technical managers in the company, you're only fit to work in an ice cream shop serving ice cream scoops. He couldn't even keep this lowly job. But what broke his heart even more than losing his job was what had just happened. Today is his daughter's birthday, his beloved little Peanut. He happily brought the adorably ugly plush toy to her birthday party, hoping to spend an unforgettable day with her. Cassie liked it very much, it was his only comfort. However, his ex-wife Maggie and his current husband, that arrogant and condescending police officer, ruthlessly kicked him out. "You can't even afford child support, Scott." Maggie's words pierced his heart like a sharp knife. "Once you find a job, rent a place, and pay your child support, we'll talk about visitation rights, okay? Now, please leave." Scott wanted to argue back, to loudly proclaim that he had a master's degree in electrical engineering and that he was a smart man. But when the words reached his lips, only bitterness remained. Yes, he was a genius, but he was also a thief who spent 3 years in San Quentin State Prison. A loser who can't find any decent job in this society and has to carefully budget even for a donut. Damn it. Scott's eyes reddened and his vision blurred with tears. Louis told him yesterday about a big deal, an opportunity to make a lot of money. Scott wanted to refuse, he had sworn to give up his life of crime for Kathy. But now, faced with the harsh reality, his resolve began to waver. Am I destined to be a thief for the rest of my life? As he pondered this painfully, he absent-mindedly pressed the accelerator and turned into a busy intersection. Just then, the traffic light ahead suddenly turned red. Ahead, a sleek, luxuriously gleaming supercar elegantly stopped at the zebra crossing. When Scott snapped out of his grief and saw the taillights of the sports car so close by, his mind went completely blank. Oh shit, no, stop. Stop right now, Scott slammed on the brakes of the beat-up van. With a screeching sound, the beat-up van's braking system was clearly not working properly, and it continued to slide forward. Bang, crack, a dull, loud thud. The van's bumper landed squarely on the rear of the supercar, which looked incredibly expensive. Scott's body lurched forward due to inertia, and the seatbelt tightened painfully in his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Scott clutched his chest, coughed a few times, and felt his head buzzing. When he came to his senses, he looked through the smoke-filled windshield and saw what he had crashed into. He felt like the sky had fallen. The exaggerated carbon fiber rear wing, the quad exhaust pipes, and the Pagani logo on the rear, which, although dented, is still clearly visible. As someone who used to be a high-income earner, he certainly knew what the car in front of him meant. A conservative estimate is 20 to 30 million US dollars, and he crashed into this moving work of art. Jesus Christ. God, kill me, strike me with lightning right now. Scott slumped in the driver's seat, his face ashen. Compensation. Even if you dismantled and sold it like a Gundam, it wouldn't be enough to cover the losses. Even if he went back to Louis now and agreed to do that risky job, the money he got from stealing probably wouldn't even be enough to repaint the car. It's over. I have to go back to San Quentin. Kathy, Dad will never see you again. Just as Scott thought the end of the world had arrived, the gull-wing doors of the sports car slowly rose. Azur got out of the driver's seat. The impeccably tailored haute couture suit and the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist exude an aura of wealth. He walked to the back and glanced at the horribly mangled rear of the car, then slightly pursed his lips. Tusk, carbon fiber is a real pain to repair. Oh well, I'll give it to Pietro later. Azur wasn't angry. After all, the car was no different from a toy to him. Besides, the impact had given him a long-lost feeling of bumps and jolts, which was quite novel. He then strolled leisurely to the dilapidated van that was still smoking and gently tapped twice on the driver's side window with his finger. Knock, knock. Scott, sitting in the carriage, shuddered, his face like that of a condemned prisoner awaiting sentencing, and slowly rolled down the window. He was prepared for a storm. The other party could be a hot-tempered Wall Street wolf or a gangster's son with a woman. The other person would yell at him, humiliate him with the most vicious language, and then call the police to send him back to that cold iron window. "Hey, buddy," Azu said calmly, looking at the dejected man in the driver's seat. "If you tell me it's because your wife ran off with someone else, I can let it go." I'm so sorry, I'm really, really sorry." Scott's voice was trembling. He frantically unbuckled his seatbelt and practically rolled out of the car, standing awkwardly in front of Azu like a child who had done something wrong. "Sir, I know this sounds like bullshit, but today, I've had a really bad day. I lost my job, my ex-wife won't let me see my daughter, my mind is a complete mess." Scott waved his hands incoherently, trying to explain, but the more he explained, the more desperate he felt. "I know this car is expensive. It looks like Batman's weekend ride. I don't have any money. I only have a few dollars and a Baskin-Robbins employee discount card in my pocket." Scott lowered his head, his words filled with deep despair. "You can call the police, sir, let them arrest me. I just got out of there anyway, they might still have a bed for me." Looking at the disheveled man in front of him, Azu suddenly stopped thinking about casually sending him away. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "This face looks familiar. Scott Lang." Azu murmured the name to himself. "Ant-Man, aye. In this city of millions, I just went out for a casual drive and got rear-ended by Ant-Man 2. This fate is truly wonderful. Relax, man, relax." Azu reached out and gently patted Scott on the shoulder, speaking in a gentle tone. "Take a deep breath. You look worse than this broken piece of carbon fiber. No one's hurt, that's the most important thing, isn't it?" Scott was stunned, staring in disbelief at the young, wealthy man from the east before him. "Sir, aren't you angry?" Scott stammered. "I wrecked your car and it looks like it's worth at least tens of millions." "Angry?" Azu shrugged nonchalantly. "To be honest, if some idiot donkey had deliberately caused trouble and hit it, I might have shoved his head up the exhaust pipe. But you're not, you're more like an unlucky guy who just survived the apocalypse. But your car." Scott pointed to the dented carbon fiber rear end. "It's just a small means of transportation," Azu reassured him. "It won't force you to jump off the Golden Gate Bridge." "But..." Azu changed the subject. "If you break someone else's property, you always have to pay a price. That's the rule for adults, right?" Scott's heart, which had just begun to relax, instantly jumped into his throat again. "You just said you had a bad day." Scott nodded blankly. "What a coincidence, I was just feeling a bit bored today." Azu glanced at the sky. San Francisco was gradually falling into darkness, and neon lights were beginning to flash on the street corners. "All right, since you don't have the money to compensate me for my car, let's find another way to compensate." Azu pointed to a retro bar with neon lights across the street. "You buy me a drink and we'll call it even, how about it?" Scott's eyes widened, he could hardly believe his ears. "Want a drink?" Scott pointed to the $30 million supercar, then to the bar. "Are you sure? A glass of wine exchanged for tens of millions of dollars in compensation. If the other person isn't mentally ill, then God finally felt indebted to him and sent an angel to save him." "What, you don't want to?" "No, of course, no problem, I'll treat you to whatever you want to drink, even if you want Lafayette. I'll try my best to scrape together the money to buy it for you." Scott, fearing the other party might change their mind, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Azu smiled slightly, turned and walked towards the bar. "Let's go, buddy. The car's still here, the insurance company will handle it." Scott stood there, stunned for a full 3 seconds before snapping out of his daze and quickly following after them. The two pushed open the door and entered. This bar is a typical American-style underground pub. Dim lighting, country rock music, and the smells of cheap alcohol, crushed peanuts, and pine bar wood filling the air. This is clearly not a place for a billionaire like Azu, who drives a top-of-the-line sports car. But Azu seemed perfectly at ease. He casually sat on a high stool in front of the bar, looking with great interest at the faded Captain America poster on the wall. Scott sat awkwardly next to him and ordered 2 large glasses of the cheapest draft beer from the bartender. After taking the glass from the bartender, he took a big gulp. The bitter beer flowed down his throat and into his stomach, which calmed his wildly beating heart a little. "Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. You have no idea you saved my life today," Scott said, tears streaming down his face. "My name is Scott Lang. Hello, Scott, you can call me Daniel." Azu made up a pseudonym on the spot. "Well then, Scott." Azu raised his glass and clinked it with his. "I just heard you say you just came out inside." Scott gave a bitter smile. Yes, San Quentin State Prison, 3 years. He thought that Azu would immediately show a look of disdain upon hearing this background, since people in high society are most averse to associating with criminals. But Azu simply nodded slightly, as if he had heard something utterly ordinary. The case from 3 years ago, Scott. Azu pretended to think for a moment, then a look of sudden realization flashed in his eyes. No wonder you looked familiar, Scott Lang. That cyber Robin Hood who hacked into Vista Corporation's security system and drove the CEO's Bentley into the swimming pool. Scott nearly spat out his drink and asked somewhat awkwardly, You've heard my story. At a business cocktail party, someone mentioned it during casual conversation. Azu leaned against the bar, speaking casually. Scott lowered his head in sudden realization. Yes, to these billionaire circles, his feat back then was nothing more than a source of amusement for them during their leisure time. Azu pulled a box of Cohiba Slim cigars from his suit pocket, took one out for himself, and gave one to Scott as well. Scott took the cigar but refused the lighter offered by the bartender, carefully putting it into his pocket. Azu saw this, smiled slightly, and continued speaking without saying a word. But there's one thing I'm curious about. You hacked into your former employer's system and altered the flow of funds. Even if you didn't pocket the money, legally this still constitutes unauthorized cyber intrusion and illegal transfer of a large sum of money. This felony typically carries a sentence of 5 to 10 years in prison. Azu raised one finger, then raised a second one. Secondly, you broke into the CEO's private mansion. Regardless of whether there was any theft, trespassing is a very serious crime. If someone was inside, the sentence would be even heavier. In California, this charge typically carries a sentence of 2 to 6 years. Finally, Azu held up his third finger, you also drove that expensive Bentley into the pool. Damaging property worth over $400 is a felony, let alone a Bentley. Those two charges combined will get you at least 2 to 4 years. Logically, with all the charges added up, even if the judge gives a lenient sentence, you should still serve at least 10 years in prison. And you only got 3 years. How did you manage that? Is the judge a relative of yours? Upon hearing this expert analysis, Scott gave a helpless, bitter laugh. He tilted his head back, downed the beer in his glass in one gulp, and then slammed the empty glass heavily onto the table. You're absolutely right, Daniel. Not only are you right, the situation was even worse than you described. Scott wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, recalling the chilling courtroom experience. Actually, I almost got sentenced to life imprisonment at first. My assets were frozen at the time and the court assigned me an Asian lawyer. He seemed quite shrewd, dressed in a suit, his briefcase crammed with documents, but he was a disaster. Scott lowered his voice as if he were telling a horror story. Faced with tons of irrefutable evidence from the prosecution, surveillance footage, IP addresses, and even my fingerprints left in the Bentley, guess what the lawyer did? He rejected the prosecution's proposed 10-year plea deal. Facing the judge and jury, he loudly declared, I will plead not guilty. A not guilty plea, Scott waved his hands dramatically. He actually told the jury that the person who hacked the network, broke in, and drove the Bentley into the pool wasn't me at all, but an alien disguised as me. The judge's face turned ashen. The prosecution even proposed adding contempt of court charges against me, directly recommending a life sentence without parole. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Azu's eyes. That does sound very wild. What was the name of that lawyer who almost sent you to your doom? His name is Snake Zhang, Scott spat out through gritted teeth. I'll never forget that name. Ha, Snake Zhang. When Azu heard this name, he suddenly felt no surprise at all. Scott, oblivious to Azu's unusual expression, continued his story. Thank goodness, my friend Louis knows some connections outside. He went to Hell's Kitchen in New York and found a very capable blind lawyer. I think his name was Matt or something. That blind lawyer was a genius. After taking the case, he immediately overturned the previous absurd defense. He found a fatal flaw in Vesta's accounting fraud, discovered procedural loopholes in the prosecution's chain of evidence, and used these as leverage to negotiate a plea bargain with the prosecution. He emphasized to the judge that my motive was to return the embezzled funds, not for personal gain. Ultimately, he managed to reduce my sentence to the minimum of 3 years. Azu listened with a smile and then waved to the bartender to bring 2 glasses of bourbon whiskey. After the liquor went down his throat, the alcohol began to burn in Scott's blood. His long-suppressed emotions finally broke down in front of this wealthy stranger who had let him go and was willing to listen. I thought 3 years would pass quickly. I thought that after I got out of prison, everything could start anew. But I'm lying to myself, Daniel. I thought I was upholding justice, but what was the result? I lost my job, I lost my wife, and I lost the 3 most important years of my daughter's life. I couldn't even get into her birthday party. Scott's tears fell involuntarily. I'm no good person. I'm just a thief, a self-righteous, foolish thief. Letting me go today is a complete waste of your kindness. The dim lights in the bar shone on Scott's dejected figure as if the world had already abandoned him. Azu watched him quietly, offering no immediate comfort. He simply had the bartender refill Scott's whiskey. Lift your head up, Scott. Azu abandoned his previous casual, teasing tone and became serious. You're not a thief. A thief only steals from others to satisfy their own greed. And you. You have an enviable, high-paying job and a happy family. If you just shut up and pretended you didn't see anything, you could have lived a comfortable life, enjoying the privileges of the middle class. But you didn't. What did you do? You risked losing everything to stand up for ordinary, unsuspecting strangers and fight for justice for them. And you, Scott, my friend, you are a true hero. Scott was deeply moved by Azu's words. For 3 years, everyone treated him like a criminal, a thief. Since his release from prison, everyone has been criticizing him. The prison guard warned him not to make the same mistake again. His ex-wife accused him of being irresponsible, and the company despised his criminal record. Even he himself felt that he could only make a living by stealing chickens and doing other petty theft. And now, a billionaire he's just met tells him with such conviction, "You are a true hero." But the light in Scott's eyes flickered only briefly before fading away. He gave a bitter laugh and then took another big gulp of wine. "A hero? Don't be ridiculous, sir." Scott shook his head self-deprecatingly, his face flushed from the alcohol. "Stop joking, buddy. What hero ends up looking like a loser like me? Superheroes are like Homelander flying in the sky or Captain America wielding a shield. They have superpowers and they save the world. And me? I was just a fool who ruined everything in a moment of heroism. If this is what happens when you're a hero, then I'd rather be a coward. I'm so stupid. I'm so incredibly stupid." Watching Scott break down in tears in front of her after getting drunk, she even hated her own past shining moments. Azu didn't interrupt him, but just listened quietly. This is the tragedy of many ordinary heroes in the Marvel Universe. They have hearts of gold, but are often repeatedly worn down and rubbed into the ground by cruel reality until they lose all their luster. Once Scott had calmed down a bit, Azu continued speaking. "Scott, what do you think a hero is? Is it the ability to fly through the sky, or does it possess an invulnerable body? Listen, being a hero like that is easy. Because they possess absolute power, they don't need to pay a high price. And you, my friend, know perfectly well what you're about to face. But you did it anyway. You may feel regret, you may feel pain. But you must never deny the decision you made back then." Azu raised his glass and lightly clinked it against Scott's. "Heroes are those who, knowing their fate, still go forth without hesitation. When?" The crisp sound of glass clashing rang in Scott's ears, dispelling the gloom that had been weighing on his heart for 3 years. He stood frozen in place, his lips trembling slightly, and tears finally streamed down his face uncontrollably. But not because of resentment or regret. It was not just the overwhelming feeling of being deeply understood and appreciated that moved me. "Sir," Scott sobbed uncontrollably, wiping his tears haphazardly with his sleeve, but the more he wiped, the more tears flowed. "Thank you, really thank you. No one has ever said these things to me before. Hint, you've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 30000. From Scott Lang, finally here. Looks like my verbal skills haven't gotten any worse." Azu maintained a gentle smile on his face, silently giving himself a thumbs up in his heart. "All right, buddy, tears can't wash away the past, but alcohol can. Dude." In high spirits, Azu pulled out a thick wad of 100 yuan bills and slammed them on the bar. "Bring out all the best, strongest liquor from your liquor cabinet. Fill everyone's table with it." The bartender's eyes lit up when he saw the stack of bills, which must have been worth at least tens of thousands of US dollars. He immediately turned around and went to get the drinks. Azu stood up and turned to look at the 20 or so men and women sitting scattered around the bar. "Tonight," Azu shouted in a loud voice, "everything in the restaurant is on me." The people in the bar were stunned for a moment, then burst into cheers and whistles that seemed to lift the roof off. Azu raised a glass of freshly poured tequila high. "Let's raise a glass together to my friend Scott Lang. Salute to Scott." The guests raised their glasses and loudly echoed the sentiment. The bartender switched the soothing blues music in the bar to upbeat rock, and the lights started flashing. The atmosphere in the entire bar was instantly ignited, becoming lively and wild. Scott wiped away his tears, looking at the table laden with liquor and the strangers around him raising their glasses. He felt a long-lost sense of exhilaration. F***K Vista, F***K Paxton. Scott picked up a glass of strong liquor and clinked it heavily with Azu's. Cheers, cheers. 1,000 cups of wine are not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Under Azuna's deliberately relaxed atmosphere and humorous conversation, Scott completely opened up. He was no longer reserved, no longer self-conscious. He began telling Azu how adorable his daughter Kathy was, recounting some random survival skills he'd learned in prison, and even complaining that Louis never got to the point. Azu also relaxed and, as an ordinary person, enjoyed this pure, down-to-earth interpersonal interaction. After several rounds of strong liquor, Scott was stammering, his eyes glazed over. With a bang, he collapsed onto the bar and began snoring loudly. Azu then stood up and placed several 100 yuan bills under his wine glass. He casually gave a brief instruction to the bartender who was wiping the glasses. Don't throw him out, let him sleep until he wakes up naturally. If he throws up, this money will be your cleaning fee. Give this to him when he wakes up tomorrow. Azu handed him a card. The bartender's eyes lit up when he saw the several $100 bills, and he immediately nodded respectfully. No problem, sir. I guarantee he'll sleep like a baby. Azu didn't linger any longer. He pushed open the bar door and stepped into the San Francisco night. Thick sea fog began to spread through the streets. At the bar entrance, a brand new Aston Martin sat silently, its engine whirring like a wild beast. The car window slowly rolled down. Sitting in the driver's seat was the stunningly beautiful Miss Skynet. She wore a sexy black low-cut, belted long dress, and her long hair was gently blown by the sea breeze. Seeing Azu come out, Tianwang opened the car door and went to greet him in her high heels. She naturally wrapped her arms around Azu's neck and gave him a lingering, passionate kiss. Sir, how was your vacation? Skynet whispered in Azu's ear. Very enjoyable. Azu put his arm around her slender waist, opened the car door for her, and then got into the passenger seat himself. The Aston Martin roared, its headlights leaving a streak of light as it tore through the thick fog of San Francisco and sped toward the Fairmont Hotel. The sky gradually brightened. Inside the Fairmont Hotel's presidential suite, heavy velvet curtains blocked out the harsh morning sunlight of the San Francisco Bay Area. The king-size bed was a complete mess. Torn pieces of silk pajamas lay scattered on the carpet, leaving behind a primal, wild scent in the air. Azu and Miss Tianwang battled each other all night. The endurance of a body made of steel also demonstrates absolute dominance in this respect. He straightened his back and stretched his arms, a slight cracking sound coming from his spine. The other side of the bed was empty. The collapsed bed legs testified to the intensity of last night's battle. As the Mind Stone grants Miss Skynet a growing sense of self, she displays an astonishing thirst for the most primal human desires. But Azu was clearly enjoying it. This kind of evenly matched clash was exactly what he was looking for. Hearing the noise from the bedroom, Tianwang slowly walked in carrying a cup of freshly warmed milk. Good morning, sir. Did you sleep well last night? Tianwang stepped forward, handing the milk to Azu with tenderness in his eyes. Excellent. Your learning ability always surprises me. Azu took the milk, drank a sip, and then asked, how far has the situation progressed with the Skrulls? Skynet immediately went into operation. Everything is going according to your plan, sir. A T-1050 Terminator, disguised as a core high-ranking member of the Vought group, has successfully risked its life to deliver your biological genetic sample to the Skrull Research Laboratory where Gravik is located. She raised her fingertip and gently traced a line in the air, and a holographic projection screen unfolded in the air. In the video, Gravik stares intently at a specially designed freezing container, his fervor and ambition palpable even through the screen. Gravik is absolutely convinced of the sample's authenticity, Skynet continued. He has ordered all the standard culture chambers in the lab to be emptied and all resources to be poured into this so-called ultimate Skrull fusion experiment. What about the infiltration situation inside the laboratory? Azu asked. Perfectly, Skynet replied. Except for the 3 Skrull scientists who possess the core technology, the remaining 85% of the researchers, security personnel, and equipment maintenance staff have been successfully replaced by our T-1050s. Our T-1050 is using Skrull equipment to record and learn all of their technological knowledge around the clock. Upon hearing this, Azu put down his cup. A satisfied smile spread across his face and he praised her generously. Well done, Miss Skynet. You always exceed my expectations. Serving you, sir, is the sole purpose of my existence. Tianwang blushed slightly as he accepted the compliment. There's one more thing. Azu's smile faded, his expression turning slightly serious. That down-on-his-luck man from the bar last night, Scott Lang. Monitor his movements in real time and report back to me immediately. The order has been confirmed. Target Scott Lang has been added to the highest priority surveillance list, Skynet responded. In fact, Azu wasn't particularly interested in Scott as a person. He was just an ordinary person with a kind heart who had been beaten down by life, and he wasn't worth investing too much energy in. What he really cared about was Hank Pym, who was hiding behind Scott, or more precisely, the technology that this man possessed, Pym particles. This is one of the most amazing things that Azu considers to be in the Marvel Universe. It's not just because it allows people to change size at will, but also because it involves an extremely important, even ultimate, worldview in the Marvel Universe, the quantum realm. That is a dimension that disregards the laws of time and space. Mastering the quantum realm is equivalent to possessing the ticket to travel through the multiverse and modify timelines. However, when Azu watched the Ant-Man movie series back then, he always felt a sense of incongruity. It felt like a blind person discovering a brilliant insight, a feeling of something stuck in their throat. According to Hank Pym's theory, Pym particles only reduce the relative distance between atoms. The mass and weight of the object remain unchanged. That's why Scott was able to punch a normal human who was hundreds or thousands of times larger than him while he was shrunk. And that's why when he fell to the ground from midair, he smashed the hard tiles and created spiderweb-like cracks. This sounds reasonable. Energy is conserved, mass is conserved. However, this seemingly rigorous physical logic began to clash between the left and right hemispheres in subsequent Marvel movies. The most obvious example is that he weighs so much that he could smash bathroom tiles, yet he can actually ride on an ant and fly. The same applies to the airport battle in Captain America: Civil War. Scott reversed the regulator, enlarging his body dozens of times, transforming him into a super giant tens of meters tall. According to Pym's formula, if the amplification process only increases the distance between atoms, the mass remains unchanged. That means that Scott's height for several seconds is only 150 pounds, and his density is lower than that of air. He'll float up into the sky uncontrollably like a human balloon. A gust of wind could blow him away. Moreover, without sufficient mass to support it, his punches will be weak and harmless. However, in the movie, Scott actually stepped on the bus and tore apart the wings with his hands, which was incredibly fierce. This performance clearly demonstrates that when he enlarged his volume, his mass not only did not remain unchanged, but instead increased by hundreds or thousands of times. There are many more examples that don't stand up to scrutiny, such as the keychain tank and the handcart building. If this contradictory premise were placed in another world, scientists there would probably cry out that physics doesn't exist. Azu silently and mercilessly complained in his heart. But that's also what makes Pym particles so interesting. They don't follow science, they're just rule-based magic disguised as science. However, that old man Hank Pym is a suspicious and extremely stubborn paranoid. He valued the Pym particles more than his own life, and at one point, suspecting the Stark family of wanting to steal the technology, he chose to directly turn against SHIELD. Faced with such a foul and hard stone, forcibly taking it is not an option. After all, Azu is now a beacon of human civilization. If robbery doesn't work, what about brainwashing? Azu's gaze fell on Tianwang's forehead. However, the Mind Stone is now completely embedded in Skynet's body. Skynet's current form is an organic bioengineered entity cultivated using vibranium and cradle-of-life technology. For her, the Mind Gem was more like a soul engine. The gem endowed Miss Skynet with true life, independent self-awareness, and the powerful ability to emit high-density energy rays and freely change her molecular density. The problem is that she doesn't have an external energy conversion structure like the Mind Scepter or the Infinity Gauntlet, which can be used to release mind control and targeted brainwashing waves. This situation is similar to Vision in the original movie. Although he possesses powerful abilities, he cannot directly modify or manipulate the mind of his enemies, unless Skynet becomes Marvel's strictest lady. Or perhaps he could dig the Mind Stone out of Skynet's head and put it back into his Infinity Gauntlet. However, Skynet is now deeply bound to the Mind Stone. If it were forcibly separated, Skynet would inevitably die on the spot, just like Vision in the original movie. Even if she uploads the core code, she will degenerate into a cold string of data because she has lost her true soul. At that time, she will no longer be herself, but rather it. Although Azu knew that as long as he gave the order, Tianwang would definitely dig out the gem and present it to him without hesitation. But, looking at the stunningly beautiful and studious Miss Tianwang before him, Azu sighed softly to himself. Such a capable and loyal assistant, I just can't bear to part with him. Sir, is there a problem? Tianwang noticed the unusual look in Azu's eyes and asked. Nothing, Azu said, pulling herself out of her thoughts and a smile playing on her lips. I just think you look even more charming today than yesterday. Upon hearing Azu's words, Tianwang's cheeks flushed. She gave Azu a charming smile, bent down, and twisted her waist to crawl under the covers at Azu's feet. No, not again. Oh, okay. Come on, come on. Meanwhile, in an old-fashioned pub in San Francisco, Scott, slumped over the sticky bar counter, suddenly twitched. He let out a painful groan, clutching his heavy head with both hands, and struggled to lift his face from the sour, smelly countertop. The hangover left him with a dry mouth and a churning stomach. He shook his head slightly, then opened his eyes. His vision was a little blurry, and he squinted as he looked around. "You're awake, sleeping beauty." Behind the bar, the bartender, who was wiping glasses, glanced at him and casually pushed over a glass of lemonade with lots of ice and 2 aspirin tablets. "Have some of this, it'll help with your hangover." "Thank you." Scott took the water, his hands trembling as he grabbed the pills and popped them into his mouth, then gulped down a large mouthful of ice water. The burning sensation in his stomach was slightly suppressed, and his mind regained a sliver of clarity. Scott rubbed his throbbing temples, trying to recall what had happened last night. A van that couldn't brake in time. A supercar with a dent. And that Asian billionaire named Daniel. It seems what happened last night wasn't a dream. He really did crash into a supercar. Then they drank with the friendly-looking Asian tycoon in this old bar. Daniel not only didn't make him pay the exorbitant repair bill, but also patiently listened to his complaints all night long. "You are a true hero." The words echoed in his mind once again. For 3 years, he had endured endless ridicule. This was the first time someone had so sincerely affirmed his decision that had ruined his life. Scott quickly turned his head and looked at the seat next to him. It was completely empty. "Where's Daniel?" Scott asked the bartender anxiously. "The one who was drinking with me last night. The gentleman in the suit." "He left last night," the bartender replied. "He's a very generous man. He left you enough money to stay the night. However, before he left, he told me to pay your towing fee. Your beat-up car should be parked at a repair shop not far from here now." Hearing this, Scott felt a surge of gratitude. What a kind man. Not only did he forgive his enormous debts, but he even cleaned up his mess. "He left this for you." The bartender took something out of his apron pocket, placed it on the bar, and pushed it in front of Scott. Scott looked down. It was a metal pendant strung together with a black nylon cord. The pendant reflects a silvery gray luster and is shaped like a teardrop, resembling a drop of mercury about to fall. "What's this?" Scott reached out and picked up the pendant. "He told me to tell you," the bartender repeated to Scott what Azu had said the night before. "This will bring you good luck and help you out of trouble when you encounter difficulties. It's a gift from a friend." Friend. Scott silently repeated the word in his mind. He, a penniless ex-convict, was actually called a friend by a billionaire who drove a multi-million-dollar supercar. They also gave him the dignity and recognition he needed most. A warm feeling welled up in Scott's heart. He solemnly put the black nylon rope over his head and hung the metal pendant around his neck. The pendant clung tightly to his skin, giving him a strange sense of security. He stood up and nodded to the bartender. "Thanks." Scott pushed open the wooden door of the bar and stepped into the streets of San Francisco in the early morning. Sunlight filtered through the thin mist and fell on his face. He took a deep breath of the slightly chilly air, even though he was still unemployed, penniless, and even living on the sofa of his fellow inmates. But his eyes no longer held the same lifeless look as yesterday, as if he were ready to give up on life at any moment. Restart. Scott told himself that he not only had to survive, but also had to live like a hero, even if only in his daughter's eyes. Half an hour later, Scott returned to Louis's old apartment. Louis and several of his accomplices were gathered around a table, whispering among themselves while looking at a makeshift map. Seeing Scott come in, Louis was delighted and quickly asked, "Dude, where did you go last night?" "The mechanics called me. I saw the front of your car was dented and they thought you'd been kidnapped by the mob." Scott didn't answer his question. He simply walked to the table, picked up a hamburger, and took a bite. "Louis," Scott swallowed the food in his mouth and slowly began, "that big deal you mentioned yesterday, I did it." Louis paused for a moment, then burst into cheers. "I knew it. I knew you were still one of us at heart." That guy was a real catch, a millionaire living on his pension. He had a huge safe in his basement, definitely full of gold bars and cash. Scott watched his excited, mischievous friend and silently swallowed the food in his mouth. He agreed to do this job not for the money, nor because he wanted to degenerate. He thought about it for a long time. Daniel was right, he was a hero, and his decision back then was correct. This time, he had a completely different plan in mind. A retired old man's safe, yet it's comparable to the vault of the Federal Reserve Bank. Scott sneered inwardly. This is definitely not an ordinary theft. Anyone with that level of security is no saint, and the mysterious employer who hired Louis through various channels behind the scenes must have ulterior motives. Scott's plan was simple. He planned to use his skills to steal the contents of the safe. Then he would follow the trail to expose the mastermind behind the scenes who was using them as cannon fodder, gather evidence, and bring the perpetrator to justice. Finally, he will act as a champion of justice and return the item to the old man who lost it, intact. In this way, I not only did a good deed, but that wealthy old man might even give us a generous reward to thank us. With this legitimate reward, he could pay child support, see Kathy with a clear conscience, and even hold his head high in front of his ex-wife and the current police officer. I'm going to prove to them that Scott Lang isn't a thief, he's a true hero. It was afternoon, inside the presidential suite at the Fairmont Hotel. Miss Skynet had changed into a dark business suit, her long hair was tied up in a bun, and she wore frameless glasses exuding an elegant and intellectual aura. Sir, President Jones's high-level meeting will begin in 40 minutes, and I will be attending. Tianwang walked to the bedside, leaned down, and left a faint lip print on Azu's cheek. Azu reached out and gently pinched her slender waist, causing Tianwang to let out a soft moan. Go ahead and get busy, help that silly girl Jessica out a bit, she always pushes herself too hard. As you wish, sir. Tian straightened her body and walked out of the suite with elegant steps, and the room returned to silence. Azu breathed a slight sigh of relief, put his hands behind his head, and looked at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. For someone with a body of steel of Godfather caliber, even if he fought non-stop for a month, his muscles wouldn't produce any lactic acid buildup, and he wouldn't feel any fatigue whatsoever. Although I wasn't physically tired, the mental strain was real. Skynet is no ordinary human woman. Her core driving force is the Mind Stone. During that deep, unreserved exchange last night, the high-frequency mental fluctuations emitted by the Mind Stone were constantly impacting his cerebral cortex. Maintaining this highly excited state for so long has made Azu feel like there are several bees buzzing in his head. It seems that physical invincibility isn't enough. I also need to find a chance to address my weakness in mental strength. If you encounter a bald mutant like Charles or Emma the White Queen in the future, and your mental defenses aren't strong enough, you'll always feel insecure. He didn't want to be flying peacefully in the sky when suddenly someone stuffed a bunch of messy illusions into his mind. Now that there's no one to disturb us in the room, it's the perfect time to take stock of our assets and see if there are any surprises. System. Azu summoned the interface in his mind, check my current special popularity value balance. Current special popularity points balance, 399,005. It's really frustrating to be stuck at 390,000. Azu stroked his chin. System, draw one superhero blind box and one skin blind box. Command confirmed, 200,000 special popularity points deducted. Blind box draw in progress. A CG animation flashed by, and suddenly two rapidly spinning star vortexes appeared before our eyes. One beam shimmered with an ambiguous pink light, while the other displayed a technologically advanced azure blue. With a thought, Azu activated the pink star vortex. The light exploded, transforming into countless tiny rose petals that coalesced in the air into a phantom heart shape before disappearing into Azu's chest. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the rare skin Heartbreaker. Skin attribute, wearing this skin will not change the host's appearance. However, the host will gain the perfect lover aura when interacting with members of the opposite S*X who are 18 years of age or older. Passive effect 1. Increases attractiveness to the opposite S*X by 200%. Every move the host makes, every smile, will be filtered through a perfect lens in the eyes of the opposite S*X, perfectly matching their subconscious aesthetic preferences for men. Passive effect 2. Favoritism. When any attack of the opposite S*X is launched against the host, 30% of the attack power will be involuntarily reduced. Passive effect 3. Seduction domain. Within a 20-meter radius of the host, members of the opposite S*X will significantly reduce their psychological wariness towards the host. Simultaneously, the host's presence will continuously stimulate their brains to secrete high concentrations of oxytocin and endorphins, producing a strong sense of dependence and pleasure. After reading the long description of the skin, Azu sat on the bed, stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then he couldn't help but chuckle softly. What is this? A system-certified Aquaman, a walking hormone generator. This means that even if Captain Marvel charges at him with fire in her eyes, she will inexplicably feel weak and her heart will flutter as soon as she gets close. And she might even think that the way he gets beaten up is cool. Moreover, there are quite a few powerful women in Marvel. It's just unknown whether Death and Infinity are recognized by the system since they are top-tier characters in this world. Dress up immediately, Azu commanded. There were no special lighting effects or energy fluctuations. Azu threw back the covers and walked to the full-length mirror. In the mirror, he still looked as handsome as ever with blonde hair and blue eyes, his features unchanged. To test the effect, Azu pressed the service bell in the presidential suite and put on the widow's veil type II again. "Hello, Mr. Daniel, what service do you need?" came the professional, standard female voice from the receptionist through the communicator. "Bring up a dessert," Azu instructed. "Okay, please wait a moment." 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang for the suite. Azu walked over and opened the door. A young female server was standing outside the door pushing a food cart. She had been looking down at the silver cutlery on the food cart, but upon hearing the door open, she looked up as was her professional habit, ready to greet the guest with a smile. "Good afternoon, sir, you're sweet." The waitress's words trailed off as if her voice was stuck in her throat. She stared blankly at Azu, who was standing inside the door, her cheeks slightly flushed. In her retina, the Asian youth in front of her was simply standing there, but his casually open collar, his slightly disheveled black hair, and his black eyes that met her gaze all exuded an irresistible attraction. All of this caused the waitress's breathing to quicken, her heart pounding uncontrollably in her chest. 2 blushes spread from her neck to her ears and her legs involuntarily tightened. "What's wrong?" Azu tilted her head slightly, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Is there a problem with the dessert?" "Numbers, no, absolutely not." The waitress suddenly snapped out of her daze and frantically tried to push the cart through the door, but in her panic the cart bumped into the door frame. A glass of fresh milk shook violently and nearly spilled. I'm so sorry, I was so stupid." The waitress apologized awkwardly. She didn't even dare to look Azu in the eye anymore, only daring to steal glances at him from the corner of her eye. Her legs were trembling slightly. The surge of endorphins in her body gave her a strong urge to throw herself into this man's arms. She used all her professionalism to suppress this terrible thought. "It's all right, just leave it there." Azu didn't make things difficult for her. The waitress pushed the food cart into the room and practically ran out of the suite. The moment the door closed, Azu clearly heard her leaning against the corridor wall outside, breathing heavily. "The effect is outstanding." Azu picked up the fresh milk and took a sip with satisfaction. This heartbreaker skin perfectly matches all the effects described, and the disguised appearance does not affect its functionality. He turned his attention back to the system panel. With a thought, another azure vortex of stars was activated. "Let's see what kind of amazing stuff the superhero blind box can offer me." Blue light converges. A somewhat flamboyant metal cylinder landed in his palm. The flashlight has a matte silver-gray paint finish, and the handle has a non-slip knurled texture. The front is encircled by a hemispherical transparent lampshade, and the side has a sliding knob marked with plus and in red and blue. At the rear is a precision adjustment knob with an LCD screen. Obtain special equipment, zoom in shrink light military tactical version. Equipment description. Originating from 22nd century military supplies, this product perfectly integrates particle irradiation technology from shrinking and enlarging lamps, achieving absolute synchronization of mass and volume by altering the spatial transformation state of the target object. Usage limitations. Shrinkage can be limited to the nanometer scale. Magnification theoretically has no volume limit. The magnification effect depends on the amount of external energy input. Without external energy input, objects can be magnified up to 100 times using internal energy. Military-grade features. No continuous irradiation required. Conversion threshold can be preset on the device. It takes effect automatically after a single excitation. Duration. The effect duration is related to the volume change multiplier with a maximum of 24 hours. Without supplemental light from equipment, the target will automatically revert to its original state after the duration expires. Mass and volume are absolutely synchronized. Azu muttered these words to himself. He gripped the handle, pushed the trigger to the blue side, aimed it at a bedside lamp and pressed the trigger. Buzz. A pale orange fan-shaped beam of light enveloped the desk lamp. The moment the beam of light touched it, the half-meter-tall standing lamp deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking rapidly into a miniature model no bigger than a fingernail. Azu walked over and pinched the miniature lamp with 2 fingers. It's so light it feels like nothing. Its weight is perfectly in line with its current size. The principle behind shrinking and enlarging lamps is the absolute constraint between mass and volume. Making them smaller reduces their weight, making them larger increases their weight. PIM particles, on the other hand, can reduce the volume of an object while retaining its original mass and density. Azu's thinking was not limited to this. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a crazy tactical idea took shape in his mind. What if I combine these two things? Suppose I first use a magnifying lamp to magnify myself 100 times. According to the principle, my mass will also expand to the corresponding level. Then, I'll use PIM particles to shrink the volume back to its original height. He looked at the shrinking lamp in his hand, his eyes burning with desire. In that case, my physical mass would have increased 1,000,000 times out of thin air. 1,000,000 times. Even an ordinary person can transform into a humanoid aircraft carrier, let alone this basic function without any external power source. Azu's interest in PIM particles reached its peak at this moment. This kind of thing, which can exploit bugs in the laws of cosmic physics, must be in our own hands. He immediately picked up his dedicated encrypted phone and connected to Skynet. Skynet, that's me. What are your orders, sir? Skynet's voice came instantly from the other end. You've missed me so soon, sir, Miss Skynet added. I can turn around right away. Work is important. You must not indulge in debauchery and neglect your duties. Azu quickly refused, even blurting out in Mandarin. Give me my current Asian identity and arrange a new one within the star group. Senior Executive Vice President plus the aura of a physicist. Understood, sir. Data falsification and personnel file insertion take only 3 minutes. Skynet's reply was without hesitation. Furthermore, Azu continued, send a formal business meeting invitation in the name of the star group to Hope Van Dyne, the current chairman of PIM Technologies. State that the star group is very interested in their upcoming new technology and wants to explore in-depth strategic cooperation. The meeting is scheduled for this afternoon. Yes, sir, I will send the invitation with the highest level of business protocol. After ending the call, Azu tossed his phone onto the bed, turned, and walked into the spacious bathroom. For Skynet, fabricating a senior executive identity out of thin air within the star group is easier than breathing. As the parent company behind Vought International, the Stahl Group is now a global behemoth, with tentacles reaching into various sectors. The Stahl Group's influence can be found in aerospace, pharmaceuticals, military manufacturing, and energy development. What the outside world is completely unaware of is that the old-school capitalists on the Star Group's board of directors, who had once tried to rebel against Azu or made underhanded moves, had been replaced by the Terminator months earlier. San Francisco, PIM Technologies headquarters building. The current chairman, Hope Van Dyne, stood with his arms crossed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city streets below, his brow furrowed. Her signature short, ear-length hair makes her look capable yet aggressive. Just 10 minutes earlier, the company's CEO, Darren Cross, who was also her father Hank Pym's former protege, had made some outrageous remarks at a board meeting. She announced that she was about to unveil the mystery of the Wasp suit and planned to sell it to SHIELD as a military weapon at a high price. The person who came to make the deal was Mitchell Carson, whose nose had been broken by her father Hank Pym. Comments others may not know Carson's background, but Hope knows it all. Mitchell Carson is a complete hydra. Darren did not hide Carson's identity from Hope because he trusted her completely. This trust stemmed from a betrayal many years ago. Previously, Hope had a fierce conflict with her father Hank Pym over the disappearance of her mother Janet. She resented her father's concealment and his stubbornness. Driven by anger, she cast the crucial vote in favor at the board meeting, helping Darren oust Hank Pym from the company he founded. Darren believed that Hope was on his side, both aiming to push PIM technology to new heights, but Darren was wrong. Hope kicked her father out of the company simply because it was her way of venting her anger at the time. But she would never allow the technology of PIM particles to fall into the hands of a terrorist organization like Hydra. And she would never allow Darren to use this technology to create weapons of mass destruction. Today, she once again asked her father, Hank Pym, to give her the Ant-Man suit. She had received rigorous intelligence training. She knew Darren's security system better than anyone and was fully capable of infiltrating it and destroying all the research data. But the stubborn old man rejected her once again. That's too dangerous, the old man said. I've already found the right person. Recalling his father's uncompromising tone, Hope slammed his fist on the desk in anger. Who could be more suitable than me? Hope's heart was filled with resentment and discontent. It wasn't just because of her mother's disappearance years ago, but also because of her father's distrust of her. Her father was wary of her from the beginning, preferring to trust a so-called suitable person rather than let her access any of the core secrets of the PIM particles and the Ant-Man suit. Knock, knock. There was a gentle knock on the office door. Hope's personal assistant pushed open the door, looking somewhat agitated. Chairman Dane, we have just received a very unexpected meeting request. Hope turned around, rubbing her tired temples. My schedule is full this afternoon. Tell them whatever the venture capital firm is, postpone it until next week. But Chairman, the assistant emphasized, it's the Star Group. Who did you say? Hope looked surprised. Mr. Daniel Wu, Senior Vice President of Global Strategic Investments at Star Group, has arrived in San Francisco and would like to have a private meeting with you in an hour. The Stahl Group, the parent company of Water International, has become an insurmountable behemoth in the global business world today. While PIM Technologies stands out in nanotechnology and communications, the difference in market capitalization and size between the two companies is like that between an elephant and an ant. Hope's heart skipped a beat. She knew all too well the power of this company. If Star Group's funds were to get involved in Darren's project, then the mass production plan for the Hornet suit would be indefinitely brought forward. Why didn't the people from the Star Group go directly to CEO Darren, but instead approached her, the marginalized chairperson, first? Regardless of their motives, she couldn't let Darren make contact with them first. Immediately cancel all my meetings this afternoon, including the video conference with those old guys on the board, Hope decisively ordered. Reply to the Star Group, I eagerly anticipate Mr. Wu's visit. Please arrange the meeting place at Garrido and keep it a secret from others. Yes, Chairman. The assistant immediately turned and went out to make the arrangements. After the assistant left, Hope looked in the mirror next to her desk, straightened her collar, and combed her already perfectly styled hair again. 1 hour later, San Francisco Garrido, a high-end private club. Hope sat on the sofa, legs crossed, staring coldly at the door of the private room in the club. She was prepared for a tough business negotiation. She needed to figure out Star Group's intentions before Darren found out and even find a way to sabotage the potential investment. Click. The doorknob turned, and the door was respectfully opened by the waiter. A tall, well-built Asian man wearing a black embossed haute couture suit walked into the private room. He took out a few bills, handed them to the waiter behind him, and then turned his gaze to Hope. In that instant when our eyes met, Hope felt as if an invisible hand had gently touched her heart. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. In her eyes, the slight sway of the hem of the man's suit as he walked, the faint smile on his lips, even his slightly narrowed eyes in the backlight. Everything seemed to exude a captivating charm. You are my destiny. It even made her hallucinate. Ward, what's going on? Hope gritted her teeth inwardly, forcibly suppressing this absurd physiological reaction with reason. Love at first sight, how could that be? I'm not a teenage girl. Ms. Dane, it's a pleasure to meet you. Azu approached Hope, extended his right hand, and a perfectly timed smile appeared on his lips. Ne Suomi, Mr. Wu. Hope suddenly came to her senses and quickly got up to shake his hand. The moment she touched the other's palm, Hope felt a subtle electric current travel from her fingertips throughout her body, causing her palms to sweat slightly. She instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, yet she also felt a lingering attachment to that fleeting sensation. Damn it, what the hell's wrong with you, Hope? Hope inwardly cursed herself. She'd been a privileged child since childhood, a graduate of a prestigious university and a business elite. What kind of outstanding men hadn't she seen? She had never been attracted to any man, let alone experienced the panic of a young girl in love. Just call me Daniel, beautiful Ms. Dane. Azu didn't immediately let go, but instead leaned forward slightly and said in her well-practiced, sexy voice, although I had seen your photos before, I must admit that those photographers' lenses didn't even capture a tenth of your personal charm. This was a slightly frivolous, polite opening remark. Under normal circumstances, Hope would never have paid it any mind. But to Hope at that moment, it sounded incredibly sincere, even a bit like the romance of a mature man. You're joking, Daniel. Hope quickly withdrew her hand, concealing her inner turmoil, and gestured to the sofa opposite her. Please sit down. I don't think the Star Group contacted me today to discuss my appearance. Azu smiled, and instead of sitting on the guest sofa opposite, he went straight to Hope's side. He sat down less than half a meter away from her. The sofa sank slightly due to the increased weight, and the alluring masculine scent emanating from Azu entered Hope's nostrils without hindrance. Hope's body tensed instantly, but she was devastated to find that she had not a single thought of escaping. I actually kind of enjoy the feeling of my private space being invaded. You seem nervous, Hope. Azu turned his head, looking intently at her. He omitted her surname and addressed her by her first name in a familiar tone. I'm not nervous, Hope said, forcing a smile as she met his gaze. I'm just curious about Star Corporation's sudden interest in a company that mainly deals with nanotechnology and communications. Besides, you should know that Darren Krause is now in charge at PIM Technologies. The Star Group's vision is always ahead of its time. Azu leaned back slightly, his left arm casually draped over the back of the sofa, just enough to loosely wrap around Hope's back. I have no interest in Darren Cross. Azu slightly turned to close the distance between them. I'm interested in you, Hope. Me. Hope tried her best to maintain a calm expression, but her heart was pounding like a drum, and she was vaguely expecting something. I don't quite understand what you mean. I'm just a director of PIM Technologies, that's true, but I don't personally manage the company's operations and I don't hold the core patents. Don't be modest, Hope. I know who truly inherited the genius gene in this company. I also know the secret your father, Hank Pym, hid for half a century. I know Ant-Man exists. Azu confessed, and I also know Pym particles exist. Upon hearing this, Hope's pupils contracted sharply, and when he spoke again, his voice was several degrees deeper. I don't understand what you're talking about. Ant-Man is just a story made up during the Cold War. My father, Hank Pym, has clarified on numerous public occasions that there is no Ant-Man, nor are there any Pym particles that can change the size of objects. Hope pointed to the door, suppressing the flutter in her heart, and said with feigned coldness, if you're seeking cooperation with such unrealistic fantasies, then I can only say you've come to the wrong place. Pym Technologies currently has no opportunities to collaborate with the Star Group. Please leave. After saying all that in one breath, Hope immediately looked away from Azu, afraid that the psychological defenses she had just built up would collapse again. Seeing her feigned indifference, Azu wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled gently. You're scared, Hope. You're afraid I'm here to steal your father's life's work, afraid the Star Corporation will turn this technology into a terrible weapon of war. Put away your hostility. I don't covet that technology. At this moment, Azu raised his eyebrows and his tone became high-profile and confident. Because I have something better than Pym particles. Hope looked at him again, but her eyes were full of disbelief. Despite her goodwill as a top-notch research manager, she had an absolute understanding of the value of Pym particles. That was a miracle that transcended centuries. Something better. Hope scoffed. If you truly possess technology more advanced than the so-called Pym particles, why would you come to me with a mere myth? You could go change the world yourself. I came to you because I believe that within this company, only you are worthy of the future of this technology. Collaborative research to benefit humanity, that's what I want to do. Looking at Hope's still skeptical gaze, Azu knew that charm alone wouldn't be enough to win over this intelligent woman. Since you don't believe me, then I'll prove it to you. As he spoke, Azu stood up and pretended to reach behind his suit jacket to take out a shrinking and magnifying lamp. Then, under Hope's questioning gaze, he pointed the tip of the flashlight at himself. Open your eyes and look carefully, Hope. Azu pressed the start button on the flashlight. Buzz, a pale orange light shone from the tip of the flashlight onto Azu's head under Hope's incredulous gaze. The man, who was over 185 meters tall, rapidly shrank in size, 1 meter, 50 centimeters, 10 centimeters, just 1 second. Azu shrunk to the size of a chess piece and landed steadily on the carpet. With the same posture as before shrinking, the miniature Azu raised his head, looked at Hope, who was as huge as a mountain of flesh, and waved. Hope was stunned. She stood up abruptly, and because the movement was so large, she even knocked over the water glass on the coffee table in front of her. Coffee was spilled all over the floor, but she didn't care at all. Hope stared intently at the man on the carpet, who was only a few centimeters tall. Her mouth moved a few times, but no sound came out, as if she had lost the ability to speak. How is that possible? Without the life support system of the Ant-Man suit, without any protection, and not even wearing a helmet. It's important to know that while Pym particles alter the interatomic spacing in the body, they also significantly affect brain chemistry. Without wearing the specially designed helmet, irreversible mental damage will occur. The user will become extremely paranoid, lose their sense of morality, become violent, and may even go insane. Moreover, when a person shrinks to the size of an ant, the oxygen molecules in the outside air are far too large for the tiny alveoli in a person's lungs. Without a suit with its own circulation system, it wouldn't even be able to inhale or exchange oxygen and would suffocate instantly upon shrinking. What kind of technology is this? No suit, no oxygen supply, this doesn't make sense. Hope crouched down, looked down at little Azu, and tried to calm her shocked emotions. But from Azu's perspective, the view of that figure wrapped in a professional pencil skirt was completely exposed before his eyes. Extremely alluring black openwork lace. Tusk, the iceberg CEO's taste in lingerie is indeed always this kind of wild, contrasting style. He stood there admiring the view for a few seconds, then cleared his throat and shouted, "So Hope, now you see, are you willing to believe me?" At this moment, Hope's previous guardedness and coldness had completely vanished. All that remains is the fervent thirst for knowledge that a scientist feels when faced with unknown technologies. How did you do that? What's the working principle of that device you have? Instead of answering her question directly, Azu gave a mischievous smile. We'll discuss the principles later, but before that, I must first offer a word of praise. Black lace, a wonderful choice, Hope. It suits your cool exterior but warm interior personality perfectly. Hope didn't react for a moment, and after a 3-second pause, she realized what Azu was talking about. Her gaze shifted downwards, glancing at the spot where she had crouched down, then at the angle from which Azu was now standing. Boom. Hope abruptly stood up, pressing her hands to the hem of her skirt, her legs tightly pressed together, and glared at the little figure on the carpet with a mixture of shame and indignation. Logically, she should have gotten angry, cursed him out, or even stomped on this frivolous jerk. But for some reason, she couldn't get angry at all. It even evokes a sense of excitement, like being teased by a lover. Hope shook her head slightly, trying to banish those inappropriate and romantic thoughts from her mind. She smoothed her short hair behind her ear, took a half-step back, and then carefully bent down. To avoid exposing herself again, she knelt on the carpet with her knees together, the hem of her skirt clinging tightly to the curves of her thighs in an extremely ladylike manner. She slowly extended her right hand and placed her fair and smooth palm flat in front of Azu. A smile played on Azu's lips as he cooperatively took a step forward and lightly leaped onto Hope's palm. Hope held her breath and carefully helped Azu to her feet. As she raised her hand, she clearly felt the weight coming from her palm. Volume and mass are synchronized, Hope muttered to herself. As a top-notch scientist, she knew all too well what this meant. She had studied the records of PIM particles and knew that the principle of PIM particles was to compress the distance between atoms, and that the basic mass of an object would not disappear into thin air due to the reduction in volume. To reduce weight while shrinking size, users must use the regulators on the Ant-Man suit to transfer and store excess mass in an additional dimensional space. This is the only way to achieve simultaneous reduction in both mass and volume. When an attack is needed, the mass is instantly extracted from space via the regulator, giving the tiny body a matching destructive force. This theory sounded perfect, but Hope knew it had a fatal flaw. If the regulators on the combat suit malfunction or are damaged in combat, the consequences will be catastrophic. The user will be suddenly and irregularly compressed and twisted into a puddle of flesh. The thing this man took out didn't require any additional equipment. It perfectly bridged the physical gap between mass and volume. At least in terms of safety, this technology is far more advanced than the PIM particles that her father treasured. How did they manage to do that? Hope finally couldn't help but ask again. Azu smiled without answering and lay down directly in Hope's soft, warm palm. He put his hands behind his head, crossed his legs, and looked as relaxed as if he were sunbathing on a Hawaiian beach. This seemingly casual movement, combined with his tiny body that's only a few centimeters in size, creates a wonderful visual contrast under the perfect filter of heartthrob. A little cute. The thought popped uncontrollably into Hope's mind. She unconsciously leaned her face forward, wanting to see the person in her palm more clearly. Azu could feel Hope's warm breath brushing against his body, carrying a faint scent of perfume. But in reality, Azu's current ease was nothing but an act. Because he himself had no idea what the scientific principles behind this broken flashlight were. As he lay in Hope's palm, his consciousness quickly sank into his mind and connected with the system. System, you have the technical theory behind this shrinking and magnifying lamp right. Give me a copy, I'm about to show off. The system responded quickly. To obtain the underlying structure and technical theory of this product, you need to exchange special popularity points. Paper data, 20,000 special popularity points. Knowledge infusion, 50,000 special popularity points. After a moment's consideration, Azu made his decision. Now is the perfect time to show off. I can't just pull out a bunch of blueprints and let Hope look at them himself. That would be too undignified. Select knowledge infusion immediately. Command confirmed, deduct 50,000 special popularity points. Begin knowledge infusion. The next second, a flood of knowledge about complex quantum physics, space folding theory, and high-dimensional mass transformation poured into Azu's brain like a burst dam. Azu closed his eyes, seemingly resting in Hope's palm, but in reality, he was rapidly digesting these cutting-edge theories that were shaking the entire global scientific community. 2 minutes passed just like that. Hope remained close, gazing at the man in her palm with a somewhat fascinated look. It wasn't until Azu slightly frowned that she was pulled out of that strange state. Are you all right, Daniel? Hope asked softly, her voice so gentle that even she herself felt a sense of unfamiliarity. You look quite tired. If you're feeling unwell, I can find you a guest room to rest. Azu slowly opened his eyes. A vast amount of physics knowledge had been perfectly integrated into his memory bank. In the field of microphysics, he is now on par with Hank Pym and in some respects even surpasses him. I'm not tired, Hope, Azu smiled. Sorry to have worried you. It's just that your hands are so soft and comfortable that I couldn't help but want to lie down a little longer. Hope's cheeks flushed slightly. She swore that in her nearly 30 years of life, no man's sweet words had ever elicited such a strong reaction from her. Are you always this glib? She tried to put on a serious face but couldn't hide the smile in the corner of her eyes. Now let's get down to business. Azu straightened his clothes, stood up and looked up at Hope. Put me back on the ground, Hope. Looking up at a beautiful lady may be pleasant, but it's not conducive to an equal exchange. Hope nodded and obediently placed her palm back on the carpet. Azu stepped down from her palm and then pointed it at himself. Buzz. Another pale orange beam of light flashed by. In the blink of an eye, Azu's figure returned to its upright stature of 19 meters. The distance between the two closed again. You ask me how it handles quality. The answer is simple. It doesn't handle quality at all. The technology I possess does not involve mass transfer of dimensions. It is based on a high-energy physical constant wave that can directly modify the Planck constant of a target object. When the beam of light shines on the object, it forms an invisible quantum-thin film on the object's surface. This thin film will. The following is confidential. Hope listened intently, her eyes gradually brightening. Although Azu's theory is so avant-garde that it seems unbelievable, it is surprisingly self-consistent within the logical framework of science. This is amazing. I'm sure it's a perfect invention that could revolutionize the course of human civilization. Hope's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Perfect. No, there is no perfect technology in this world. Azu bluntly pointed out the fatal flaw of this technology. The biggest drawback of this technology is its lack of durability. The miniaturized or magnified state can only be maintained for a maximum of 24 hours. Once the interference field energy is exhausted, the target object will irreversibly and forcibly revert to its original shape. If such a rebound occurs in a confined space, the result will be utter destruction. That's why I came to find you, Hope. My technology boasts absolute security, while your father's Pym particles possess the stability to permanently alter atomic spacing. Azu leaned forward slightly, just inches from Hope's cheek. Now, beautiful Ms. Dane, after witnessing all of this firsthand. Can you admit to me that Ant-Man and the Pym particles are real? She felt Azu's breath brush against her cheek. Hope panicked and quickly turned around, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window and pretending to admire the view of San Francisco outside. As Hope spent more and more time in Azu's temptation domain, coupled with the immense shock from the zoom-in and zoom-out lights, her strong psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. Hope instinctively let down her guard around the man in front of her. She finally nodded. Yes, you win, Hope admitted. Ant-Man isn't a legend. My father Hank Pym did indeed invent those Pym particles that can change the spacing between atoms. But she then gave a bitter smile, her eyes dimming slightly. But you've got the wrong person, Daniel. My acknowledgement of these things' existence doesn't mean I can help you, because neither of them are in my possession. Hope sighed. Darren Cross actually controls Pym Technologies. He's secretly developing a weapon called the Wasp suit, attempting to replicate my father's work. The original formula for Pym particles and the Ant-Man suit are well kept secret by my father. And my father. Hope gritted her teeth. Years ago, he destroyed most of the experimental data and manufacturing formulas related to Pym particles stored on the server. Not only that, he also hid the last Ant-Man suit, guarding it against everyone like a thief. Honestly, you'd be more useful to Darren than to me. He's already reverse-engineered his Klaus particles using the remaining incomplete data. But it's a defective product. Long-term use will make him bloodthirsty and cruel. Actually, he was originally a good person. Of course, you can make this. Hope paused. What's it called? Shrink the light, enlarge it, Hope, Azu replied. Oh, okay, that's a pretty straightforward name. I mean, since you're capable of inventing this shrinking and magnifying lamp, you should be able to solve this problem too. After saying this, Hope dejectedly avoided Azu's gaze. And what? All I have right now are some peripheral technical materials. Without the Pym formula as a reference, I simply cannot lead the team to advance your project. No, Hope, you're wrong. Azu slowly approached Hope from behind, gently placing his hands on her shoulders. The distance between them was so close that Hope could clearly feel the heat emanating from him, but Hope did not resist. Only you can help, and only you are worthy of this great cause. Hope turned to look at Azu with a puzzled expression. Why? Azu reached out and gently lifted a strand of Hope's short hair, tucking it behind her ear. This intimate gesture made Hope's body suddenly tremble. First, I must express my sincerest apologies to you, Hope. Before coming here, I used some special channels to conduct a very thorough investigation into everything about you. Upon hearing that Azu had investigated him, Hope frowned slightly, but her initial resistance vanished instantly under the influence of the aura. I understand, Hope said softly. After all, in this world besides you, only PIM Technologies is researching technology that can change the size of objects. Understanding your competitors is normal in business. Thank you for your understanding, Hope. You're always so wise, Azu nodded approvingly, then continued. I am very aware of PIM Technologies' current predicament. Darren Cross, your father's once most prized student, is now the de facto controller of PIM Technologies. He is indeed a genius. But he has no morals, no bottom line. He doesn't care at all what this technology will bring to humanity. He just wants to turn it into a weapon and sell it for a high price to any organization that can afford it, even terrorist organizations. If Darren Cross were involved in my projects, the world would become a hell of assassinations and brutality. He not only doesn't deserve access to my technology, he doesn't even deserve to continue controlling PIM Technologies. Hearing Azu's assessment of Darren, Hope nodded in deep agreement. This was also why, even after breaking with her father, she remained at the company to secretly hinder Darren. As for your father, Hank Pym, Azu sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. He was once a great hero, that's beyond doubt. But sadly, he was also a pitiful man utterly crushed by his past. An accident destroyed his courage. He was terrified by the PIM particles he had created. He not only stopped all research but also tried desperately to cover up the existence of this technology, attempting to erase it from the history of human technology. He lives in the shadow of the past and refuses to face the future. An accident. Hope grasped the word with remarkable sensitivity. In her memory, her father was always tight-lipped about the past. What accident? What are you talking about? She turned around and stared intently into Azu's eyes. Azu seemed somewhat troubled. He looked away as if hesitating whether to tell the cruel truth to the vulnerable woman in front of him. Daniel, tell me. Hope's voice rose 8 octaves, and she even stepped forward to grab Azu's arm. Under Hope's persistent questioning, Azu let out a heavy sigh. About your mother, Janet Dane. Boom, Hope felt a wave of dizziness. Her mother's death was the greatest trauma of her childhood and the catalyst for her gradual estrangement from her father. Her father only told her that her mother had died in a plane crash. He even sent her to boarding school when she was 7 years old. In 1987, a terrorist launched an intercontinental ballistic missile made of titanium alloy, targeting the continental United States. Azu calmly recounted the long-sealed top-secret file. Your father's Ant-Man suit malfunctioned, preventing him from shrinking. In order to disable the fuse inside the missile, your mother, Janet, made the choice. She deactivated the PIM particle regulator on her suit, undergoing an uncontrolled subatomic shrinking. She successfully penetrated the titanium alloy and dismantled the missile. Upon hearing this, Hope's face turned deathly pale. But Azu didn't stop and continued speaking. But the price was, she was trapped in an abyss of infinite collapse, never to return to her original size. She didn't die in the plane crash, Hope. She sacrificed herself to save the lives of thousands. Tears welled up in Hope's eyes uncontrollably. 20 years of lies, 20 years of resentment. Upon learning the truth, it all turned into a flood of overwhelming sorrow. Why did he never tell me? Hope covered her mouth, her body trembling violently. All her strength crumbled completely at that moment. Just then, Azu stretched out his strong arms and pulled Hope into a tight embrace. Hope did not resist, but leaned against Azu's broad chest, as if she had found a harbor where she could vent all her sorrow, and cried freely. Cry it out, Hope, it's okay, it's all over. Azu had one arm around her waist and the other hand gently stroking her short hair, acting as a perfect safe haven. After a while, Hope's sobs gradually subsided. She realized her lapse in composure and tried to break free from Azu's embrace. But Azu's arms tightened slightly and he didn't let go of her immediately. Hope raised her head, her slightly red and swollen eyes meeting Azu's lowered gaze. The two were very close. Hope was so close that she could clearly feel Azu's warm breath on the tip of her nose. She could even count each of Azu's distinct eyelashes. The sadness in the air gradually faded, but a beautiful atmosphere quietly rose. Hope felt her heart racing and her blood boiling in her veins. Although reason was frantically issuing warnings, the body responded honestly. She tiptoed slightly, closed her eyes, and her rosy lips moved uncontrollably toward Azu's lips. As Azu watched those two luscious red lips draw ever closer, an alarm bell rang in his heart. Damn, I almost forgot. He's wearing a widow's veil type II nano camouflage mask on his face right now. Wouldn't it be obvious if they kissed? Azu made a decisive decision. In a flash, he naturally leaned his head back, released his arm around Hope's waist, and took a half-step back. Hope's lips met a wisp of air. She opened her eyes, looked at Azu, who had already retreated, and instantly became fully awake. In that instant, she was overwhelmed by embarrassment and shame. What exactly have I been doing? She actually kissed a man she had just met for the first time today. Hope's face instantly turned bright red. She was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. I'm sorry. Hope frantically straightened her hair and clothes, unsure what to do with her hands, her eyes darting around, stammering as she tried to find a way to back down. I was too emotional just now. I didn't mean that. I mean, it's probably because I got too emotional after hearing about my mother. I had a bit of low blood sugar. Yes, low blood sugar caused dizziness and I lost my balance. She stammered out an excuse that even she didn't believe. Seeing Hope's embarrassment, Azu reached out and gently straightened her collar. I completely understand, Hope, Azu said gently. When people are extremely sad, they instinctively seek someone to lean on. I'm honored to be that crutch that supports you during this time. Seeing that Azu did not reprimand him for his offense, Hope's tense nerves relaxed, and his impression of Azu's gentlemanly manners greatly improved. Thank you, Daniel, you're so thoughtful. Hope sat back down on the sofa, her cheeks still slightly flushed, but she had regained her composure. Azu knew that Hope had now opened her heart to him psychologically. It's time to deliver the final blow. Listen to me, Hope. Because of your mother Janet's accident, your father regarded your mother's sacrifice as an untouchable taboo. He locked himself in the shadows of the past and incidentally shut you out too. Azu gently placed his hand on Hope's shoulder. Even through the suit jacket, Hope could still feel the warmth of his palm. But you're different, Hope. I saw something in your eyes that others couldn't. You are intelligent, decisive, and resilient. You were not swayed by your father's cowardice, nor corrupted by Darren's greed. Deep down, you crave a real battle. When you look at the world, you don't see it as it is now, but as it should be. Azu stared intently at Hope's gradually changing gaze. Listen to me, Hope. You have your father's wisdom and your mother's courage. Heroic blood flows in your veins. You yearn more than anyone to be a hero who can control their own destiny and protect the innocent. Admit it, Hope. This company, this technology, it should have always belonged to you. Azu's words resonated deeply with Hope, creating a sense of connection akin to that of a soulmate. In all her life, no one has ever understood her so well. No one has ever seen through the heart yearning for validation beneath her cold exterior. This man is truly extraordinary. Hint. You've gained a special popularity bonus of +15000 from Hope Van Dyne, but he won't pass on the PIM particle technology to me. He'd rather find a stranger to inherit his suit. Hope felt somewhat discouraged when she thought of her father's stubbornness. That's because he loves you, Hope. He just tried to protect you the wrong way. Prove it to him, Hope. You are more suitable and more qualified than anyone else to inherit his mantle. When that time comes, he will give you everything without reservation. Azu extended his hand to Hope. Go and become a hero, Hope. Complete the work your mother didn't finish. Join me, let's make this world a better place. Hope looked at the outstretched hand in front of her and listened to Azu's grand and beautiful vision. A burning light ignited in her eyes as she firmly placed her hand in Azu's palm. I do, Daniel. Hope's voice was full of strength. I want to be with you. What do you want me to do? That's right, that's your true self. Azu smiled with satisfaction. Great, they've taken the bait. First, of course, is to sabotage Darren Cross's plans, stop him from mass-producing the Wasp suit and destroy all his research data. This is the first step to gaining your father's trust and saving the world. This matter must be done by you personally. Upon hearing this plan, Hope frowned and shook her head. That's impossible, Daniel, Hope analyzed rationally. PIM Technologies is now completely under Darren's control. He's an extremely suspicious man. He personally selected all the security personnel for the entire building. They're all retired mercenaries who fought in the Middle East wars, each with blood on their hands. Darren stores all his research data on the Cross particle in a completely physically isolated cluster of servers. It's guarded by armed personnel equipped with laser networks and thermal imaging sensors. Nobody can get in. You're right, so you need to wear that Ant-Man suit. I'll help you with that too, we'll go together. As Hope picked up her battle suit, resentment towards her father resurfaced in her eyes. I already told him about this plan, Hope said, somewhat exasperated. I told him I know every ventilation duct in the building, I've received intensive special agent training, and I'm the perfect person to carry out this infiltration mission. But that stubborn old man wouldn't listen. He even told me he'd found a more suitable candidate. Seeing Hope's resentful expression, Azu smiled confidently. Hope, you just said that your father has found a suitable candidate, right? That's right, Hope nodded, her voice tinged with displeasure. He'd rather believe a complete stranger who appeared out of nowhere than his own daughter. He's utterly unreasonable. The right person isn't actually that hard to guess. At this moment, Azu seemed to be possessed by Sherlock Holmes, speaking eloquently. Your father is an extremely cautious man. He wouldn't just grab anyone off the street to carry out such a dangerous infiltration mission. He needs someone who is proficient in all kinds of electronic security systems, has infiltration experience, a proven track record, and is also desperate and easily controlled by him. The key is that he can't attract Darren's attention, so this person must have no connection to Pym. Secondly, he should ideally be a social outcast, someone recently released from prison. And I happen to know that someone who perfectly fits these criteria was recently released from prison in San Francisco. Who? Hope pressed. Azu slowly uttered a name, Scott Lang. Scott Lang. Hope frowned, quickly searching the name in her mind. The Vista cyber intrusion case 3 years ago. Hope blurted out, is that lunatic who returned the stolen money to the customer and then drove the CEO's Bentley into the swimming pool. That's right, it's him. Azu nodded. A master's degree in electrical engineering, a top-notch cybersecurity expert. More importantly, he's currently an unemployed, bankrupt, and desperate ex-convict who's being kicked out of his home by his current policeman husband even when he wants to see his daughter. Your father has definitely been watching him for a long time. He only needs to devise a small scheme to let Scott know that there's a huge vault in his basement. For a desperate thief, that temptation is irresistible. Azu's reasoning is logically rigorous and meticulous. After hearing this, Hope's eyes flashed with a look of sudden realization. I see. He deliberately leaked the information to lure Scott into stealing his safe. This was not only a practical test of Scott's infiltration skills, but also a way to smoothly hand over the Ant-Man suit to him and make him the new Ant-Man. With just a few fragmented pieces of information, one can accurately depict the father's psychological profile and identify the target person within a few minutes. Hope was deeply impressed by this formidable insight and reasoning ability. He truly is the man I've set my sights on. The thought flashed through Hope's mind. Then she was startled by the thought. Without realizing it, she had already mentally labeled this man, whom she had known for less than 3 hours, as her man. Her face, which had just cooled down, suddenly became burning hot again. She quickly grabbed a bottle of water and took a sip to hide her unusual condition. Azu was oblivious to Hope's ulterior motives. He was engrossed in the character he had created and continued speaking. But don't worry about the suit, Hope. Azu leaned down and whispered in her ear. Scott Lang will personally deliver the suit to you. Why? Hope asked, puzzled. Azu smiled mysteriously. Because just last night in a bar on a street in San Francisco, I became friends with this Mr. Scott. And he now owes me a huge favor. So all you need to do is wait patiently, leave everything else to me. Then Azu straightened up and glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. The timing was perfect. Too much of a good thing can be bad. In this kind of ambiguous and tentative exchange, a deliberate retreat often leaves the deepest mark. Well then, that concludes today's meeting. I hope it hasn't taken up too much of your time, and I look forward to seeing you again. After saying that, Azu walked towards the door. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, etc. A somewhat hurried voice came from behind. Hope didn't know what was wrong with her, but when her gaze fell on Azu's shapely waist and hips, the man's attraction reached its peak for her. Driven by a strong impulse, she involuntarily cried out. Azu stopped and turned to ask, "Is there anything else, Ms. Dane?" Hearing Azu's question, Hope's heart pounded. Even she herself couldn't believe how crazy what she was about to say was. Hope's eyes darted away, her hands unconsciously twisting together. The timing is perfect now if you don't have any other plans for tonight. I've found a well-reviewed French restaurant nearby, maybe we should try it. As soon as he said that, Hope's cheeks burned bright red. God, what am I doing? Hope Van Dyne actually took the initiative to invite a complete stranger she'd only met that day to dinner. This is absolutely absurd. To cover up her embarrassment and loss of composure, Hope quickly came up with a plausible excuse. What I mean is, regarding the space physics technology you mentioned, I'd like to discuss its application prospects further. After all, as potential partners, we need more communication, don't we? She could only pray that the other person wouldn't notice her embarrassment, or that they would simply find a reason to reject her and end this torment. Azu stood by the door, silently giving the system's skin a big thumbs up in his heart. This skin's effects are absolutely incredible. Is this a preemptive strike to acquire the future Wasp? That means we're halfway to getting Pym particles. Although he was overjoyed inside, Azu maintained a calm and composed demeanor on the surface. He turned around and walked back to Hope with elegant steps. Seeing Hope's forced composure, though her ears were already turning red, he spoke in a deep voice. Communication is certainly necessary. However, I must correct one point. It was my biggest dereliction of duty to let a beautiful lady take the initiative to extend a dinner invitation. This invitation should rightfully be extended by me. Azu bowed slightly, making an elegant gesture of invitation. So, Ms. Dane, would I be so fortunate as to invite you to dinner? Hearing that Azu didn't expose her embarrassment, but instead cleverly resolved her awkwardness in a dignified way, Hope felt a sweet warmth in her heart from the feeling of being cared for. Hope, striving to maintain a calm and polite smile, extended her hand and gently placed it in Azu's palm. Of course, it's my honor, Mr. Wu. But deep down, this man's invitation stirred within her a joyful excitement akin to that of an 18-year-old girl experiencing her first love. Hint, you've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 15000. From Hope Van Dyne. Hope tried to calm her racing heart. I need an hour to change my clothes. No problem. Azu nodded politely. I'll pick you up in an hour. Hope took a business card out of his bag, quickly wrote an address on the back with a pen and handed it to Azu. This is the address of my private apartment. See you in an hour, Daniel. See you in an hour. Upon leaving the Garrido Club, Azu immediately contacted Skynet. Skynet, I need something. Azu cut to the chase without mincing words. Can the Terminator's realistic skin technology now be applied to tactical levels? Yes, sir, Skynet reported immediately. Combining Skrull genetic mimicry technology, we have developed a civilian-grade tactical camouflage layer based on the T-1050T project. It can cover your body like a real biological skin, not only simulating the body temperature, pulse, and muscle sensation of a normal human, but also simulating corresponding softness feedback based on external pressure. Excellent. Azu smiled with satisfaction. Based on my current Asian identity, customize a full-body mimicry skin for me. Azu glanced at the time, his tone resolute. I'll give you 40 minutes. Get it to me within 40 minutes. Command confirmed. Skynet didn't hesitate at all. Mission accomplished within 40 minutes. Command confirmed. Skynet didn't hesitate at all. Mission accomplished within 40 minutes. After cutting off the communication, Azu dialed the call button for another encrypted channel. The line was connected after only half a ring, and Brock Rumlow's deep, respectful voice came through. Boss, everything's normal at S. HIELD. Any instructions? Rumlow, contact Mitchell Carson, Azu instructed. Have him use his Hydra connections to immediately inform Darren Cross of PIM Technologies. Specific details. Tell Darren that Hydra's intelligence network has confirmed that the real Ant-Man suit is currently hidden in a vault in Hank Pym's basement. Azu chuckled. Tell him that although it's an old relic, it's far more perfect than the half-finished product he has now. If Darren can get his hands on that real suit, Hydra is willing to pay double the price. On the other end of the phone, Rumlow chuckled softly. Understood, boss. If that bald guy hears about double the price in the perfect suit, he'll pounce like a shark smelling blood. Very good, go ahead and do it. Let him seize this opportunity. Azu hung up the phone. 1 hour later. A high-end apartment area in San Francisco. Azu stood in the shadow of the streetlights below the apartment building, already dressed in the mimicry skin delivered by Skynet on time. This high-tech product perfectly conforms to his muscle lines, feels weightless against the skin, and is so thin it's as if it were his own skin. He has now completely transformed into an ordinary Asian youth named Daniel, and even swimming wouldn't reveal any flaws in his appearance. Skynet's technology is indeed impeccable in every aspect, Azu exclaimed. Not long after, the glass doors of the apartment slid open to both sides. Hopeton came out. She wore a burgundy-fitted evening gown tonight. The silky fabric perfectly accentuated her toned figure honed through years of exercise. The back features a deep V-neck cutout design, revealing the beautifully sculpted shoulder blades. Her neat short hair, meticulously styled, combined with her cool and aloof demeanor, created a unique charm in the night. Azu stepped forward, naturally opening his arms, and Hope leaned forward slightly in response, their cheeks gently touching. As their skin touched, Hope felt the warmth of Azu's cheek, which stirred something within her. You look absolutely stunning tonight, Hope. This dress was made for you, Azu exclaimed, his gaze taking in Hope's features without any attempt to hide it. Hope's cheeks flushed slightly. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled in response. You look good too, Daniel. The suit fits perfectly. Azu gentlemanly opened the passenger door and reached out to protect the edge of the roof. Hope lifted her skirt and gracefully got into the car. With a roar, the Aston Martin's engine sped off into the glittering San Francisco night. As Azu and Hope savored caviar and burgundy wine by the flickering candlelight, outside Hank Pym's villa, a dilapidated brown van was parked quietly in the shade of trees across the street. Testing the radio. 1212, can you hear me, Scott? Inside the van, Louis, wearing a listening headset, spoke quickly into the microphone. I just got off the phone with my cousin's friend. He said the patrol cars in this area usually don't come back for another hour. You've got plenty of time, brother. Received. Sound is clear, Louis. Keep the channel quiet. Scott, dressed in a black infiltration suit and wearing a dark knit hat, moved quickly through the shadows, avoiding the streetlights. Finding the right spot, without pausing, he took a running start and pushed off forcefully, propelling himself into the air. Using his waist as leverage, he executed a light roll and landed steadily in the yard without making a sound. He then went to the front of the house, quickly climbed to the second floor using the windowsill and drain pipe, clung to the second floor window, took out a small device, and easily disabled the house's alarm system. The whole process was fluid and graceful, with movements as swift as if Ezio Auditor had possessed him. Scott pried open an unlocked glass window and climbed inside. His gaze swept around. Antique furniture, bookshelves covering the walls, heavy carpets, everything spoke of the homeowner's considerable wealth. He didn't linger on the second floor but went down the stairs to the first floor. On the table in front of the stairs to the basement on the first floor, a gleaming key lay quietly. What a coincidence, Scott thought to himself. Without pausing, he picked up the key and went straight to the wooden door to the basement. Insert the key into the lock and turn it gently. The wooden door was open, but there was another door behind it, and it had a fingerprint lock. It's hopeless, buddy. Louis's voice came through the earpiece. That's not necessarily true. Scott smiled confidently. They then used materials such as tape and super glue to extract Pym's fingerprints, easily breaking through this second line of defense. Finally, he arrived at the vault door. I see it, Louis. This safe is tricky. Scott walked to the vault door and ran his hand over the cold, rough metal surface. Carbondale vault made in 1910. Can you pry it open, Scott? Louis's voice held a hint of tension and anticipation. Pry it open. You know the steel used to make this thing is the same steel used in the Titanic. So? Louis asked, puzzled on the other end of the headset. Do you remember what happened after the Titanic hit the iceberg? Scott asked rhetorically. Louis answered quickly on the channel. I remember, that ship sank, Leonardo DiCaprio drowned. That's right. Scott quickly took out various tools and a canister of highly concentrated liquid nitrogen from his backpack and got to work. He punched a small hole in the metal door, skillfully poured in water and liquid nitrogen, and at the same time gave everyone a physics lesson over the communication channel. This metal becomes extremely brittle at low temperatures. Water expands when it freezes. This expansion force is unstoppable in a confined space. After a while, a thick layer of white frost quickly formed on the surface of the metal armory door. Crunch, bang. With a loud bang, the several-ton vault door was forcefully smashed open. Open sesame. Scott walked into the heavily guarded vault with a smug look on his face. However, when his gaze swept around the small vault, it was completely empty. There was no gold, no US dollars, no jewelry, only a neatly folded motorcycle riding suit. It wasn't what he had imagined. How's it going, buddy? Louis urged. There's nothing here, Louis, Scott sighed, reaching for the suit. There's only an old-fashioned motorcycle leather jacket underneath. Sorry, man, Louis said apologetically into the communicator. I messed up. I didn't let you get that job. Never mind, we're already here. Adhering to the professional ethics of thieves never leaving empty-handed, Scott rolled up the motorcycle suit into a ball and stuffed it into his backpack. All of this was transmitted in real time to Hank Pym, who was hiding in the darkroom. He was sitting in front of a row of monitors. The images on the screens were divided into several small squares, with extremely peculiar perspectives, all taken from low angles, either from the ground or a corner of a wall. Those were live feeds from the ant-like cameras he had set up throughout the house. Old Pym watched as Scott expertly cracked the alarm, created fingerprints, used cryogenics to blast open the warehouse door, and finally stuffed the Ant-Man suit into his bag. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. This kid is really skilled. His infiltration techniques are practically perfect. Hopefully, he'll perform just as well in the combat suit. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the second surveillance camera view located in the upper right corner of the screen. Those were feet wearing tactical military boots. Old Pym sat bolt upright, his brow furrowed. His fingers flew across the keyboard, switching between the different viewpoints of the ant cameras. The image is transmitted back. 3 fully armed men silently infiltrated the villa's first-floor corridor. They were dressed in uniform black tactical combat gear, wearing night vision goggles and carrying compact submachine guns equipped with silencers. Their tactical movements were clean and efficient, and they advanced towards the basement entrance while providing mutual cover. Who are these people? Old Pim's face turned ashen. Scott's infiltration was orchestrated by him, but these heavily armed mercenaries were definitely not part of his plan. Judging from their equipment and tactical skills, these people were no ordinary thieves. They had a clear objective and acted swiftly, clearly aiming for the basement vault. Darren. Old Pim's mind raced and he immediately guessed. But how did he know the suit was hidden here? As the mercenaries approached, Old Pim broke out in a cold sweat. Although Scott was a clever thief, he was absolutely no match for a group of professional assassins. He quickly grabbed the phone and dialed the police number. "This is 804 Millville Street. Armed thugs have broken into my house. They are armed with automatic weapons. Send the police immediately." After hanging up the phone, Old Pim stared intently at the monitor screen, but there was nothing he could do now. Scott wasn't wearing his helmet, so there was no way to contact him. "Scott, run," in the basement. Scott zipped up his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, dusted off his hands, and turned to leave the vault. He had just stepped onto the stairs and reached the corner of the first-floor staircase when he suddenly caught a faint sound of leather rubbing together. The alertness honed in prison and the underworld made Scott immediately stop and crouch down to find cover. He cautiously peeked out and saw red laser pointers sweeping across the room. "Damn it, someone's here." Scott cursed inwardly. "Louis, is there any movement outside?" He whispered into the communicator. "Everything's fine, man, not even a stray cat," Louis replied. "Damn it, they came in through the back door." Scott's heart sank. He only had a power drill while the other party clearly had a gun. 3 mercenaries descended the stairs in a triangular formation. The leader, wearing night vision goggles, immediately spotted Scott hiding behind a bookshelf, along with the bulging backpack on his back. "Target spotted. He got the item," the mercenary whispered into his throat microphone. "No warnings, no nonsense." He picked up the submachine gun equipped with a silencer and pulled the trigger directly. Puff, 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 puff. A volley of bullets grazed Scott's nose, shattering the siding behind him. Splinters of wood flew and struck Scott in the face. "Damn it," Scott reacted extremely quickly. He immediately rolled forward, grabbed a vase stand at the corner of the stairs, and smashed it down on the mercenary at the front. The heavy wooden frame crashed down on the mercenary's chest, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. Scott seized the opportunity and rushed towards the stairs leading to the second floor, making his escape. But he underestimated the reaction speed of these professional assassins. The other 2 mercenaries quickly scattered, one of them stepping up the stairs first and delivering a powerful front kick to Scott's stomach. The immense force sent Scott flying backward, crashing heavily back onto the ground floor. Cough. Scott coughed up a mouthful of acid, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. Before he could even get up, the mercenary he had hit with the flower stand rushed over, grabbed the strap of his backpack and yanked it hard. The backpack's shoulder strap broke, and the backpack containing the Ant-Man suit was stolen by mercenaries. Got the goods. The mercenary opened his backpack zipper, glanced inside, and nodded to his companion. 2 other mercenaries stepped forward, one on each side, raising their submachine guns and pointing the dark muzzles directly at Scott's head. "Get rid of him, retreat." The mercenary who had snatched the backpack coldly issued the execution order. Scott lay on the ground, staring blankly at the 2 gun barrels about to spit fire. Is that all? He hadn't yet gained custody of Kathy, and he didn't want to die in this dark, moldy basement. Driven by the instinct of humans facing death, Scott desperately closed his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his head and face. Just as the mercenary's finger was about to pull the trigger, Scott felt a sudden burning sensation on the skin close to his chest. Then something incredible happened. The metal pendant that the man named Daniel had given him in the bar transformed into a mass of liquid metal flowing like mercury, which spread like lightning along Scott's skin to his crossed arms. Buzz, with a slight, high-frequency vibrating sound. The liquid metal covering Scott's arms expanded outwards instantly. In 1/10 of a second, a metal disc, about half a meter in diameter and with a smooth, mirror-like surface, appeared in front of Scott's arm. Puff, 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 puff. The mercenary emptied his magazine and deadly bullets followed in quick succession. Clang, 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 clang. A series of rapid-fire projectiles struck the mirror's surface, sending sparks flying before being deflected. The gunfire ceased. The mercenary stared, stunned, at the empty magazine. What the hell is this thing? Scott opened his eyes and stared in astonishment at the metallic disc on his arm. Before he could figure it out, the mirrored disc melted back into liquid mercury, quickly contracted, flowed back down his arm to his chest, and transformed back into the quiet pendant. Fire, change magazines and fire. The lead mercenary roared, realizing what was happening. But Scott was no longer the helpless lamb to the slaughter he had been moments before. The instinct for survival and the street fighting skills he learned in prison were fully unleashed at this moment. Go to hell. Scott roared and instead of running away, charged straight at the leading mercenary. To catch the thief, first catch the king. He was less than 2 meters away from the team leader, and in one stride he rushed in front of him. Before the leader could even change his magazine, Scott had already thrown a punch straight for his liver. Just as Scott threw his punch, the pendant on his chest seemed to sense his intention to attack. The metal, now resembling mercury, surged again, instantly covering Scott's right fist and arm, forming a heavy gauntlet with a metallic sheen. Bang! Scott's punch landed squarely on the lead mercenary's abdomen. The heavily armed mercenary was over 19 meters tall and weighed 180 kilograms. Scott's punch sent him flying through the air, his feet leaving the ground. With a loud boom, it crashed heavily through the wooden wall behind it, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Without even uttering a sound, it fainted on the spot. The remaining 2 mercenaries were dumbfounded. What kind of thief could send a fully armed mercenary flying 10 meters with a single punch? Did you run into Walter's City Heroes? Scott himself was startled. He looked at the gleaming silver gauntlet on his right hand and felt the terrifying power of that punch. What is this thing? But now is not the time to explore this question. Suddenly, sirens blared outside, piercing the entire villa. The police outside could burst in at any moment. "Louis, start the car, I'm coming out," Scott shouted. He didn't try to retrieve the backpack containing the Ant-Man suit. To Scott, it was just an old motorcycle outfit. Escaping was his top priority. He didn't want to go back to prison. The metal handguard on his right fist had once again shrunk into a pendant. Scott darted out of the window and over the courtyard wall with the agility of a cheetah. In the darkness, the van hidden under the trees had already started, its doors open. Scott jumped into the van. "Drive, get out of here. Roger that, dude, buckle up." Louis floored the accelerator, the tires screeching as they sped off into the San Francisco night like an arrow. The battle suit was stolen. His carefully chosen successor abandoned his armor and ran away. Darren, old Pym clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with anger and worry. The situation had completely spiraled out of his control. San Francisco, a sophisticated Michelin 3-star French restaurant, the melodious sound of a violin flowed through the air. Azu and Hope's dinner drew to a close in a very pleasant atmosphere. Azu displayed all the qualities of a charming man: humor, wit, erudition, and impeccable listening skills. Every word he spoke and every glance he gave struck Hope's heart precisely. Hope gently swirled the red wine in her glass, her gaze somewhat unfocused as she looked at the man sitting opposite her. She didn't want to admit it, but she had to face her own heart. Her heart, dormant for so many years, had indeed been moved by this man she had only known for less than a day. After dinner, Azu drove Hope to her upscale apartment building. The sports car slowly came to a stop. A brief silence fell over the carriage, broken only by the soft hum of the engine idling. "Thank you for dinner, Daniel. It was a very perfect evening." Hope turned to look at Azu's profile, which appeared even more captivating in the dim light inside the car. "That's exactly what I wanted to say, Hope. Thank you for keeping me company tonight." Azu smiled slightly, responding to her with a lingering glance. Silence fell again inside the car, an ambiguous feeling spreading through the small space. "Daniel," Hope's voice trembled slightly, "if you're not in a hurry, would you like to come upstairs for a drink?" In the adult world, the implications of this highly suggestive invitation are self-evident. Looking into her expectant eyes, Azu's smile deepened. "It would be my great honor." The two took the elevator to Hope's luxurious penthouse apartment. The apartment features a minimalist and modern design, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering stunning views of the San Francisco Bay Area at night. Hope took off her high heels, walked barefoot to the bar, took out 2 crystal glasses, and poured a little Macallan whiskey. She carried 2 glasses of wine into the living room and handed one to Azu. "Cheers to our acquaintance." Hope raised her glass. "For you." Azu clinked glasses with her. The two walked to the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and sat down. As the alcohol took effect, the conversation gradually shifted from business and technology to personal preferences, life, and even deeper emotions. The two hit it off more and more as they talked, and the distance between them grew closer without them even realizing it. Hope, smelling the addictive scent emanating from Azu, felt her mouth go dry. She downed half a glass of wine in one gulp, a tempting blush rising on her cheeks. "Are you always this perfect, Daniel?" Hope, emboldened by the alcohol, looked boldly at him. "You always seem to know what to say and what to do." "That's because I'm facing you, Hope." Azu leaned down slightly close to her ear. You deserve the utmost treatment. Hope's heart suddenly raced and she tilted her head back slightly. Their eyes met and an electric current seemed to crackle in the air. Azu leaned forward slowly and Hope closed her eyes, slightly raised her chin and her rosy lips trembled slightly. Their breaths mingled and Azu's hands were poised to conquer the summit, just as their lips were about to touch. Buzz buzz buzz, a sudden, urgent phone vibration shattered the extremely ambiguous atmosphere. Hope suddenly opened her eyes, her body jerking back as if electrocuted, and frantically grabbed her phone from the coffee table. She intended to hang up immediately, but when she caught a glimpse of the incoming caller ID on the screen, her expression changed slightly. It's my father. Hope looked at Azu apologetically. He rarely calls me at this time. Answer it, it might be urgent. Azu leaned back on the sofa and nodded understandingly. Hope slides to answer the call. Hope, where are you now? Hank Pym's anxious, even slightly panicked voice came through the receiver. I'm home, what's wrong, father? Hope stood up, her brow furrowed. Something's happened, Hope, you have to go back to the old house right away. What's the matter that you're in such a panic? Hope asked calmly, we'll talk about it when we get back, it's not convenient now. Old Pym's tone was extremely heavy. Okay, I'll be right there. Hope hung up the phone, turned around and looked at Azu with an apologetic expression. I'm so sorry, Daniel. Her voice was filled with guilt and reluctance. My father has encountered a very urgent situation and I have to go there immediately. I haven't heard him sound so anxious in a long time. Things might be very serious, Hope said, quickly putting on her coat. I'm so sorry to have ruined tonight, but I have to leave now. I understand family always comes first, Azu said with understanding concern. It's hard to get a taxi at this time, I'll have the driver take you there. Azu took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. The car will be parked downstairs within 10 minutes. Looking at Azu's calm and reliable demeanor, Hope's unease subsided somewhat. Thank you, Daniel, you're so thoughtful, Hope said to Azu, touched. 5 minutes later. A black Maybach came to a smooth stop in front of the apartment building. The car door opened, and a burly driver wearing sunglasses stood beside the car, respectfully opening the door. Azu helped Hope into the back seat of the car and then got in himself. Go to 804 Millville Street. The Maybach sped through the night. As the car entered the upscale neighborhood where Hank Pym lived, the glaring red and blue police lights could be seen in the distance. 2 San Francisco Police Department patrol cars were parked outside Pym's villa. Azu's car was parked outside the police cordon. I just happened to see several police officers finish giving their statements, walk out of Pym's house, get into a police car, and leave. Seeing the police coming and going, Hope's heart skipped a beat. It seems the situation is more serious than I thought. Hope nervously pushed open the car door, preparing to get out. She had just taken a step when she suddenly stopped. He glanced back at Azu, who was also sitting in the back seat. Everything that happened tonight feels like a dream. If it weren't for this unexpected phone call, they might already be. Hope bit her lip, then suddenly turned around and leaned her upper body into the back seat of the carriage. Before Azu could react, she cupped his cheeks in her hands and kissed his lips deeply. 2 seconds later, Hope, blushing, left. I'll call you after I've taken care of things here. She gave Azu a deep look, then lifted her skirt and ran quickly toward Pym's old house. Azu leaned back in his chair, gently touching his lips with his finger, and smiled meaningfully as he watched Hope's departing figure. Hope approached the familiar 3-story retro villa, pushed open the half-closed carved wooden door, and by the dim light of the corridor wall lamps saw brass shell casings scattered all over the floor, as well as wood chips everywhere. The printed wallpaper and furniture were covered with rows of shocking bullet holes. The stair railing was broken in two, a large hole was in the wall, and the air was filled with the lingering, pungent smell of gunpowder. This is no ordinary burglary, this is a firefight. Hope, a highly trained special agent, quickly made this judgment. Father, she shouted, her voice echoing in the empty room. There was no response. Father, where are you? Hope shouted again, her voice tinged with barely concealed panic. I'm here, Hope. A slightly tired voice came from the direction of the basement. Hope went to the basement. In the dim light, Hank Pym sat dejectedly on a low cabinet inside the vault, his hair looking even more disheveled than usual. Seeing that her father was safe and sound, Hope's tense nerves finally relaxed and she breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank God you're all right. She quickly walked to Hank's side, looked him up and down, and after confirming he wasn't injured, her tone immediately became stern. What happened here? What are those bullet holes outside? Why are the police here? Old Pym faced his daughter, his eyes filled with deep frustration. My plans have fallen apart, Hope. Hank rubbed his temples, his voice bitter. Plan? What plan? Hope asked, arms crossed, feigning ignorance. I found someone, a thief named Scott Lang, Hank said with a wry smile. I deliberately spread the word to lure him in here and open that safe. I wanted to test his abilities. I wanted to give him that suit of armor. He's an exceptional talent, proficient in all kinds of security systems, and he's desperate. He needs money to pay child support for his daughter. Everything was going smoothly. He passed all the tests, successfully deactivated the alarm, opened the vault door, and retrieved the suit. What about the gunfight outside? Which thief fired the shot? Hope pointed outside. No, it wasn't him, Hank explained, shaking his head. Just as Scott was about to leave with the suit, another group burst in. 3 fully armed thugs, equipped with night vision goggles and silenced submachine guns, were highly tactically skilled, and their objective was clear: the suit. Scott got into a fight with them. I don't know what trick the thief used, but he knocked one of the robbers away and then jumped out of the window and escaped. But Hank looked up at Hope, his eyes filled with seriousness. That Ant-Man suit was stolen by those robbers. What? The suit was stolen? Hope's expression changed drastically upon hearing this news. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to calm down and analyze the situation. Listen, Father. Only one person knows what might be hidden in this house, and only one person has the motive to hire a bloodthirsty killer to steal it. Hope and Old Pym exchanged a glance and simultaneously uttered the name, Darren Cross. I underestimated his intelligence network. He must have found something in my old lab. Darren is very intelligent, just like me when I was young, which is why I chose him as my apprentice. Old Pym sighed helplessly, his eyes full of worry. He's been trying to perfect the miniaturization technology of the Wasp suit, but he's been unable to solve the problem of protein collapse during the miniaturization process. That Ant-Man suit contains the Pym particle stabilization formula. Old Pym's voice trembled slightly. If Darren really did take that suit, he could very well have reverse-engineered it. That would definitely bring his weapons mass production plan forward, perhaps next month or even earlier. I warned you, Hope's voice suddenly rose. I said give me that suit. I've received professional combat and infiltration training. I know Darren's security system, I know where he hid his servers. If I were the one wearing the suit, I would have burned his data center to ashes tonight, instead of standing here watching someone else steal the Ant-Man suit. Why won't you believe your own daughter? Faced with his daughter's accusations, Hank Pym's face flushed red and his suppressed temper flared up. I've told you so many times, Hope, you're not suitable. He jumped to his feet, shouting hysterically, trying to drown out his emotions with his voice. You can't wear that suit. Never. I'm not suitable. Hope didn't back down, scoffing and staring straight into Hank's eyes. Is it because I'm not smart enough? Or because I'm not strong enough? She took a step closer. Or is it because of my mother, Janet? Upon hearing the name Janet, Hank Pym froze on the spot, his lips trembling slightly. His gaze began to dart away, unable to meet Hope's eyes directly. After a long pause, Pym finally spoke slowly. You knew everything. I know everything. Hope fought back her tears. I know that in 1987, she chose to sacrifice herself to save countless lives, shrinking herself to the subatomic level. Old Pym slowly covered his face, let out a long sigh, his voice filled with more than 20 years of regret and pain. I think about that moment every day, Hope. She made that decision, and I could only watch helplessly as she shrank and disappeared completely from my sight. He walked up to an old photograph of himself and Janet when they were young, both of them smiling brightly. Losing her feels like someone ripped a piece out of my heart. Hank looked at Hope, his voice pleading. You look so much like her, Hope. Your eyes, the way you get angry, even the tone of your voice, they're exactly like Janet's. I can't let you wear that suit. I can't let you take that risk again. I can't lose you again. After Hank Pym's heartfelt confession, the two calmed down. Hope's tears finally fell. She walked up to Hank and gently embraced the stubborn old man who had been defiant his whole life. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't know you were bearing so much all by yourself. Old Pym gently patted her back, just as he had comforted her when she was a child. The years of estrangement largely dissipated after Janet was mentioned. A moment later, Hope released Pym, her gaze regaining its resolve. Father, we can't change the past. But now we must face the threat Darren poses. Since the old suit has been stolen, there's only one way left: make another Ant-Man suit. This time I'll do it myself. No. Old Pym refused almost reflexively. Since you know the reason, you should understand why I absolutely refuse to let you wear this outfit. You can't make me take that risk. Hope's voice rose again as she retorted without any politeness. So you can justify letting another innocent person take this risk without any remorse. She pressed on relentlessly, bombarding Hank with accusations like a machine gun. Others have families too, others have people who love them too. That's Scott Lang. You know perfectly well that he has a daughter. Hope's tone betrayed disappointment. You're willing to let another little girl lose her father just to protect your own daughter, to make her suffer the pain you went through? What kind of illogical logic is that, Dr. Pym? Hank Pym was speechless after Hope's retort. He opened his mouth wanting to explain himself but found that he couldn't find any reason to refute it, because Hope is absolutely right. He knew perfectly well that doing so was selfish and cruel, and subconsciously he deliberately avoided this issue when choosing Scott Lang. He kept brainwashing himself, telling himself that it was all for the greater good, that it was just a fair deal. But in reality, he was using other people's lives to ensure his daughter's safety. Hope looked at her silent father. Azu's words to her echoed in her mind once more. You are more suitable and more qualified than anyone else to inherit his mantle. Her tone softened, but it made her all the more unwavering. Father, if you really want to stop all this, you must trust me. I'm not a hothouse flower, I'm Janet Dane's daughter. Old Pym looked up and gazed intently at his daughter, whose eyes were filled with unwavering determination. He suddenly realized that his daughter had grown up long ago and that she possessed the same brave and stubborn spirit as his wife. He let out a long sigh as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. You've grown up, Hope, braver than me. Old Pym gently patted Hope on the shoulder. He finally relented, but the practical problems were right in front of them. But even if I agree to let you put on the suit and stop Darren, he shook his head with a wry smile, pointing to the empty houses around them. Look at what we have now. Darren controls all of Pym Technologies' resources. If I were to rely solely on myself, it would take at least 2 or 3 years to create another Ant-Man suit. Old Pym spread his hands. By then, Darren will have already sold his weapons to terrorists all over the universe. Upon hearing this harsh reality, Hope remained silent for a long time. She paced back and forth, looking somewhat troubled. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, looked at her dejected father, and a confident and mysterious smile bloomed on her face. Who says you can only rely on yourself? What do you mean? Old Pym looked up in confusion. I happen to know a friend. Hope took a gold-edged embossed business card from her handbag and handed it to Old Pym. Old Pym picked up the business card, and after reading the title on it, his brows furrowed deeply. Star Corporation, the parent company of Water International. Hope, you're playing with fire. These capitalists might be even more greedy than Darren. He's different, father. Hope's mind conjured up Azu's captivating face, and she spoke with certainty. I'll arrange a meeting between you two tomorrow. I'll introduce you to each other. At this moment, in a dilapidated apartment in San Francisco. The room was filled with smoke, and the table was covered with leftover pizza boxes and empty beer cans. Dude, this was absolutely the craziest night of my life. I'm telling you, when I heard the gunshots coming from inside the house, I swear, I even had the words on my tombstone ready. Here lies Scott Lang, a good father and also a hapless man riddled with bullets. Shut up. Scott leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the metal pendant on his hand. My mind is still a complete mess. What was supposed to be a simple theft of a retired old man's safe turned into a shootout straight out of a Hollywood blockbuster. What shocked him even more was the bizarre thing that happened to him that night. He carefully poked the teardrop-shaped metal pendant. It looks like an ordinary piece of metal. But this very thing, the instant the gunman fired, transformed into a shield that blocked the bullets. Not only that, it also transformed into a heavy-duty gauntlet, allowing him to punch a fully armed, burly man 10 meters away. This will bring you good luck and help you out of trouble when you encounter difficulties. It's a gift from a friend. Scott recalled the wealthy Asian man he had been drinking with in the bar. Although they had only just met, he had truly considered him a close friend. Who exactly is this Daniel? Who exactly is he? Why would a casually given gift from a friend contain such advanced, unconventional technology? All the questions intertwined, putting Scott's brain in a state of overload. Moreover, he didn't have Daniel's contact information, so all of this remained unknown. Never mind. Scott scratched his head in frustration, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. The night's harrowing experience had drained him of all his strength. I don't want to think about it anymore. Do whatever you want. I'm still alive, and that's enough. Scott tucked the pendant back into his collar and placed it close to his body. I'm going to sleep. Even if the world ends tomorrow, I'll wait until I wake up. Kurt got up and sat on the sofa, muttering to himself. He then pulled an old blanket from the sofa over himself and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, bang, 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 the loud knocking echoed down the hallway. San Francisco Police Department, open the door. Scott Lang, we know you're inside. Scott was woken from the sofa by the loud B***G on the door. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked ahead. In the living room, Louis, wearing floral shorts, was leaning against the wall with his hands raised and a look of terror on his face. Two fully armed police officers had already smashed open the flimsy wooden door, their dark gun barrels pointed directly into the room. "Get down on the ground, hands behind your head, now," the officer in charge shouted sternly. Before Scott could even figure out what was happening, two officers swarmed him and roughly shoved him to the floor. The cold, hard handcuffs snapped shut on his wrists from behind. "Scott Lang, you're under arrest." The officer dragged Scott to his feet and coldly shouted, "Don't resist." "Wait, what right do you have to arrest me?" Scott shouted, struggling. "I didn't do anything, the officer sneered. "The burglary at 804 Millville Street last night, you'd better save your excuses for the judge." Scott's mind went blank for a moment. He was roughly shoved into a patrol car with flashing red and blue police lights downstairs by two police officers, one on each side. San Francisco Police Department interrogation room. A stark white fluorescent light hung from the ceiling, emitting a faint hum of electricity. Scott's hands were handcuffed to a metal table fixed to the floor. Half an hour later, the iron door to the interrogation room was pushed open. The man who walked in wasn't the detective in charge of the case, but a man in a crisp police uniform with a rugged face. Jim Paxton, Maggie's current husband and Kathy's stepfather. Paxton pulled out the metal chair opposite Scott and sat down heavily. He didn't speak immediately, but instead scrutinized Scott with a look that was a mixture of anger, disdain, and deep disappointment. After a moment, he spoke. "You really are incorrigible, Scott," Paxton said sarcastically. "I thought those 3 years at San Quentin would teach you something. It seems I overestimated your intelligence." Scott kept his lips tightly closed and didn't speak, but simply shifted his gaze to the one-way mirror to the side. "What, don't want to talk?" Paxton sneered and took out a document. A serious armed robbery occurred last night on Millville Street. Several thugs armed with automatic weapons broke into a private villa, damaged the vault, and engaged in a serious gun battle. But the exciting part is here. Paxton pulled a photograph from the file and pushed it in front of Scott. The villa's neighbors installed high-definition surveillance cameras with night vision in their yards. Those 3 militants were wearing tactical masks, but you, Paxton said sarcastically, "when you ran away, your hat fell off. Your face, like a Hollywood star on the red carpet, was captured perfectly clearly." Scott looked at the photo. It was indeed him in the photo, climbing over the wall, a look of panic on his face. "You had a falling out with your accomplices over the spoils." Paxton leaned back in his chair, setting the tone with a judge's voice. "Or are you just a cheap tool hired by these armed thugs to pick locks?" Scott looked up at Paxton. "I had no accomplices. I don't know who those men with guns were. I just went to—" His words caught in his throat. What was he going to do? Steal something? Regardless of his initial purpose, he remains a burglar under the law. Now, with the appearance of the gunmen, the nature of the case has escalated from a simple burglary to an armed robbery. He was speechless and unable to defend himself. Just going there for what? A walk. Paxton pressed closer, placing his hands on the table and bringing his face almost right in front of Scott's. "You're hopeless, Scott." His tone was laced with undisguised contempt. "You're a thief, a criminal at heart. You'll never change that." Maggie was initially hesitant about whether to wait until you found a stable job before giving you more time to spend with Kathy, but now it seems completely unnecessary. Armed robbery plus your prior record, you'll be in jail for 20 years. You've lost Kathy forever. Scott's hands were clenched into fists, the metal edges of the handcuffs digging into the skin of his wrists, but he seemed not to feel any pain. He listened silently without offering any rebuttal. What could he say? Tell Paxton that his original plan was to steal the item and then return it as a hero. In this cold interrogation room, facing the policeman who had always looked down on him, even he found the absurd reason laughable. Let him say what he wants. Scott closed his eyes, despair washing over him like a tidal wave. But fate didn't seem to intend to let him off the hook. Today happens to be Kathy's school's half-day open house, so school ends at noon. Maggie brought Kathy to the police station specifically to wait for Paxton to get off work so the 3 of them could go out for a nice lunch. The police station lobby was bustling with people. Maggie, holding Kathy's hand, smiled and nodded to the familiar officers. Just as they were walking toward Paxton's office, an unusually loud reprimand came from the direction of the interrogation room. Because the soundproof door to the interrogation room wasn't fully closed during the shift change, Paxton's furious voice carried clearly down the corridor. "You're a piece of scum, Scott. You'll never see your daughter again in your life." Maggie stopped in her tracks, her smile freezing instantly, and turned to look at the half-closed interrogation room door. "Mommy, that's Uncle Paxton's voice." Kathy tilted her head back, blinking her big eyes, her childish voice tinged with a hint of confusion. "Who is he talking to?" He mentioned Daddy's name. A deep sense of foreboding washed over her. Maggie unconsciously tightened her grip on Kathy's hand and hurried toward the interrogation room. Squeak, the interrogation room door was pushed open. The two men inside turned their heads at the same time. Maggie, Paxton asked, somewhat taken aback. What are you doing here? This isn't a place for you. Maggie, Scott's lips trembled as he saw his ex-wife wanting to say something. Maggie ignored Scott and looked at Paxton asking, what happened, why is he here? Paxton sighed, walked over to Maggie and whispered, armed home invasion. Last night on Millville Street, there was a gunfight and his face was clearly captured on CCTV. Maggie closed her eyes and her body swayed slightly. Scott. She looked at Scott with utter disappointment in her eyes. You actually went to steal again. Broke in, armed men, what kind of monster have you turned yourself into? I didn't participate in the armed robbery, Maggie, you have to believe me. Scott pleaded urgently. Maggie pulled Kathy behind her so she wouldn't see Scott's current state. Paxton is right, you're beyond saving. I will never let you see Kathy again. I will never allow my daughter to have a robber as a father. No, Mom. Kathy, who was hiding behind Maggie, suddenly broke free from her mother's grasp. The little girl's eyes were red and large tears rolled down her cheeks. She bravely rushed to the metal table and tightly grasped Scott's handcuffed arms with her small hands. Daddy's not a thief, Kathy cried out. Daddy's a superhero, you can't say that about him. You can't lock Daddy up. Looking at her daughter's tear-streaked face and hearing that trusting superhero, Scott's heart felt as if it were being repeatedly cut by a rusty, dull knife bleeding profusely. Maggie stepped forward and forcefully pulled Kathy back to her side. She stared coldly at Scott. I've told you before, Scott, I hope you can maintain that beautiful hero image in your daughter's eyes. I've been trying to explain to her why you can't be there for her. Now explain it to her yourself. Tell your daughter what kind of person you really are. Tell her why you're wearing handcuffs. All eyes were on Scott and Kathy looked at him with immense expectation and trust. Dad, tell them you're going to fight bad guys, right? You're on a secret mission, right? Scott looked into his daughter's expectant eyes, his lips trembling. He wanted to shout, yes, Kathy, Daddy's a hero. Daddy even punched a B***D with a machine gun last night. But how could he bring himself to say it? Faced with irrefutable evidence and everyone's prejudices, uttering such absurd words only makes him look like a complete lunatic. Scott forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, preparing to shatter his daughter's fairytale world with his own hands. Kathy, listen to Daddy. Actually, Daddy. But the words stuck in Scott's throat and he couldn't utter a sound. Let's go, Kathy, there are no superheroes here. Just as Maggie was about to forcibly pull the crying Kathy out of the interrogation room. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of hurried and orderly footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor outside the interrogation room. Hey, gentlemen, you can't go into the interrogation room. A police officer shouted, blocking their way. Step aside. I am a senior special envoy from the legal department of the Vought Corporation. This is a clearance order signed by the White House. A dignified female voice rang out in the hallway outside the door. Immediately afterwards, the interrogation room door was pushed open again. The San Francisco Police Department's precinct chief followed behind, looking extremely nervous. A group of 4 people walked in front of the branch director. Leading the group was a professionally dressed woman exuding an aura of sophistication. Behind her followed 3 men in black suits and sunglasses, each with a burly physique resembling Schwarzenegger. Each of these individuals wore a gleaming metallic V badge on their chest. That's the VGD, Voters Global Defense logo. Paxton, Maggie, and even Scott in the interrogation room were all stunned for a moment. Walter's men? What are they doing at the police station? The female executive in charge swept her cold gaze across everyone in the interrogation room, finally fixing her gaze on Scott. Detective, the female executive said coldly, leaving no room for negotiation, I am the executive director of VGD's legal department. I now formally represent Walter and demand that you immediately release Mr. Scott Lang. Release him. Paxton's eyes widened as if he were listening to a fairy tale. Ma'am, are you mistaken? He's a serious offender suspected of armed burglary. We have solid evidence. Your evidence is bullshit. She threw a stamped document directly in front of Paxton. Mr. Scott Lang is a registered superhero of VGD, in accordance with the 5th Amendment to the Superhero Registration and Management Act and a special agreement between Vought Corporation and the federal government. He is entitled to a Level A qualifying exemption. San Francisco police have no right to detain or interrogate him. Remove his handcuffs immediately. Furthermore, the events that occurred last night on Millville Street were part of a VGD-authorized operation by Mr. Lang against illegal armed mercenaries. He was fighting crime. And you arrested a hero as a criminal. The moment those words were spoken, the entire interrogation room seemed to be put on pause. What? Paxton stared at the document in disbelief. Maggie covered her mouth, too shocked to utter a word. Even Scott himself, sitting in the chair, was completely dumbfounded. Am I a registered hero with water? When did I join VGD? I didn't know that. Yeah, a crisp cheer broke the silence. Kathy happily broke free from Maggie's hand, jumping and skipping around with a bright smile on her face. I knew it, my dad is a superhero, see, I told you so. Kathy clapped her hands proudly and announced loudly to everyone. Paxton still couldn't believe it. Although he was a police officer, he was actually a die-hard superhero fan in private. He even has a complete set of limited edition Super 7 figurines at home, a total of 6. But, Scott? Paxton looked Scott up and down suspiciously. This man whom he had despised countless times, this guy who could be pinned to the ground by 2 ordinary police officers. How could he possibly be a member of that heroic group that maintains world peace? He's really a superhero. Paxton looked Scott up and down suspiciously, his eyes full of disbelief. Besides messing up wiring and picking locks, what else can he do? Has your Vought Corporation made a mistake? The female executive gave Paxton a cold glance. The Water Corporation never makes mistakes. Now please remove your handcuffs. Paxton hesitated for a moment, but under pressure from the branch officer, he had no choice but to take out his keys. Dad, what's your superpower? At that moment, Kathy ran to the table, gripped the edge with both hands, and looked at Scott with bright, curious eyes full of admiration. Scott looked at his daughter's expectant gaze, and a bitter smile crept across his face. Superpowers? He has absolutely no superpowers. He can't even break free of these alloy handcuffs. To avoid making the atmosphere too awkward, Scott pretended to loosen his wrists and unconsciously tugged at the handcuff chains with both hands. At the very moment he exerted his strength, the pendant on her chest seemed to sense Scott's feelings once again. The liquid metal, as if it were alive, quickly covered his wrists and forearms. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Scott's arms transformed into a pair of futuristic heavy-duty silver arm guards. Crack, bang. With a crisp sound of metal snapping, the high-strength alloy police handcuffs were shattered into several pieces of metal by the expansion of the metal arm guards, which fell to the ground with a clatter. Everything happened so fast, it felt like an illusion. But the scattered fragments of handcuffs on the ground clearly proved what had just happened. Maggie covered her mouth in shock. Paxton, still holding the key he used to unlock the door, froze on the spot, his eyes filled with shock and a strange emotion as he looked at Scott. That's true superhuman power, he really is Walter's superhero. Wow, Kathy's excited scream broke the silence. She jumped and clapped her little hands happily. Daddy is amazing, Daddy has arms of steel, Daddy is Iron Man. Maggie stood there, frozen in place. Recalling those heartless words, I felt a mix of emotions. She always thought Scott was an unrealistic dreamer and a failure who would never be able to take on family responsibilities. But now it turns out she was wrong. He is truly a hero. He is doing something great. Scott. Maggie stepped forward, her voice filled with deep apology. I'm so sorry. I said those things before. I thought you were going down that old path again. I was just too worried about Kathy. I understand, Maggie. You're a good mother. Scott looked at his ex-wife, and at that moment the knot in his heart was untied. Paxton coughed awkwardly twice, a slightly ingratiating smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Mr. Lang, this is a misunderstanding. He rubbed his hands nervously. You know, we police officers just follow procedure. If only I had known you were Walter's hero. I was wondering if you're free this weekend. If you don't mind, I'd like to invite you over for dinner. Maggie's a great cook. Oh, sorry, I meant it was for Kathy. She'd really like to hear about her dad's glorious deeds. Daddy, you'll come, won't you? Kathy tugged at Scott's arm affectionately. Scott looked at his ex-wife, whose attitude had completely changed 180 degrees, and his current husband, and at his daughter's happy smile. He felt like he was dreaming, but one thing he was very clear about. He had barely escaped hell. He absolutely couldn't let himself fall back in. Now that Walter had given him this identity, regardless of Walter's motives, he had to cling to this lifeline. Scott took a deep breath, straightened his back, and tried his best to show the confidence that belongs to a superhero. No problem, Officer Paxton. I'll be there on time. Scott calmly agreed, then he crouched down and lifted Kathy high in the air. Kathy, Daddy still has tasks to take care of. He kissed his daughter's rosy cheek and said softly, See you this weekend, my little peanut. Daddy promises to bring you the coolest gift. Okay. Kathy nodded obediently. Mr. Lang, we should go now. There's still a lot of work waiting for you, Ms. Walter reminded him. Scott stood up, glanced at Maggie and Paxton one last time, said nothing more, and turned to follow Walter's men out of the interrogation room. After leaving the police station, the group got into a luxury van parked at the entrance. The car doors closed, shutting out the noise from the outside world. The interior of the carriage is spacious and luxurious. Meanwhile, in the back row in the executive chair, Azu was holding a glass of champagne, watching him with a smile. Daniel, the moment Scott saw Azu, all his pretense vanished. I knew it was you. Oh my God, I don't even know how to thank you. Scott's voice trembled slightly. You not only saved my life, but you also got me out of that damn interrogation room. You even gave me the title of hero, allowing me to hold my head high in front of my daughter. You pulled me out of hell, Daniel. I owe you so much. Hint, you've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 30000. From Scott Lang, Azu took a satisfied sip of wine. Indeed, the more someone has experienced the depths of despair, the more emotional value they provide when pulled into the light. Azu put down his wine glass, smiled, and shook his head. No need to thank me, Scott. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank the people of your motherland. Homelander, Scott was taken aback. Yes, Azu nodded seriously. It guides us that true heroes should not suffer unjust punishment for upholding justice. He gave the word hero its true meaning. I merely carried out his will. Although Scott has been serving his 3-year prison sentence, he can still watch television frequently in prison. Over the years, he had witnessed firsthand how the Homelanders had repeatedly saved the world. In particular, the epic battle that ultimately vanished into deep space brought tears to the eyes of the entire world. Scott felt a profound respect and an inexplicable sense of closeness to the hero who remains lost to the stars. I admire him so much, Scott said sincerely. He's a great man and I pray every day for his safe return. Hint. You've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 5,000. From Scott Lang, but regardless, Daniel, you gave me this opportunity yourself and I can't ignore your help. Tell me, is there anything I can do for you? Azu smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he asked a question first. I claim to be Walter's registered hero without your permission. That's somewhat disrespectful to your personal wishes, so I'm asking you formally now. Scott Lang, would you like to join Vought and become a real superhero? Scott felt his blood boiling. Of course, I'd love to. He was so excited he almost jumped out of his seat. Becoming a hero who can protect everyone, that's something I never even dared to dream of. The female manager sitting in the front row turned around at the opportune moment and handed over a folder and a pen. This is a hero signing contract from the Water Group, Mr. Lang, the female executive said businesslike. Scott took the folder, flipped through it, and glanced at it. His eyes widened when he saw the long string of zeros on the contract. The salary is outrageously generous. Not only is there a huge base salary, but there are also allowances for each mission, and it even includes high-value accidental death insurance and family compensation. This money would not only be enough for him to pay off all of Maggie's alimony payments over the past few years in one lump sum, but it would also allow him to buy a villa with a swimming pool in a wealthy neighborhood of San Francisco, so that Kathy could live like a princess. Seeing his shocked expression, Azu said calmly, "This is the treatment a water hero deserves. We never mistreat those willing to shed blood for justice." Scott gripped the pen tremblingly, preparing to sign his name in the signature column. However, I need to remind you of something. Azu's voice rang out at the right moment, interrupting his actions. Think it through before you put pen to paper. After signing this contract, you will officially face the risks a true hero should take. This isn't a problem you can solve by spending a few years in prison. You might be facing ruthless supervillains, mutated monsters, or even an alien invasion. You could never see the sun rise again. Azu asked, enunciating each word clearly, "Are you really ready?" Scott's hand holding the pen froze in midair. Countless images flashed through his mind. The cold iron bars of San Quentin State Prison, Maggie's disappointed eyes, and the radiant smile on Kathy's face as she proudly shouted, "Daddy's a superhero." Those terrible past events are dead. He will never allow himself to disappoint his daughter again. Scott's gaze hardened. Without further hesitation, he gripped his wrist and scribbled his name at the end of the contract. This is the path I should take. Scott closed the folder and handed it back to the female executive. System notification. At the same time the contract was signed, a system notification also sounded in Azu's mind. Special individual detected. Ant-Man Scott Lang, 2nd generation, officially registered and joined the Vought Heroes team. Becoming a contracted hero under the host's name. Special popularity points reward, plus 30000. Special ability awarded, Biopharon electromagnetic waves. Effect, enables seamless communication and basic command control with most insects and lower animals. Great, they've made almost 100,000 off Scott this time. Azu happily welcomed Scott. Welcome to Walter, Scott. He extended his hand and gave Scott a firm handshake. Then, Azu took out a futuristic-looking silver belt from the storage compartment next to him and handed it to Scott. This is a complete upgrade to the pendant you're wearing around your neck. Azu explained, the pendant's capacity is too limited, it can only cover a portion of your limbs. This belt, however, once activated, can cover your entire body with a full suit of armor. Scott took the heavy belt and stroked its metallic texture in amazement. This is incredible. Is this nanotechnology? I've only been here a few years and the technology outside has already advanced to this level. It's not nanotechnology, Azu shook his head, explaining, it's biomimetic metal technology. Unlike nanorobots, which require a complex central chip for overall control and constant replenishment, biomimetic metals have the advantage of not having a traditional brain or chip. Their intelligence is distributed throughout the entire alloy structure. Even if it's blasted into hundreds of tiny droplets, each droplet retains the instinct to find its host and merge with it. As an electrical engineering expert, Scott immediately grasped the technological significance of the concept. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Swarm intelligence materials without a central chip. This is simply a miracle in materials science. However, it also has weaknesses." Azu didn't hide anything. Unlike nanobots, it doesn't have a complex structure, so you can't expect it to conjure up pulse cannons out of thin air. Furthermore, because pure biomimetic metals need to maintain their liquid flow state, their molecular structure is not robust. They are not resistant to high temperatures or strong kinetic impacts. Scott was slightly disappointed upon hearing this. Seeing the change in Scott's expression, Azu changed the subject. "But I incorporated some vibranium into its structure," Azu said casually, a term that drives defense companies around the world crazy. "Vibranium?" Scott exclaimed in surprise. "I always thought it was just a hypothetical concept in materials science. I never imagined it actually existed." "Of course it exists, and the effect is surprisingly good." Azu looked at Scott's reaction with satisfaction. The addition of vibranium perfectly solves the problem of the low defensive capabilities of mimicry metal. Not only is the overall weight reduced, but the defense is also greatly improved. It can definitely withstand at least one armor-piercing round from a tank. Although this armor is currently geared towards melee combat, its mimicry properties allow it to be perfectly compatible with and connect to any external interface to support peripherals. Azu patted Scott on the shoulder encouragingly. "With your knowledge of electrical engineering, I believe you can develop it into whatever form you desire." Scott's eyes lit up as he listened, his hands gripping the belt tightly. A mimicry armor that can be infinitely customized and boasts super strong defensive capabilities. This is practically a dream outfit tailor-made for him. Following Walter's tradition, every registered hero needs a resounding name. Azu looked at him leisurely. "What do you want to be called?" Scott looked down at the belt in his hand, and Kathy's happy smiling face flashed through his mind. "I missed out on so much of Kathy's companionship in the past. From now on, I want to be Kathy's eternal guardian knight. Let's call him Armor Knight." Upon hearing this, Azu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Armored Knight? That sounds really exciting," Azu joked. "If that's the case, I suggest you design a cool entrance and transformation sequence for yourself. It would be best if you also had the habit of shouting out the names of your moves. That would be even more popular with younger fans." Scott scratched his head a little sheepishly. "I'll think about it, Daniel. All right, that's enough small talk." Azu's smile faded and his expression turned serious. "Now that you've officially become Walter's superhero then, ready to accept your first mission, Armored Knight?" Upon hearing the mission order, Scott immediately sat up straight and fastened his belt around his waist. "Ready, sir." Scott exclaimed energetically, "I've truly escaped hell. Those petty criminal days are over. I'm ready to fight evil and save the innocent." "Very good, keep that awareness." Azu nodded in satisfaction. "Your first task," Azu said in a deep voice, issuing the instruction. "It's about going to Hell's Kitchen in New York City, going undercover to infiltrate a massive transnational criminal organization." Then, Azu stared at Scott's face, which gradually stiffened. "Help me find something. If you have the chance, use your skills to steal it." Upon hearing the word stolen, Scott's face, which had just been full of righteous indignation, began to twitch uncontrollably at the corners of his mouth. "Scott, don't be limited by appearances." Seeing Scott's devastated state, Azu's tone became earnest and earnest. "You think fighting crime means just wearing a uniform and beating people up on the street? That's not all. The world isn't simply black and white, Scott. Light exists because someone is shielding us from the darkness. Some evils lurk in the abyss beyond the reach of the law. The police can't deal with them, and even Superman flying in the sky can't eradicate them completely. To destroy the darkness, someone must be willing to relinquish their feathers. voluntarily plunging into the darkness and joining forces with those evil spirits. But those who dare to shed their glamorous facades, walk alone into the shadows, endure misunderstanding and loneliness, all to bring a glimmer of light back to humanity, they are the true heroes. Tell me, Scott, who says, only those who stand in the light are heroes? Who says only those who stand in the light are heroes? These words struck Scott like a thunderbolt. His breathing became heavy and a fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. Seeing Scott's transformation, Azu pressed his advantage. You're not going to steal anything, Scott. You're going to destroy an evil empire. That's the highest form of justice. Once you find that thing, Walter will immediately close in and wipe out that entire criminal organization. Azu painted a rosy picture. By then, I guarantee you'll get an S-Class hero contract from the Vought Corporation. All the media outlets in America will be giving you extensive coverage. You'll be in the limelight. Just imagine. How proud Kathy will be when she brags to her classmates at school that her dad is the armored knight who destroyed the dark organization. And your ex-wife Maggie, the look of deep regret in her eyes when she realized what kind of man she'd given up. These words hit all of Scott's sweet spots perfectly. Just thinking about that scene made Scott's adrenaline surge wildly. For Kathy's smile and to prove herself to everyone. What's a trip into the darkness? Those who venture into the darkness can also be knights of light. Scott burst into flames, his brain completely flooded with blood, and he slammed his chest. Done, Scott's voice boomed, landing with a resounding thud. Sir, tell me, which organization do I go to? What am I looking for? Hee, good boy. Seeing that he was fully on his way, Azu nodded in satisfaction. That organization is called The Hand, and they have their core base in Hell's Kitchen, New York. And what you're looking for is very special. Inside them it's called Dragon Bones. Dragon bones? Scott asked, somewhat puzzled. They sound like fossils from the Jurassic period. Once you enter them, you'll naturally know what it is. Once you arrive at Hell's Kitchen, someone will secretly cooperate with you to infiltrate their organization. Scott nodded, memorizing the mission details. Then he hesitated for a moment, rubbed his hands together, and asked cautiously, Sir, is this mission urgent? Can I wait until after this weekend to set off? He lowered his head sheepishly. I just promised Kathy I'd take her to dinner this weekend and tell her stories about being a hero. I don't want to disappoint her. After listening, Azu smiled tolerantly and said, Of course, no problem, Scott. A man who doesn't value his family can't become a great hero. And you don't need to rush to New York right away. Before officially starting your undercover mission, you must report to Vaught's San Francisco branch. You will need to undergo 4 weeks of intensive training. You will learn how to perfectly control your new armor and acquire essential combat skills. Enjoy your family dinner, Armored Knight. Report to the San Francisco branch Monday morning. Scott breathed a sigh of relief, a bright smile spreading across his face. Thank you, Daniel. I promise I will definitely not let you down. Just then, the car arrived at the apartment building where he was staying. Scott gripped his belt tightly, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future, and pushed open the car door, stepping into the bright sunshine of San Francisco. Drive back to the hotel, Azu instructed, watching Scott leave. The driver smoothly pressed the accelerator and nimbly merged into the traffic. Sir, is he really capable of infiltrating the Hand? Skynet, taking over a T-1050 inside the vehicle, raised a reasonable question. His personality is tainted with too much unnecessary sympathy. The Hand, an organization that has existed for centuries, is not easily fooled. That's precisely why he's the right person. Azu explained patiently. Scott spent 3 years in San Quentin, and his file is thoroughly documented by the FBI and even the local police department. He had a clean record, no government connections, and no roots in the underworld. He was a talented individual who ruined his life due to a moment of impulsiveness. These marginalized individuals, struggling to survive in the mire, desperately in need of money and shelter, are exactly the kind of people the Hand likes to recruit. As long as Scott demonstrates his value and we provide him with some scripts, he can definitely infiltrate their inner circle in a short time. Skynet nodded and said, I understand. I will arrange for T-1050s to secretly clear some obstacles for him, ensuring that what the Hand knows is only what we want them to see. Make it cleaner. Azu closed his eyes and continued his calculations. In fact, there was only one reason that led him to suddenly decide to use this piece, and even to allow Skynet to hand over its latest research technology to Scott. Keel, or rather, lifespan. In this chaotic and insane universe, thanks to the various abnormal enhancements from the system, Azu has acquired absolute power sufficient to crush the vast majority of threats. There was one thing he could never overcome: time. He was well aware of his own limitations. Although the enhanced cell activity he received from Bucky, the Silver Hand had greatly increased his lifespan. Living for over 100 years would be no problem at all. But in the face of the vast and boundless river of time, this biological longevity is but a drop in the ocean, utterly insignificant. If someone were to use the power of the time stone to launch a regular attack, no matter how strong their steel body is, it would eventually turn into a handful of ashes scattered by the wind under the erosion of time. In the chaotic world of Marvel, where the multiverse is rampant, the time stone is never unique. In every parallel universe, there are countless versions of this green stone. Not to mention that, apart from the time stone, in this universe where superpowers are incredibly diverse, it wouldn't be surprising at all if a few superhumans suddenly appeared who possessed the ability to control aging or time stealing. Immortality can wait, Azu silently told himself. At least I need to become an immortal being first. In the Marvel Universe, there are very few things that can grant humans the ability to live forever. Dragon bones are one of the most accessible and practical options. The leaders of the Hand have maintained their peak fighting power for centuries by drawing on the mysterious substance in the dragon bones. Azu once tried to find the dragon bones himself. He flew over New York, fully activating his super senses, his gaze piercing the Earth's surface and penetrating hundreds of meters underground. But in his heightened senses, there was nothing unusual about New York's underground except for reinforced concrete, the sewer network, and the subway tunnels. He also attempted a full scan using camouflage exploration magic, but the result greatly disappointed him. That thing was clearly concealed by a powerful Eastern esoteric art distinct from magic. Azu was also annoyed by this, but he quickly figured out the logic behind it. If dragon bones were so easy to find, the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme of Camouflage, would have already gone to the New York Underground to dig them up and make soup. Why would she bother to secretly absorb the power of Dormammu's dark dimension to prolong her life? Since we can't find it, let someone who knows where it is lead the way. But that's all for later. Today, he has an even more exciting show to perform. That was the secret meeting with Hank Pym, the first Ant-Man. This morning, Azu received a call from Hope. Under her arrangement, the venue was once again chosen to be the Garrido Upscale Club. 10:30 a.m. Hope and old Pym arrived at their reserved private room early. Sitting on the sofa, she kept checking her watch, her fingers lightly tracing the rim of her coffee cup. Whenever footsteps echoed in the corridor, her back would involuntarily straighten, and her gaze would be fixed on the heavy wooden door of the private room. Relax, Hope. Sitting nearby, Hank Pym keenly noticed his daughter's anxiety. The gray-haired old man frowned, his face full of displeasure. You look like a 17-year-old high school student waiting for a prom date, Hank remarked bluntly, picking up his cup of tea. We're here to talk business, not for blind dates. What kind of spell has that guy Daniel cast on you? Father, please watch your words. Hope struggled to suppress the turmoil in his heart at the mention of Azu. Mr. Daniel Wu is the senior executive vice president of the Star Group. He's willing to lend us a helping hand at this time. We should show him the respect he deserves. Hank snorted and slammed the teacup down on the saucer with a sharp click. Respect? Star Corporation? Don't think I don't know what kind of people they are. Capitalists, tycoons, profit-driven vampires. Just like Stark Industries, they pounce like sharks at the slightest hint of profit. Stark, even their names reek of money. Old Pym was filled with deep-seated prejudice and vigilance. They don't care about human lives, they only care about stock price fluctuations. Essentially, Daniel and Darren Cross are no different. Darren wanted to sell my technology to Hydra, and this Star Corporation probably wants to package its technology as some kind of groundbreaking weapon system and sell it to the Pentagon. Just as Hope was about to retort, the wooden door to the private room was respectfully pushed open by a waiter. Mr. Wu, please come in. As Azu stepped into the private room, his heartthrob skin seemed to silently ripple through the air. The moment Hope saw him, her breath caught in her throat for half a second. A barely perceptible blush quickly crept onto her cheeks. She stood up from the sofa almost immediately. Daniel, you've come. Hope's voice was soft, and the adoration and joy in her eyes were almost overflowing, impossible to conceal. Hank Pym sat on the sofa, taking in his daughter's series of reactions. Hope's gleaming eyes, slightly flushed cheeks, and even her posture, leaning slightly towards the man. Was this really the attitude one would show to a business partner? This is clearly a woman who has just fallen in love. Old Pym's alarm bells went off immediately. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the Asian youth named Daniel with a critical gaze. It's a pleasure to see you again, Hope. Azu smiled and stepped forward, naturally taking Hope's outstretched hand and gently stroking the back of her hand with his thumb. Hope's hand trembled slightly. Then Azu turned his gaze to old Pym, who was sitting on the sofa with a gloomy expression. This must be the legendary Dr. Hank Pym. I've heard so much about you. I'm Daniel Wu. Azu extended his right hand, displaying his demeanor. Hank didn't shake hands immediately. He stared at Azu's hand for 3 seconds before reluctantly extending his hand to touch it perfunctorily, then quickly withdrew it. Legendary? Just a wretched old man abandoned by the times. Hank's tone was curt. Sit down, Mr. Wu. Hope said you want to talk to me about cooperation. I don't like beating around the bush. What exactly does the Star Group want from me? Azu sat down on the sofa next to Hope without any hesitation. I think you've misunderstood, Dr. Pym. I'm not here today on behalf of the Star Corporation to buy your patents. Azu casually remarked, I'm representing myself seeking a kind of technological resonance. Technological resonance? Hank sneered as if he'd heard a bad joke. Young man, do you even know anything about microphysics? You think money can buy truth? Go find resonance at your yacht party. Enough, father. Hope couldn't listen anymore. Seeing her beloved man being so rudely targeted and belittled by her father, her protective instincts kicked in. She stood between Azu and Hank, her eyes fixed sharply on her father. Stop with your paranoia. Daniel isn't Tony Stark, and Star Industries didn't start out making bombs. Daniel is also a top scientist. His achievements in the field of microscopy are absolutely no less than yours. Hope raised her voice a few decibels, speaking out without hesitation for Azu. Don't always assume you're the only one who knows the truth. You're not the only person in this world who can shrink objects. These words struck Pym like a thunderclap from a clear sky. His body froze instantly. What do you mean? Old Pym's gaze darted back and forth between his daughter and Azu, his voice low and menacing. What do you mean by not the only one who can shrink objects? As soon as Hope spoke, she immediately realized that she had let something slip in her excitement. She actually revealed this without Daniel's consent. She instinctively covered her lips, then turned to look at Azu in a flustered manner, her eyes filled with apology and regret. I'm sorry, Daniel. I didn't mean to, I just... She whispered, trying to explain. It's all right, Hope. Azu gave her a reassuring smile, indicating that she didn't need to be nervous. There's no need to hide this from Dr. Pym. In fact, I'm here today hoping to have an in-depth discussion with him on this topic. Under Pym's questioning, even somewhat wary gaze, Azu stood up and slowly took out the uniquely shaped miniaturized and enlarged lamp. He pointed the front of the device at himself, his thumb lightly resting on the sliding knob. Open your eyes wide, Dr. Pym. Science has more than one path. Buzz, a slight high-frequency vibration sounded, and a pale orange fan-shaped beam of light enveloped Azu's head, right under Hank Pym's nose. The tall, handsome Asian young man's body shrank rapidly at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace before my very eyes. My God. Old Pym jumped up from the sofa, his movement so abrupt that he knocked over the teacup in front of him, spilling black tea all over the floor. Hope knew perfectly well what was going on. She gracefully knelt down and placed her fair, smooth palms flat on the carpet. A miniature version of Azu, only a few centimeters tall, walked with leisurely steps into Hope's palm. Hope carefully cupped her hands and moved them in front of her father. Old Pym stared wide-eyed, bringing his face just inches from Hope's palm, his eyes fixed on the miniature human standing in his daughter's hand. Incredible. As the inventor of the Pym particle, he understood better than anyone else in the world what it truly meant. How did you do that? Pym stared intently at Azu in Hope's palm, like an apprentice driven by a frenzied thirst for knowledge. No closed bodysuit. No life support helmet, not even any breathing equipment. It's important to understand that the most difficult technological hurdle to overcome with Pym particles has never been shrinking things. The real challenge is shrinking living people so they don't die. Azu began by briefly explaining his advanced theories, which were instilled by the system. This technique does not rely on compressing atomic spacing. It is based on direct interference of Planck's constant waves. The technology is too advanced to demonstrate. Old Pym listened intently, sometimes frowning, sometimes exclaiming, God. As a leading expert in the field, he understood every theory Azu presented. Although these theories are groundbreaking, they are logically consistent within a specific high-dimensional physical framework. An undisputed genius. Old Pym slumped back onto the sofa, somewhat dejected, his heart filled with deep emotion. The formula for the Pym particle was a miracle he discovered by chance in his experiments after countless coincidences. It was like the dice rolled by God, containing a huge element of luck. No matter how talented others are, they can only follow in his footsteps and explore. They can never create something out of thin air. The skills displayed by this young man named Daniel were clearly the result of a combination of genius inspiration and solid theoretical foundation. From nothing to something, a completely new path of microphysics has been miraculously opened up. At this moment, Hank Pym's perception of Azu underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Putting aside his status as a senior executive at Star Group, this young man's research capabilities alone are enough to earn his respect. "You're a true genius, Daniel." Pym's tone shifted from its previous disdain to a genuine admiration. Hint, you've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 5,000. From Hank Pym, Hope felt a surge of pride when she saw that her father had finally accepted Azu. "I told you so, father." She pressed her advantage, chiming in from the side. "Daniel is a man who truly cares about the fate of humanity. He researches this technology to benefit the world, not to create chaos. We should trust him." Old Pym's initial goodwill vanished instantly when he saw his daughter so eagerly siding with the outsiders. So what if he's a genius? A genius is still a man. Any man who tries to abduct his daughter is a class enemy. What's more, this man is a dangerous individual who possesses both capital and deadly technology. Old Pym felt inexplicably annoyed, and a nameless anger surged up again. He gave a heavy, cold snort, his expression hardening again. "Benefiting mankind? I've heard that kind of high-sounding talk far too many times." Hank glanced at Azu in Hope's palm, his tone sharp. "Hope, you've been bewitched by him. Who knows if he's just putting on an act today? Maybe he's trying to use you to extract the core formula for the Pym particles, and then combine those two technologies to create an even more terrifying weapon. The nature of capitalists is greed. It's written in their genes." Hearing her father's stubbornness, Hope turned pale with anger. "Father, you are utterly unreasonable." "Dr. Pym." Just as the father and daughter were about to explode, Azu spoke up in time to stop their argument. "Instead of acting like a paranoid patient, worrying unnecessarily about whether I'll cause trouble in the future, you should really consider the current situation. At this very moment, someone has already turned your life's work into a weapon and is offering it to the world's most dangerous buyer. And that person wasn't me. It was none other than your prize student, Darren Cross." Azu's words were like daggers, mercilessly reopening old Pym's wounds. "You." Hank Pym was so taken aback by those words that his face turned red. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Darren Cross's betrayal was the greatest shame and failure of his life, and an inescapable responsibility. Seeing the atmosphere becoming tense, Hope knew that if the argument continued, today's meeting would likely fall apart. "All right. Stop talking," she interrupted them loudly. Hope first looked tenderly at Azu in her palm, her eyes filled with a pleading look, then turned to her father with a livid expression. "All right, father, we can discuss the cooperation later. But now we are facing a crisis that is extremely urgent," she said urgently to Azu, turning to him. Then Hope recounted in detail what had happened in her father's basement the previous night, including the mysterious gunman and the stolen Ant-Man suit. "Darren now has the original suit prototype, and his Hornet suit mass production plan will definitely be significantly accelerated." Hope clenched her fists. "At that point, this force will be completely out of control. No army can defend against a swarm of insect-sized killers with lethal destructive power. Daniel, I need your help right now. It's urgent." Hope's beautiful eyes shone with expectation and helplessness. "I need to access Star Corporation's laboratories and advanced materials. My father must rebuild a completely new Ant-Man suit as quickly as possible. Only then can I infiltrate Darren's headquarters and destroy all his research data." Faced with Hope's almost pleading gaze, Azu immediately switched to a deeply affectionate expression. "Hope, you know him. You don't need to use the word request with me." Although he was so small that Hope couldn't see his expression clearly, his words and tone were enough to convey the emotions he wanted to express. "Whatever you want, whatever I have. Even if it offends the entire Star Group, I will give you everything." The implied meaning in these few words is already quite clear. Hope was so moved she almost cried. From childhood, she had grown up accustomed to facing all storms alone and used to masking her true self with coldness. But at this moment, this man with the most steadfast demeanor held up an umbrella for her. Hint, you've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 20000. From Hope Van Dyne, please stop being obsessed with me, oh I'm just a legend. Azu happily hummed a song in his heart. Sitting to the side, Hank Pym watched the increasingly intense and alluring atmosphere before him, feeling a rush of blood to his head and his blood pressure soar. My dissatisfaction had reached its peak. Cough, cough. Old Pym cleared his throat, about to break the damned atmosphere and steer the conversation back to the creation of the suit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hope's phone, which was on the table, suddenly vibrated. Hope was slightly startled, pulling herself out of her reverie. She picked up her phone and glanced at the screen. It was a call from her personal assistant. Chairman, something terrible has happened. The assistant's anxious voice came through the receiver, and even without speakerphone, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet private room. Mr. Darren Cross has just arrived at the clubhouse. He somehow found out you were meeting here and said he has urgent business to discuss with you. He's already taken several people and gone straight up in the elevator. The security guards couldn't stop him at all. What? Hope's face changed drastically. Where is he? The elevator he took has already gone up. It should be arriving at your private room door soon. It's Darren, Hope said, her face pale as she hung up the phone. He'll be outside soon. Hank Pym's face also turned extremely ugly. Damn it, how did he know we were here? We absolutely cannot let Darren see the three of us together. Especially you, Father. Hope quickly analyzed the current situation. If he finds out I've been meeting with you privately, or even with executives from the Star Corporation, he'll immediately realize we're plotting against him. He'll strip me of all privileges and lock me out of the company. Even if I turned into Ant-Man, it would be difficult for me to break into his data center. What's worse, given his current violent and bloodthirsty nature, he might even directly intend to kill us. We're all in danger. Old Pym looked around. Although the VIP room was luxurious, there was nowhere to hide a living person. There were no wardrobes, no screens, and outside the windows was a view of more than 10 stories high. At this moment, the faint sound of conversation could be heard coming from outside the corridor, growing louder as it approached. It's too late. Hope's mind raced, and she suddenly spoke to Azu, who was lying calmly in her palm. Daniel, hurry, use your equipment to shrink my father. Quickly, Hope urged anxiously. As you wish, Hope. Without wasting words, Azu raised the zoom and shrink lamp in his hand and pointed it at Old Pym, whose face was full of astonishment. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Old Pym instinctively wanted to reject this unknown technology. But Azu had already pressed the button. Buzz, the orange beam of light flashed by. Before Old Pym could finish speaking, his entire body rapidly shrank in the light, becoming an insignificant dot that fell into the crevice of the sofa cushion. Bang. At that moment, the heavy wooden door of the private room was suddenly and forcefully kicked open from the outside. Hope, I heard you're meeting with some mysterious investor. The loud noise of the door being flung open startled Hope, who was already on edge. She let out a short gasp, her arms involuntarily trembling upwards. It was this violent tremor. Azu, who was in Hope's palm, was thrown into the air by the force, and in his current form, Azu was not going to reveal his superpowers. Due to inertia, it tumbled once in midair before beginning free fall. As luck would have it, the shirt Hope was wearing today had its collar slightly open to showcase her feminine charm. As his body plummeted in Azu's microscopic vision, all he could see was a snow-white canyon rushing toward him at incredible speed. Holy crap! Azu only had time to let out a gasp in his heart. Then his tiny body, only a few centimeters in size, followed the guidance of gravity. The silky fabric slid smoothly down Hope's slightly open collar and fell right inside, instantly dimming the light in front of her. The warm scent of high-end perfume mixed with the woman's natural fragrance filled Azu's nostrils, making him take 2 deep breaths. Hope instinctively wanted to find the troublemaker. The details of the disturbance have been reviewed and cannot be shown. But Darren Cross had already strode into the room with 2 bodyguards in suits, so she had no choice but to give up. Darren walked to the center of the room, his gaze sweeping quickly across the spacious private room like that of a hawk. Although Garrido's private room was large, its furnishings were very open and transparent, making it impossible to hide an adult. I heard you were meeting with guests here. Darren, seeing no one else was around, strolled leisurely towards Hope and asked bluntly, Is it over? It just ended. Hope clenched her teeth, trying her best to suppress the instinctive reaction caused by the strange feeling in her body, and tried to make her voice sound as steady as usual. Darren, when did you start working part-time as my schedule secretary? I don't recall any company policy requiring the chairman's private meetings to be reported to the CEO. Darren smiled dismissively and said, Someone who can get our chairman to personally receive them in Garrido must be quite extraordinary, right? Is it some big order? Or some secret collaboration that I'm unaware of? Darren took a step closer, his smile becoming increasingly insincere. Of course, if you're just having a romantic private date here, then consider me an insensitive jerk and I take back what I just said. He was testing. Hope knew Darren well. He was naturally suspicious and neurotic. If we deny everything at this point, it will only deepen his suspicions. You don't need to test me, Darren. Hope said coldly, walking to the French windows and turning her back to him to conceal her subtle changes in expression as much as possible. It's someone from the Star Group. Their vice president of global strategic investments just left. They are very interested in our patents in the field of quantum communication. As the chairman of PIM Technologies, it's only natural that I need to find the strongest financial backer for the company. You should know the financial strength of the Star Group better than I do. Darren's smile faded slightly after hearing Hope's explanation. Star Group. He repeated the name in a low voice, his gaze sweeping around the private room once more. Hope's words make perfect sense logically. It's perfectly normal for a financial giant like the Stahl Group to extend an olive branch to a high-tech company. I understand, Darren said calmly, his expression leaving it unclear whether he truly believed the explanation. Hope you know I've always believed we're in this together. Darren's tone softened. We share a common goal, to take this company to where it deserves to be instead of like Hank, clinging to his technology and waiting to die. Of course, Darren, we've always been on the same side. Hope echoed his sentiments. So you went to all that trouble, barging into my private room with 2 bodyguards because you urgently need to see me? Yes, Hope. Darren's eyes flashed with fervor as he rubbed his hands together excitedly. The technology behind the Wasp suit has made a breakthrough. I've decided to stop waiting and achieve full-scale mass production ahead of schedule. If all goes well, the first batch of suits can be delivered within a month after production officially begins. Hope's heart sank. Premature production? She demanded. Darren, are you crazy? The cross particles are currently completely unstable. You haven't even solved the problem of protein collapse during the miniaturization process of organisms. Darren waved it off nonchalantly and said, that's a minor issue. We've upgraded the life support system of the suits, significantly improving the margin for error. Once production officially begins, the first batch of suits can be delivered within a month. He leaned closer to Hope, lowering his voice as if sharing a trivial secret. Although, there's still an 8% mortality rate with each shrinkage. An 8% mortality rate. You call that a breakthrough? Hope could barely contain her anger. So what? Darren retorted coldly, his words revealing utter indifference to life. War always kills, doesn't it? As long as they achieve their objectives, this 8% loss is perfectly acceptable to the buyer. Hope looked at this once gentle and refined scientist, now transformed into a cold-blooded arms dealer. She wanted nothing more than to slap him across the face right then and there. But she couldn't. She had to suppress her anger and continue to feign compliance. However, a sudden disaster struck her. Hope shuddered suddenly and couldn't help but let out a short, sharp gasp. She raised a hand to her chest, staggered half a step, and leaned against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. Darren was startled by Hope's sudden reaction. Hope. What's wrong? Darren reached out to help her up. Don't touch me, Hope cried out, her face flushing crimson. I'm fine. It's just that my period started these past couple of days and I'm feeling a bit unwell. This is absolutely the most invincible and irrefutable excuse for women in the workplace and in life. Sure enough, upon hearing this reason, Darren's outstretched hand froze in midair for a moment, then he awkwardly withdrew it. Even someone as cold-blooded as him showed a hint of helplessness when faced with this physiological issue unique to women. So, Hope just wanted to get rid of this B******** D as soon as possible and drag that tormenting little thing out. Just tell me, Darren. What do you want me to do? I want to rest for a while right now. Darren saw that she didn't seem to be faking it, and the doubt in his eyes dissipated somewhat. He took the briefcase from his subordinate, pulled out a document, and handed it to Hope. The mass production of the first batch of Wasp suits involved large-scale production line modifications and the procurement of special materials. This requires allocating the largest amount of working capital on PIM Technologies books. Darren handed over a pen. This allocation requires your signature as chairman. My assistant contacted you several times before, but you always postponed it, citing unforeseen circumstances. However, there wasn't an emergency at the time. But the situation has changed now. The production line needs to be started immediately, so I had no choice but to come here in person. Darren leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Hope. Perhaps I was too presumptuous. Hope looked at the document handed to her, inwardly cursing Darren's cunning. She knew that if she continued to make excuses under these circumstances, even if it was just because she wasn't feeling well, it would definitely arouse Darren's serious suspicion. Without presumption, Darren. Hope reached out one hand to pick up the pen, while her other hand remained pressed tightly against her chest, as if afraid that Azu inside might do something outrageous again. She scribbled her name at the end of the document and then tossed it back to Darren. Darren picked up the document, carefully checked that the signature was correct, and finally a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Thank you so much for your support, Hope. You'll always be my strongest support. Since you're not feeling well, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Shall I have the driver wait for you downstairs? No need, I have my own car, Hope said, dismissing him. Okay, drink more hot water and take care of yourself. Darren feigned concern, then strode out of the private room with 2 bodyguards. Click. The door to the private room slowly closed, and the footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away until they disappeared completely. Hope's tense nerves finally relaxed after confirming that Darren had completely left. She released her hand from her chest, her fingers trembling as she fumbled around for a while. He grabbed the man by the back of his collar and pulled him up in front of him. Hope glared at Azu, who was suspended in midair, with a mixture of shame and anger. Having regained his sight, Azu looked up at Hope, whose face was flushed, and spread his hands. "I'm sorry, Hope. The situation was complicated just now and I was helpless." Hope gritted her teeth as she listened. Logically, after being offended to this extent, she should immediately get angry, yell at him, or even slap the jerk away. But looking at Azu's adorable and petite appearance, she couldn't bring herself to be angry. Even. In the tense and exciting environment just now, she actually felt a shameful sense of pleasure. "God, what am I thinking?" Hope shook her head vigorously, trying to banish those crazy and licentious thoughts from her mind. "What's wrong, Hope? Is your neck bothering you?" Azu asked knowingly. Hope glared at him, about to speak. "Hope, has Darren left?" Suddenly, Hank Pym's faint, buzzing voice came from the gap in the sofa. Hope then suddenly remembered that her father was still huddled in the crevice of the sofa. She quickly composed herself, placed Azu on the carpet, and then carefully found old Pym, who was only a few centimeters in size, between the 2 cushions. Hope placed old Pym on the carpet as well, and the 2 stood side by side. Azu twirled the shrinking and magnifying lamp in his hand, pointed it at the 2 people, and slid his thumb toward the plus sign. Buzz! An orange beam of light swept across. Azu and Pym's bodies instantly swelled up, returning to their normal size. "You rude B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** original size. Do you know how dangerous it is to shrink someone without warning? What if Hope accidentally stomped me to death? Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, Dr. Pym. Azu patted old Pym on the shoulder, ignoring his anger. If Darren had seen you here, do you think you'd still be standing here complaining to me? Old Pym snorted and didn't pursue the matter further, instead beginning to savor the shrinking process he had just experienced. He looked down at his own body, then at the flashlight in Azu's hand, his eyes filled with amazement. It's incredible. The first time in my life I've shrunk like this. It feels amazing. Honestly, I'd almost forgotten what it feels like to shrink. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at his daughter, who was standing to the side with a strange expression. What's wrong, Hope? You don't look well. Is it really because you're on your period? Hope glared fiercely at Azu, who was watching the show from the sidelines. Yes, father, but I'm fine now. Hope gritted her teeth, forcefully steer the conversation back on track, not giving old Pym a chance to press further. You heard what Darren just said. 1 month, he'll deliver the goods within a month. We're running out of time. She held out her palm to Azu, her tone firm. So now you must trust Daniel. This is our only chance to stop Darren. Hank Pym remained silent. Although he was shocked and impressed by the skills Azu displayed, his perception of Azu also changed drastically. But deep down, he remains that stubborn old man who considers Pym particles his exclusive property. The Star Corporation is too large. If they were to gain control of the Pym particles, the consequences could be far more dire than those of Darren Cross. Mr. Wu, the technology you demonstrated has truly broadened my horizons, Pym said slowly. Regarding your proposed collaborative technology development, I believe it's a very promising topic. Once we've resolved the Darren issue, we can sit down and properly plan out the framework for future cooperation. But now time is of the essence. We must deal with Darren first. Old Pym walked to the table, picked up a pen, quickly scribbled an address and a list of items on a sticky note, and then handed it to Azu. This is the address of an abandoned warehouse outside San Francisco. Mr. Wu, since you're willing to help, please send these materials, the centrifuge, and several quantum scanning instruments there. Leave the rest to me. Old Pym was clearly terrible at acting. His evasive eyes and stiff tone practically screamed, I don't want to share Pym particles with you, I just want to freeload off your resources. Azu saw through it, and so did Hope, the seasoned businesswoman. Hope's face immediately darkened. She felt extremely embarrassed in front of her father because of his calculating and treacherous behavior. Father, what do you mean by this? Hope demanded angrily. Daniel came to help us with good intentions, and you're trying to fool him with this low-down scheme. She turned to continue her outburst, but Azu's warm, large hand gently grasped her wrist. No problem, Dr. Pym. Azu readily pocketed the note. All requirements will be handled exactly as you instruct. Within 3 days, all materials and equipment will be secretly delivered to this address. The Star Group will not interfere with your production process. Hope looked at Azu in surprise. Daniel, you can't agree to him. It's so unfair to you. You've given resources and are getting nothing in return. No, Hope, that's fair. Azu gently placed his hands on Hope's shoulders, gazing tenderly into her apologetic eyes. For me, the moment I met you, I received something far more precious than all of those things combined. He didn't say it directly, but his expression clearly conveyed the answer to Hope's mind. Hope's breathing became completely disordered. She felt her heart had completely crumbled. The man before her was so perfect, it was as if God had specially made a gift for her. Hint: you have gained a special popularity bonus of plus 20000. The temperature in the air seemed to rise sharply, and an ambiguous spark danced back and forth between their meeting eyes. Old Pim, standing to the side, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. Watching the two of them flirting so openly in front of me, I felt an itch in my teeth and an uneasy feeling all over. So, Old Pim interrupted them loudly, clearly annoyed. Now that things are settled, let's not waste any more time. We need to act immediately according to plan. He walked to the door, opened it, and turned to Hope, calling out, Hope, let's go. There's still a lot of preparation work to be done. Hope was still angry with her father. You can go now. I still have some company business to discuss with Daniel in detail. Pim was furious at his daughter's words. What company business? Judging from her eyes, she clearly wanted to discuss something else. But he knew his daughter's stubbornness. Forcibly pulling her away now would only backfire. Whatever. Old Pim huffed and puffed out a sentence before turning and striding out of the private room. Old Pim had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped. He remembered that Hope had driven the car over that day and she still had the keys. That brat, she's always causing me trouble. Old Pim sighed helplessly, turned around and walked back. Upon reaching the private room, he grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open a crack, but his hand immediately froze. Through the narrow crack in the door, he could clearly see everything that was happening inside the private room. Hope clung tightly to Daniel's neck, practically hanging on him. The two embraced and kissed passionately. Moreover, that man's hand was already brazenly roaming over his daughter's perfect curves. The scene was so intense it practically set the air ablaze. Old Pim was furious. He wanted nothing more than to rush in and give this B*******D who had laid a hand on him a good punch. But when he placed his hand on the door, ready to push it open, he stopped. He looked at his daughter's blissful and contented expression. It was a radiance he hadn't seen on Hope's face since Janet's disappearance. Things have come to this. Should he barge in, mess things up, and make Hope hate him even more? Old Pim looked at the absorbed figure peeking through the crack in the door with a complicated expression and let out a long sigh. He silently closed the gap gently, then turned and walked alone towards the elevator. Forget it, I'll just take a taxi. Inside the private room, the flames of desire were burning fiercely. Azu's technique was extremely skillful. Every touch he made accurately struck Hope's most sensitive nerves. Hope felt weak all over, her reason gradually sinking into a sea of desire. She responded passionately, almost melting in this man's arms. But just as Azu was preparing to take the next substantive step, no, Daniel, can't be here. With astonishing willpower and self-control, Hope placed her hands on Azu's chest and gently pushed him away. Once all this is over, I promise. Her cheeks flushed red, and before she could finish speaking, she quickly pecked Azu on the lips. Then, blushing, she hurriedly straightened her clothes, grabbed her handbag, and rushed out of the private room. Azu stood there, watching Hope's departing figure, and touched his chin helplessly. This feeling of being stuck in the middle is absolutely awful. He sat back on the sofa and took out his encrypted phone. Skynet. I'm here, sir. Skynet's gentle voice immediately came through. Within 30 minutes, I arrived at my suite at the Fairmont Hotel. The Skynet on the other end of the phone clearly noticed the unusual tone in Azu's voice. She didn't waste any words and even showed a hint of expectation. Yes, sir. I'll be there in 25 minutes, she added. Just in time, there's some important new information about the Skrulls that I need to report to you. Very good. Azu hung up the phone and left the clubhouse directly. 30 minutes later, the presidential suite at the Fairmont Hotel. The bedroom curtains were drawn and the air was thick with the scent of hormones. 2 full hours later, the commotion finally subsided. Azu leaned against the headboard and lit a Cohiba cigarette. Skynet was like a docile cat quietly resting on his chest. Are you feeling better, sir? Miss Skynet's gentle voice carried a hint of contented languor. He took the note left by Old Pim from inside his suit by the bedside and handed it to Skynet. All materials and instruments listed on this sheet must be delivered to this address within 3 days. Miss Skynet's eyes gleamed with blue light as she swept her gaze across the room. Data has been entered and the procurement order has been issued. All materials will be delivered to the designated location within 72 hours. And one more thing, Azu continued. Closely monitor Hank Pym's progress. Once he successfully synthesizes stable Pym particles using our equipment and completes the next generation of combat suits. Immediately, through Mitchell Carson, inform Darren that Hank Pym is creating Pym particles and a new suit, as well as the location of the new laboratory. Tianwang immediately understood Azu's intention. Darren Cross is an extremely greedy and unscrupulous man. Once he learns of the existence of readily available Pym particles, he would absolutely abandon his unstable cross particles and seize them at any cost. Sir, your wisdom is unmatched, Tianwang exclaimed sincerely. All right, let's talk about the scrolls, Azu asked. Tianwang straightened up and began his report without any attempt at concealment. The Super Scrug experiments are progressing faster than we anticipated. Now the technical obstacles have been largely cleared, and they are ready to begin the first batch of Super Scrug entity modification surgeries fused with your biological samples. That sounds like good news. Azu nodded. The bad news is that, due to the overwhelming success of our infiltration, the first batch of test subjects compiled by Gravik consists entirely of T-1050 infiltrators we sent to infiltrate their ranks. This is a problem, Azu frowned. The T-1050 can only simulate appearances. It's fundamentally different from the abilities of the Skrulls. Without the Skrull-specific shapeshifting genes, if these Terminators were placed on a Skrull's experimental platform, they would be immediately exposed. Azu looked at Tianwang. Since you brought it up, it means you already have a solution. Yes, sir. Skynet nodded in response. The reason the Skrulls can freely alter their appearance and even replicate a target's short-term memories lies in a unique, unstable molecule within their bodies. This molecule grants their genetic code exceptional plasticity. My plan is to extract unstable molecules from the captive Skrulls within the Alaskan Park and transplant them into the artificial biological tissue of the T-1050. With the incorporation of this unstable molecule, T-1050 can smoothly lie on the experimental table and accept their super gene fusion. Sounds like a good plan. Azu flicked the ash from his cigar. What are the consequences? The Skrulls who undergo transplant surgery will completely lose their genetic mimicry abilities, Skynet calmly replied. Sir, what do you think of this plan? Go do it, Skynet. Azu agreed to the plan without hesitation, his fingers tracing the smooth back of the net. They're just a bunch of alien refugees. Depriving them of their mimicry abilities might actually be a good thing for them. At least it'll teach them how to behave as lowly citizens of Earth. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially not with the Water Group. They eat my food, live in my accommodations, so they always have to pay a price. Compared to being blasted into cosmic dust by Kree warships or torn to pieces by enraged humans on Earth, merely losing the ability to transform. That's the greatest mercy I can bestow upon them. Alaska, Voskuru Quarantine Park. The cold wind, carrying snow and sand, scraped against the thick glass curtain wall. Nick Fury sat in his empty but lifeless office. The room was heated, but it couldn't warm his cold heart even a little. Application for nutritional supplements for the Skrulls in Zone B, maintenance log of the sewerage network in the quarantine zone, approval for the installation of 2 additional thermostatic heaters. Fury stared at the documents, a sense of frustration and powerlessness constantly weighing on his mind. As the former director of SHIELD, the most powerful intelligence chief on Earth, why did he abandon his dignity and join Vought International? He had thought that joining Vought meant he had grasped the world's largest resources. He believed he could, as before, command troops, strategize, and use an iron fist to eradicate those cancerous growths threatening the planet, thus regaining control of the world. Little did he expect that he would now be nothing more than the damn zookeeper of an alien zoo. His entire job consisted of approving the synthetic protein rations for these green-skinned refugees, handling their disputes over living space, and meddling in their mundane matters of food, drink, and sanitation. The world is facing a tremendous threat. The radical Skrulls could trigger World War III at any moment, and Nick Fury, who has the ability to save the world, is trapped here doing nothing. OMG F***K. Fury cursed loudly, grabbed the bottle on the table, and gulped down a large mouthful. You look terrible, Fury. A deep, elegant voice came from the shadowy corner of the room. Fury stopped what he was doing, not reaching for the gun. He knew it was pointless, and simply slammed the bottle heavily onto the table, exhausted. Oh, my dear Fury, you look like a lion locked in a cage, too weak to even roar. In the shadows, a dark red flame gradually lit up. Mephisto, dressed in a dark red embossed suit, appeared leisurely on the sofa opposite Fury. This isn't the first time Mephisto has come in this period of time. Ever since the Chernobyl disaster, Mephisto has been coming to harass him in this icy wasteland from time to time. Demons always like to take advantage of people when they are most vulnerable. But every time before, Fury had relentlessly chased him away with his words. But this time he didn't do that. He suddenly wanted to hear what tricks this devil was up to today. You seem to have a lot of free time. Fury stared coldly at Mephisto. I can always make time for my most valued friends. Seeing that Fury wasn't chasing him away like before, Mephisto's smile deepened. Aren't you going to pour me a glass? Mephisto glanced at the bottle of liquor in Fury's hand. Fury ignored him and took a sip of his drink, a heartless way of treating guests. Mephisto didn't care. He snapped his fingers lightly in the air, and a tall crystal glass filled with red liquid appeared out of thin air in his hand. He gently swirled his wine glass, adopting the posture of a close friend having a heart-to-heart talk. Do you know why I like humans, Fury? Morpheus raised his glass in a toast. Because you are always full of contradictions. You call yourselves the masters of all things, yet you always place your hopes on powers that do not belong to you at all. Fury remained expressionless and silent. Mephisto, unfazed by Fury's coldness, continued, Fury, we've known each other for quite some time. You're a clever man and an exceptionally brilliant schemer. But have you ever wondered why you always end up like this? Fury remained silent. Because you never believed in yourself, Mephisto said with pity. Think back on your life. In your youth, you met Carol Danvers and those Skrulls who seemed to fall from the sky. You relied on them to climb the ranks to become the director of SHIEL. Later, you discovered those aliens weren't powerful enough, so you started searching the world for those freaks. You found Captain America, you found Iron Man, and you cobbled them together to form the Avengers. You hid behind them, relying on their fists to maintain your so-called peace. Mephisto glanced around the empty office. And now the Avengers are falling apart and your SHIELD doesn't belong to you anymore. You're desperate, and you've come begging to that actor draped in the stars and stripes. You thought Vought would give you an army, but they only gave you a broom. The devil's words were like sharp scalpels cutting open what Fury least wanted to face. Fury's cheeks trembled slightly, but he kept his lips tightly closed. You're always relying on others, Fury. And as it turns out, others are never reliable. Mephisto suddenly raised his voice. A person must rely on themselves. These words finally elicited a response from Fury. His breathing became heavy, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Mephisto noticed the subtle change, and he moved to face Fury, leaning against the edge of the desk. I admit I was played by you in that previous deal. Mephisto shrugged, readily acknowledging his defeat. So you've earned my respect. The fire of revenge within you now isn't something given to you by anyone. You earned it by tricking me out of it yourself. It belongs to you. That power lies dormant within you. It yearns to burn, it yearns for punishment. And if you want to reawaken it, the method is very simple. Mephisto lowered his voice as if sharing an extremely tempting secret. You don't need to beg anyone. All you need to do is harvest the souls of those sinners. Mephisto seduced him. Isn't this the kind of drama that you human heroes love most? Punishing evil and promoting good, helping the weak and punishing the strong. This world is full of scum, drug lords, and serial killers. They don't deserve to live, and you need power. Send their souls to hell, and you can reclaim your own hellfire. Only when a person possesses the power can they do what they want to do. When you possess absolute power that you don't need to answer to anyone, what is SHIELD? What is Vought? Do you want to spend your whole life in this igloo watching the world be destroyed? The devil's whispers echoed in the room. A silence fell over the air, and Fury remained seated in the same position. Mephisto was very patient. He wasn't in a hurry. For a demon, time is the one thing he has no shortage of. Finally, Fury spoke. Are you finished? Mephisto smiled slightly. That's all. Then get lost. Fury uttered those 3 words coldly without a trace of emotion. As you wish, old friend. Mephisto wasn't angry at the blunt expulsion. Instead, he laughed happily. He straightened up and elegantly adjusted the collar of his suit jacket. The gates of hell are always open for you. With the final echo, the devil vanished completely from the room. It was as if nothing had happened. Fury sat quietly at his desk, motionless. Tick-tock, 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 the clock hand keeps turning. 10 p.m., 2 a.m. 5 a.m., the blizzard outside the window stopped and started again, started and stopped again. Fury didn't sleep all night. He sat there quietly all night, staring blankly ahead. A long, black-and-white film played in his mind. From his first day in the army to becoming a SHIELD agent, and then climbing to that position of life and death. He had told countless lies and betrayed his conscience many times. He firmly believed that everything he did was to protect this fragile world. But what did he ultimately gain? Betrayal, isolation, and this cold cage. A person must rely on themselves. Mephisto's words echoed in his mind like a curse, impossible to shake off. 7 o'clock in the morning. Fury made a move. He turned on his computer and accessed Walter's internal email. In the main body of the text, only 2 simple words were typed. I quit. Click send. Then he walked to the coat rack and took down the black trench coat that had been with him for many years. 2 fully armed security personnel are on duty in front of the base's alloy gate. As Fury approached, the 2 security guards greeted him. Good morning, Manager Fury. Fury did not respond. He walked to the verification gate and took out his ID card. Beep. Verification successful. Supervisor privileges granted, passage permitted. The heavy alloy door slid open slowly to both sides. Outside the door was a vast white world of ice and snow. He took a step and stepped into the wind and snow. Sir, the weather outside is terrible. Would you like to arrange a vehicle? A security guard asked. Fury didn't stop or look back. His figure was quickly swallowed up by the swirling snow. He didn't know what awaited him ahead, but he knew very well what he was going to do, in his own way. Brooklyn, New York. In the dark, damp, abandoned dock warehouse, a brutal execution is taking place. The air was thick with the stench of blood mixed with the smell of gunpowder. Frank Castle, a man who has just lost everything. His wife, his son, and his daughter were all murdered to silence them after witnessing a gangland feud. He believed in the law. He waited for the police. But all he got was the shirking of responsibility by corrupt officials and the escape of the murderers. Justice is delayed, so he won't wait any longer. At this moment, Frank is a father who has crawled back from hell to seek revenge, a lone wolf who has lost his mind. Bang, bang. 2 muffled gunshots rang out, and 2 mafia thugs who tried to resist had a burst of blood between their eyebrows and fell straight into the puddle. Frank stepped over the corpses expressionlessly, walked to the deepest part of the warehouse, and kicked open the rusty iron door. Costa, the mafia boss who orchestrated the revenge killing, was cowering in a corner, trembling, holding a gold-plated pistol, but lacking the courage to even raise it. Please, please let me go. I have a family. I have a wife and children. Costa pleaded, scrambling and crawling as he watched Frank closing in. Frank didn't waste any words, shooting him twice in the legs, then strode forward and kicked the gun out of his hand. He grabbed Costa by the hair, who had already collapsed, and slammed him against the wall. The gun was pressed firmly against his jaw. Frank said expressionlessly, I've been there too. His finger had begun to apply the final pressure to the trigger. Hand that man over to me, Frank. Just then, a deep voice came from the shadows. Without any hesitation, Frank kept his left hand firmly on Costa while his right hand swiftly turned the pistol in the direction from which the sound came. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots in quick succession without hesitation. Bang, ding. 2 more gunshots rang out from the shadows, sparks flashing in the dimly lit warehouse. Frank dodged the incoming bullets with a tactical roll to the side and took cover behind a large wooden crate. He quickly changed to a new magazine, cocked a bullet with a click, and his eyes were like an eagle's. Your skills haven't diminished, Frank. The voice came again from the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Without warning, without hesitation, 3 bullets were fired again in a triangular pattern towards the shadowy spot from which the sound came. In Frank's mind, anyone who tried to stop him from executing his enemy on such an occasion was an enemy. From the shadows, a figure in a black trench coat suddenly darted out to the side. The bullet grazed the edge of the trench coat and struck the brick wall behind it, sending shards of stone flying. Frank's eyes narrowed. This reaction speed was definitely not something an ordinary gangster could possess. He immediately rolled forward, attempting to close the distance and suppress the enemy with close-range firepower. But the dark figure was also quite fast. He burst out of the shadows, delivering a powerful sweeping kick aimed straight for Frank's neck. Frank raised his arms to block the blow and then slid back half a step. The 2 engaged in close combat. Knee strikes, elbow strikes, gun butt strikes. The sounds of metal scraping and flesh colliding echoed continuously in the empty warehouse. After dozens of rounds of fighting, the 2 were suddenly separated after a violent collision. Frank's M1911 was steadily pointed at the dark figure ahead. The shadowy figure's gun was locked onto Frank's forehead. The 2 sides are evenly matched. Frank finally got a good look at the person opposite him. Put the gun down, Frank. The dark figure slowly lowered the muzzle of his gun. It's me, Nick Fury. Frank stared at the unfamiliar old white man for a full 3 seconds. Then with a flick of his thumb, he released the safety from the pistol and holstered it back into its holster, as if without the slightest suspicion. Nick Fury watched Frank holster his gun, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You really believe it's me looking like this? Frank tore a relatively clean piece of cloth from the corpse beside him and wiped the blood off his hands. The world's changed, old man. Aliens are lining up to come to Earth these days, and superheroes are fighting in the sky all day long. Even if you turned into a talking dog tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised. Appearances can change, genes can mutate, Frank sneered, but that arrogant smirk you reeks of, I can smell it from 3 blocks away. Fury gave a noncommittal hum. He knew Frank this was the man's style. He then tucked the pistol inside his trench coat. 2 veterans who fought side by side in the trenches more than 2 years ago reunited in this special way. That's enough of the reminiscing. Frank gestured with his chin towards the mafia boss still lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. You just said you wanted me to hand him over to you. What do you want to do with him? Fury walked past Frank and toward Costa, who was already covered in blood. You'll find out soon enough. Fury grabbed him by the collar of his suit and lifted him up. Costa stared in horror at the one-eyed man before him, a nameless fear rising within him. Suddenly, a ring of orange fire like hellfire ignited around Fury's pupils. The sound deepened, as if it were an echo formed by many people stacked together. Look into my eyes. Costa instinctively wanted to close his eyes, but an invisible, terrifying force forced his eyelids open, compelling him to look directly at the hellfire. In an instant, all the sins he had committed in his life, the people he had killed, the drugs he had sold. The cries of the innocent people whose families had been destroyed because of him, all the pain and despair were magnified countless times and poured into the depths of his soul. Costa let out a piercing scream. Frank stood by and witnessed the whole thing. He had no intention of stopping it. On the contrary, he felt that this punishment was just right for the scum who had murdered his family. A few seconds later, Costa's screams stopped abruptly, and his entire body, starting from his eyeballs, turned into a charred corpse. Fury released his grip, letting out a long, hot breath. He could clearly feel the vengeful fire lurking within him, which, after devouring this sinful soul, had returned. Is this your new trick? Frank asked coldly. Looks like you made a deal with the devil. This is the power I reclaimed myself. Fury said without changing his expression. One must rely on oneself. Frank looked at the body on the ground, then at Fury. What exactly do you want, Fury? The flame in Fury's eyes faded. This world is rotten, Frank. But people are still living in a false peace. They have no idea that darkness is creeping beneath their feet. War is about to begin, a war that will tear humanity apart from within, and it must be stopped at all costs. Those high-end mighty superheroes are nothing but clowns entertaining the masses. Fury extended his hand to Frank. Frank, come help me. Help me burn those scum who want to devour this world to ashes. Frank looked at Fury's outstretched hand and remained silent for a moment. He didn't shake hands, but simply lit a cigarette and uttered a single sentence. I don't care who I cooperate with or how ruthless their methods are as long as they're murderers. Just tell me who the next target is. Fury sensed Frank's determination, withdrew his hand, and smiled slightly. Since we're going to debut as a group, we need a catchy name, Fury stroked his chin. How about Souls of Vengeance? It sounds pretty intimidating. Revenge on your mother, Frank sneered, retorting without any politeness. Sounds like you're looking for a replacement for your ex-wife. I'm not going to use any of those fancy terms, I'll just call him the Punisher. If you don't like it, then get lost. Fury didn't get angry when he was criticized, he just smiled gently. Very good, let's call him the Punisher. The two walked side by side out of the factory littered with corpses and disappeared into the New York night. Alaska Skrull Park, the day after Fury left. A heavy transport plane bearing the Vought logo landed on the base's tarmac. Dozens of armed personnel dressed in VGD combat uniforms entered the central plaza of the base. The park's public address system was simultaneously activated, with mechanical and electronic voices echoing in every living area, canteen, and activity plaza. Attention all Skrulls, this is not a drill. Everyone, immediately cease your current activities and proceed to the central square to assemble. Repeat, everyone, immediately proceed to the central square. Disobedience will be considered an act of hostility towards the Vought Corporation. This cold, impersonal announcement instantly caused an uproar within the quarantine area. What happened? Why are we gathering? Is the Earth government about to carry out a massive purge of us? A flurry of panicked murmurs erupted from the crowd. Everyone stay calm, don't panic, Talos loudly reassured his fellow countrymen around him. Don't do anything rash. Follow the instructions on the loudspeaker and assemble in the square. Fury is here, he won't let Walter cause trouble, he promised to protect us. With Talos' reassurance, the panic subsided somewhat. Thousands of Skrulls surged toward the central square. Once everyone had arrived, the leading official began issuing a proclamation regarding the transformation of all Skrulls. In the square, thousands of Skuru refugees gathered, and when they heard the announcement read out, unstable elements undergo removal surgery, permanently losing their mimicry abilities. A strong protest and commotion immediately erupted in the crowd. They are stripping us of our last shred of dignity. We are Skrulls. Without shape-shifting abilities, what are we? We want to see Fury. He assured us it was safe here. An angry roar echoed across the square, and some young Skrull warriors even began to clench their fists and approach the armed personnel on the platform. The situation is on the verge of erupting. General Talos, say something. You brought us here just so we could have our teeth and claws pulled out. Faced with the angry questions from his people, Talos stood at the front of the crowd, his face extremely grim. He suppressed his anger and shouted at the supervisor who had spoken. I need to see Director Nick Fury, immediately. He will absolutely not agree to this renovation plan. The supervisor glanced at Talos coldly and replied expressionlessly, Nick Fury has resigned. He left the park yesterday. Impossible. Talos exclaimed as if struck by lightning, rushing forward to protest. How could he abandon us? That's a fact, Mr. Talos. He's no longer an employee of Walter. The armed man raised his rifle, pressing the muzzle down as a warning. Now please follow headquarters instructions. Line up and enter the medical pod one by one. Talos stood frozen in place. Utter betrayal. The man who had promised to find them a new home, the man they were willing to betray their own kind to follow, simply left when they faced the forced stripping of their racial talents. The news quickly spread throughout the entire square. The angry Skrulls suddenly fell silent. All the protests, shouts, and struggles vanished into deathly silence at that moment. Without Fury's protection, they had no right to resist in this heavily fortified stronghold guarded by Vought. Let's get in line. Talos closed his eyes and let out a sigh filled with despair and exhaustion. He led the way towards the brightly lit medical area. Resistance was pointless. They resigned themselves to their fate. They had completely lost faith in humanity and in Nick Fury. Accept your fate, children, survive. At least we must survive. Finally, led by Talos, they lined up in a long queue and silently entered the operating room. Fortunately, the separation technology and equipment of the water group are extremely advanced, seemingly designed specifically for their physiological structure. The surgery precisely severed the gene chains in their bodies that were linked to unstable molecules, and the entire procedure was virtually painless. But when they stepped off the operating table, each of them felt as if a large piece of their soul was missing. A young Skrull warrior stood in front of a mirror, trying to concentrate and mimic the features of the guard standing next to him. This is an instinct he has mastered since childhood, as natural as breathing. But the green skin on his face only trembled slightly a few times without any change. It failed. He stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror, a reflection forever frozen in its original state, and tears silently streamed down his face. Having lost their ability to mimic, they have completely lost their greatest means of survival in this vast universe. Talos sat on a bench in the square, watching his tribesmen walk out one by one, heads hanging low, and clenched his fists tightly. He harbored no resentment towards the Vought Corporation, because in this cruel universe, the law of the jungle is the only truth. Walter provided them with the means to survive, and it's understandable that they paid a price. But he had completely given up on Nick Fury. Decades of trust and dedication have only resulted in utter betrayal. From this day forward, Skrulls, you must rely on yourselves. Talos closed his eyes and silently made this vow in his heart. In stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere of the Alaskan exclusion zone, Chernobyl on the other side of the world saw the dawn of their victory. A week later, the base gates of Novoskurugas slid open slowly to both sides. Hundreds of searchlight beams shone down from above, illuminating the vast outdoor test field as bright as day. Gravik stood on the observation platform, his eyes fixed on the 5 figures that walked out below. They wore black, tight-fitting combat suits specially made for the Skrulls, and outwardly appeared no different from ordinary Skrull warriors. Start the test, Gravik commanded into the microphone. A super Skrull warrior in the center below looked up at 3 heavy main battle tanks parked side by side 100 meters away. The soldier merely bent his knees slightly, and he had already transformed into a black afterimage that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Less than a tenth of a second, the soldier was hovering directly above the 3 tanks, defying gravity, floating silently in midair. Gravik's heart skipped a beat. Flight that defies gravity. The Skrull warrior in midair lowered his head slightly, his eyes quickly turning crimson. Screech. 2 crimson high-energy rays shot out from his eyes, precisely sweeping across the steel behemoth below. There were no obstacles. The heavy, special composite armor was sliced in 2 the instant it came into contact with the red ray. The metal melted into bright orange molten steel, which dripped down the tank's tracks and onto the ground, sending up plumes of thick white smoke. Continue, melee combat damage test. Gravik shouted excitedly into the microphone. The other 4 Skrull warriors moved simultaneously. Like 4 cruise missiles, they crashed straight into the 3-meter-thick special alloy explosion-proof wall at the other end of the test range. Smash, smash, smash. 4 deafening bangs followed in quick succession. The 500-m-thick alloy wall crumbled like foam under their impact. Several people smashed through the wall with their bodies, leaving 4 large, smooth-edged holes in the surface. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. His second-in-command, Pagan, trembled with excitement. He turned to Gravik and roared, "General, we succeeded. 0 rejection from the gene fusion." They perfectly inherited all of that Homelander's abilities: strength, speed, flight, high-energy rays, and a body of steel. Gravik remained silent. He stared intently at the 5 warriors hovering above the ruins, his inner ambition igniting like a raging fire doused in gasoline. He burst into excited laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, how many years has it been? Ever since the Skrulls' homeworld was destroyed by the Kree Empire, they've been scurrying through the universe like rats in a sewer. They've disguised themselves as other races, barely surviving, even breathing with extreme caution. But now everything has changed. The new world is within our grasp. Moreover, with an army composed entirely of Homelanders like this, let alone a tiny Earth who could possibly stop the Skrulls' advance, let alone the entire Milky Way galaxy. Revenge." Gravik's mind flashed with images of the Kree Empire's massive interstellar fleet and those high-ranking accusers. No, it wasn't just about revenge. He felt it was time to let the universe return to Skrull rule. "General," Pagan handed over an experimental report, "the first batch of samples showed a very high degree of completion, with the fusion rate approaching 100%. Gravik took the report, flipped through a couple of pages, and tossed it aside. Now that the experiments have confirmed that the biological samples from Homelander are genuine and have no side effects, he will now receive this power. "Prepare the main laboratory immediately and clear out all unnecessary personnel," Gravik ordered. Pagan paused for a moment, then understood Gravik's intention, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "General, you want to personally?" "Of course." Gravik strode towards the door leading to the core laboratory. "Only when I possess the power to crush everything can I lead my race to its peak." He not only wants to integrate the power of his homeland, but after conquering the Earth, he also wants to extract the genes of all superheroes and powerful races and integrate them all into his own body. He wants to become the strongest and only ultimate Skrull in this vast universe. Pagan bowed respectfully, striking his chest with his right fist. "The High God is with you, General." 10 minutes later, Gravik entered the Skrull Research Center. "Where did Rosa go?" Gravik asked, looking at the researchers standing in front of the control panel. Normally, for experiments of this caliber, Skrull's chief scientist, Rosa Dalton, would be by his side at all times. A researcher stopped what he was doing, turned around, and bowed his head respectfully. "General, Dr. Dalton has been working tirelessly on gene decoding for the past week, and his body is severely exhausted. 3 hours ago, we arranged for him to go to the medical area for a nutrient injection and enter a deep hibernation state." Gravik had no doubts. During this period, the entire research center had indeed been operating at full capacity to overcome the technical difficulties. These researchers are his core members who have followed him for many years, and their loyalty is beyond question. "Is the fusion process ready?" Gravik asked, eager to know. "Please rest assured, General." The researcher pulled up a complex set of double-helix genome mapping data. "We have completely mastered all the fusion procedures and algorithm models. There are absolutely no problems." The technician paused for a moment, then continued. "However, due to the Homelander's overly dominant genetic makeup, your fusion process will employ a completely new intervention technique. This differs from your previous fusions with other superhero genes." "Different?" Gravik squinted. "Explain in detail." "Homelander's genetic cells are extremely exclusive and aggressive." Researchers zoomed in on a simulated animation of cell engulfment on the screen. "Conventional centrifugation and injection methods cannot allow you to completely digest these forces and even risk causing genetic chain collapse. So the process will be accompanied by some pain," the researchers answered truthfully. Gravik sneered. Pain is merely a stepping stone to the throne." He recalled the warriors who had just displayed their power. Since these soldiers could succeed, he had no reason to doubt the technology. These key research personnel were all his loyal followers, personally selected by him, and he had absolute trust in them. "Pain is nothing as long as I can gain absolute power." Gravik unbuttoned his shirt and tossed it aside, revealing his muscular green body. He strode towards the specially designed culture chamber that the researchers had arranged for him. The hatch opened upwards with a hissing sound of air pressure being released. Life-sustaining gel gushed from the bottom of the cabin, quickly spreading over Gravik's calves, waist, and chest, eventually completely submerging his head. Dozens of sharp probes automatically extended from the bulkhead, piercing Gravik's spine, carotid artery, and various parts of his body. Integration process starting. At first, Gravik only felt a slight stinging sensation. But just a few seconds later, the stinging sensation suddenly intensified into a storm that swept through his entire body. The pain was far more intense than he had anticipated. He felt as if countless tiny blades were cutting into every part of him. Gravik gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. But when he caught a glimpse of mercury-like liquid being continuously injected into his body through the probe catheter out of the corner of his eye, a strange sense of crisis welled up in Gravik's heart. He struggled for a moment in the gel, then looked through the glass at the technicians outside, demanding an explanation. The researchers outside the glass capsule noticed Gravik's gaze. He reached out and pressed the button on the walkie-talkie. "Please remain calm, General. As I just said, Homelander's genes are too powerful. The previous 5 soldiers, limited by their physical limitations, actually only inherited about 30% of Homelander's strength. The silvery liquid you see now is a special compound that we synthesized by extracting telomerase from the genes of our motherland, using countless resources. In order for you to fully integrate with the power of the motherland, we must introduce it as a gene stabilizer. Moreover, this compound is extremely difficult to synthesize, and the current production is only enough for your personal use, General. 30% is already as strong as a monster. If it reaches 100%, Gravik was tempted. Driven by greed for power and trust in his core members, he abandoned the idea of halting the fusion. He clenched his fists, enduring the discomfort, and silently received the baptism of the silver liquid. I don't know how much time passed, but the roaring of the instrument stopped. The vitamin gel dissipated and the hatch slowly opened. Gravik walked out of the incubation chamber, panting heavily. "Congratulations, General, the fusion was a great success." The technician bowed slightly and handed over a clean towel. Gravik took the towel and wiped the liquid off his body. Then he closed his eyes and tried to transform into the man draped in the stars and stripes. He wanted to see for himself what it would be like to become a Homelander. However, 1 second, 2 seconds. His facial muscles twitched slightly. His green skin seemed to be held in place by superglue without any change. Gravik opened his eyes, grabbed the researcher by the collar, and lifted him up with one hand. "What's going on? Why can't I mimic?" Gravik roared. The researchers were suspended in midair, but their expressions showed no sign of panic. "General, please calm down. This is a side effect we anticipated. The genetic sequence of our people possesses extremely strong uniqueness and exclusivity. When that force is 100% integrated into your body, it covers and anchors your external physical form. While those silver stabilizers strengthened your physical body, they also solidified your cellular structure. The unstable molecules lost their activity, and you could no longer transform." The researcher, seeing the fury in Gravik's eyes, said with fervor, "But General, the price is worth it. Mimicry is merely a trick used by the weak to hide. You, however, now possess absolute invincible power. A true strongman doesn't need to disguise himself as anyone else. The strong need no pretense." This statement struck a nerve with Gravik's inflated ego. Yes, why should I become like him? Mimicry is a hiding tactic chosen by the weak for survival. It is the disguise used by prey to escape predators. Does a true powerhouse, a future ruler of the universe, need to humbly disguise himself as someone else? I will make the universe remember the name Gravik. I will make everyone tremble from the depths of their soul when they see my true face. This is the demeanor of a king, you're right. Gravik straightened his back and raised his chin slightly. I am Gravik. This name will become everyone's nightmare. Disguise is truly no longer needed. He released his grip and placed the researcher back on the ground. Pagan. Gravik flexed his wrists, eager to test his current strength. "General, I am here." Pagan strode in from outside the laboratory. "I need to test." Gravik strode towards the door. On the outdoor testing ground, Gravik Station closed his eyes and felt the changes within his body. Strangely, although I could sense the surge of power, there was an indescribable feeling of emptiness. Pagan walked to his side and respectfully suggested, "General, conventional targets cannot test your limits. How about we have those 5 warriors who have incorporated Homelander genes engage you in a real combat exercise?" Gravik's eyes lit up. "Yeah, what better proof of strength than defeating 5 smaller Homelanders? Good idea." Gravik pointed to the 5 Super Skrull warriors not far away. "All 5 of you attack together, don't hold back, use all your strength to attack me." Upon receiving the order, the 5 soldiers quickly moved to the center of the field and surrounded Gravik. They exchanged a glance and at the same time received the instructions from Skynet. Performance Agreement, codename Proud General. Operation Objective, to create a massive, convincing display of power, making Gravik believe he has gained invincible strength. Start execution. Kill. One of the soldiers roared, slammed his legs into the ground, and shot towards Gravik like a cannonball, creating a deafening sonic boom. The sheer scale of it was astonishing, so much so that even Pagan, standing at a distance, couldn't help but let out a loud exclamation of amazement. Gravik snorted coldly, neither dodging nor avoiding, and met the attack head-on with his right fist. Bang. Gravik felt only a slight jolt in his arm, a mere faint impact. In contrast, the soldier who had launched the attack felt as if he had crashed into a mountain of steel. The soldier let out a scream as his body flew backward more than 100 meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily through several test alloy walls. Gravik looked at his arm. He hadn't even exerted much force and his opponent had already fallen. Then his eyes lit up with wild joy. Attack together. The remaining 4 soldiers roared, leaping into the air at the same time. 2 soldiers, their eyes glowing red in midair, their crimson gazes clashing as they blasted towards Gravik's chest. Zzz. The high-temperature rays struck Gravik's green skin, sparking a blinding burst of sparks. Gravik instinctively tensed his muscles, preparing to endure the pain. However, after the radiation stopped, he looked down and found that his chest was completely unchanged, not even the skin was broken. Ha ha ha, is this all you've got? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Gravik laughed arrogantly, then focused his mind, and 2 blazing red beams shot out from his eyes, striking the chests of the 2 warriors in midair. The 2 screamed in agony as their bodies were charred black and they plummeted to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Seeing this, the remaining 2 soldiers immediately changed tactics, charging towards Gravik from the left and right at super speed. Gravik also entered a state of high speed. He clenched his fists and with a swift, powerful strike landed on the faces of the 2 soldiers. Bang, bang. 2 dull thuds. The 2 soldiers were struck head-on by meteors, their heads were thrown back, their bodies tumbling dozens of times in the air before crashing to the ground, carving deep furrows. The entire battle lasted less than 3 minutes. 5 super soldiers with Homelander powers were utterly defeated by Gravik. Gravik looked at the soldiers lying on the ground around him, groaning in pain, and felt a deep sense of shock. He was finally convinced that he had perfectly integrated 100% of the power of his homeland. And that's not all, he didn't even use the powers of the superheroes he had previously merged with if those powers were added on top of that. Gravik believed he could absolutely crush the original Homelander. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Gravik laughed heartily, his gaze seemingly piercing through the boundless starry sky. What a pity. It's a pity you're already dead, Homelander. Otherwise, I will personally snap your neck. I'll let you experience the despair of being crushed by an overwhelming difference in strength. Pagan ran quickly towards them from a distance, his face displaying just the right amount of awe and fervor. General, your strength, it's simply a miracle. Need I say more, Pagan? Gravik looked up. At this moment, the sky was no longer a cage, but his journey. Now that I have the power of my homeland, we no longer need to cower like mice. We need to settle this as quickly as possible before that woman finds out. Gravik said coldly. Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel. Although Gravik is now brimming with confidence, he firmly believes that he can defeat Captain Marvel even if he combines the power of Homelander with his own. However, Carol's strength is universally acknowledged, and her undefeated record remains an uncertain factor. If we can completely take control of the planet before Carol returns to Earth and hold billions of humans hostage, that would undoubtedly be the most secure layer of insurance. Notify all infiltration personnel to begin the decapitation operation. First, plunge the human world into chaos. The following week, the world is facing an unprecedented political crisis. The world's attention was completely dominated by the overwhelming bold headlines in the news media. British Defense Secretary dies of heart failure at 10 Downing Street. French President dies after falling from Élysée Palace. Police investigate. Japanese Prime Minister shot during speech. Bodyguard suspected as assassin. Explosion in German Chancellor's car. No survivors confirmed. Within just 7 days, leaders of countries around the world have been repeatedly targeted by indiscriminate assassinations or unnatural deaths. Death seemed to have blindfolded itself, wielding its scythe wantonly at the center of power on Earth. What sends chills down the spines of intelligence agencies around the world is that as the investigation deepens, they discovered that the assassins were all the most trusted confidants of these political figures, bodyguards and assistants who had undergone the most rigorous vetting. This discovery has triggered a global political crisis of confidence. Panic spread rapidly through the power centers of various countries. The president couldn't trust his own bodyguards, the ministers dared not drink the coffee their secretaries offered, and the generals wouldn't even let their adjutants within 3 meters of them. You never know if the person who smiles at you every day and takes a bullet for you will pull out a dagger and stab you in the heart the next second. However, in this global bloodbath, only 2 places in the world were spared. One is an ancient Eastern country that has built itself up like an ironclad fortress. Their unique censorship mechanisms and ancient secrets make it extremely difficult for the Skrulls to infiltrate, and they simply cannot reach the true core circle. The other is Washington, D.C., which is under the close watch of the VGD. By this time, the White House had become a veritable super fortress. President Ellis leaned back comfortably in his office chair, watching the superheroes patrolling the lawn outside the window, and took a satisfied sip of his drink. Under the president's executive order, the White House security force has been completely replaced with VGD-registered heroes and Vought security personnel. The Secret Service agents were all cleared out to the perimeter, where they were only responsible for traffic control. As a result, Congress paid the Water Group an astronomical sum for security. President Ellis didn't seem to care at all, since it was taxpayers' money anyway. What's even more ingenious is that, very sensibly, a portion of this enormous sum was quietly returned to his private Swiss bank account through several clandestine offshore companies. Looking at the long string of zeros that had appeared in his bank account, Ellis's smile stretched almost to her ears. God bless America, and even more so, God bless the people of our motherland. He raised his glass and offered a toast to the air. Even with Homelander in the absence, the Vought group still demonstrated absolute security. He was very grateful that he had withstood the pressure from those idiots in Congress and the capitalists from beginning to end, and stood firmly on the side of his homeland. As long as Walter is here, the sky won't fall in Washington. He breathed a sigh of relief. However, apart from these 2 places, the outside world has completely descended into madness. As time went by, in just 2 weeks, almost all the world's leaders and even high-ranking officials had been purged. The stock market crashed, social unrest ensued, and riots broke out in the streets. Fear stems from the unknown. People all over the world are panicking. Supermarkets are empty of supplies, and a large number of conspiracy theorists are claiming online that this is the prelude to a major war. But after the old leadership was purged, new leaders in various countries took office at an astonishing speed, but the assassinations suddenly stopped. Just as abruptly it happened, it ended without warning, even more bizarrely. After these new leaders took office, they all seem to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Yesterday, foreign ministries from various countries were vehemently accusing this of being an international conspiracy, but today they are all silent. All official investigations into the assassination have been put on hold indefinitely. Governments around the world have even begun to join forces to exert pressure. In-depth reports by related media outlets have been urgently halted, and online entries related to coup and assassination have been massively blocked. News anchors on major television stations, who were shouting themselves hoarse reporting on a tragic assassination attempt in a bedroom in a certain country one day, are now wearing professional smiles and launching into lengthy reports on global warming and the new government's economic stimulus plan the next day. It was as if the bloodshed and the numerous unnatural deaths of high-ranking officials over the past 2 weeks had never happened at all. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 superpowers that survived this incident were still giving extensive press conferences to report on and condemn the attack, it would have been a different story. People all over the world are even wondering if they are collectively in a hallucination, or if this is a huge April Fool's joke played by the United Nations. The internet and various social media platforms were abuzz with discussion. Damn it, they deleted all the news. Did you see it? The newly elected French president's speech on TV today. The first thing he did upon taking office was discuss environmental protection and emissions reduction. His predecessor's blood hasn't even been washed clean from the carpets of the Élysée Palace yet. The president of country F is dead, the prime minister of country Y is dead, Japan's entire cabinet has been replaced, and then they tell us the weather is nice today, perfect for a walk in the park. I think there's definitely a conspiracy. A certain eagle and a certain rabbit are working together to purge the political scene in Europe and Asia. I swear I had the video of that Japanese bodyguard firing yesterday, and today my computer was hacked. The video is gone. This is definitely a global conspiracy. If it weren't for the fact that I could still see news about assassinations while using a US IP address, I would have thought this was some kind of collective Mandela effect. The White House conference room. President Ellis sat at the head of the long conference table, flanked by the Secretary of Defense, the Director of the CIA, senior officials from the Department of Homeland Security, and other members of the highest echelons of American power. On the huge screen directly in front of the conference table, high-level representatives from the ancient Eastern country were displayed. This was a top-level secret meeting spanning half the globe. The room was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. President Ellis looked up at the woman sitting on the other side of the conference table, Jessica Jones. She was sitting with her legs crossed, casually leaning back in her chair. She stood out from the group of politicians in suits and sitting upright, but no one dared to underestimate her, because she now represents Walter's supreme will. Ms. Jones, President Ellis began, I'd like to know, does Walter have any concrete intelligence about all that's happening in the world right now? We do know some things, Mr. President. Jessica put her feet down from the table, her tone serious and direct. But before that, I suggest you all take a deep breath and prepare yourselves, because the truth you are about to face may completely overturn your understanding. Upon hearing this warning, the high-ranking officials unconsciously straightened their posture and backs. Jessica turned her head and snapped her fingers at Ashley, who was standing guard to the side. Ashley dialed the number. A moment later, VGD agents brought in a white woman. She looked to be around 30 years old with a pretty face and was wearing a plain gray trench coat. The high-ranking officials exchanged bewildered glances, wondering why Walter would bring in an ordinary woman at this critical juncture. Let me introduce you all, Jessica said, gesturing with her hand towards the woman. This woman's name is Gaia, she's from outer space. Ms. Gaia, please begin, tell them everything you've been through. Gaia nodded, glanced around at the humans who commanded the strongest military force on Earth and began her story. Fellow human leaders, my name is Gaia. It all began with my race. We do not belong to Earth, we are Skrulls. Years ago, my home planet was destroyed by the Kree Empire and my people were relentlessly hunted down. We became a group of refugees wandering the universe. Gaia's voice was low and sorrowful. When we had nowhere else to turn, we fled to Earth. There we encountered a dark-skinned human named Nick Fury and a woman with immense power. Upon hearing the name Nick Fury, President Ellis's brow twitched. Fury promised us that as long as we used our special abilities to work for him, he would find us a new, safe home in the universe. We believed him. My family and many of our compatriots shed their original bodies and donned human skin. We hid among you, becoming spies, informants, and warriors, willingly working for him. We even gave our lives for the safety of humanity. Gaia paused, a flash of anger crossing her eyes. But Fury never kept his promise and were left forever hiding in the shadows, living like parasites. These dark and hopeless days gave rise to a radical leader within my tribe named Gravik. He grew weary of passive, peaceful integration. He believed Fury and humanity were exploiting us. He decided to seize living space through more radical means. He no longer wanted a secluded corner. He wanted to make Earth our complete home. The meeting room was completely silent. Gaia continued. Gravik summoned a large number of exiled Skrulls from space and established a base at an abandoned nuclear power plant in the Soviet Union. We used our racial talents to gradually infiltrate every level of human society, from ordinary civilians to business tycoons, from military generals to high-ranking government officials. As Gaia recounted her story, the high-ranking officials in the conference room exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with disbelief. The CIA director couldn't help but interrupt her, his tone filled with strong skepticism. That's utter nonsense. Ma'am, are you talking about science fiction? For decades, aliens have been operating right under our noses. How come our intelligence agencies haven't detected anything unusual? Furthermore, you say you've infiltrated all levels of society. So how many people do you actually have? Gaia looked directly into the eyes of the CIA director and uttered a horrifying number. Impossible. The CIA director slammed his fist on the table. 1 million aliens hiding on Earth. Do you think we're all blind? Because you simply cannot distinguish us, Gaia stated calmly, and covering for us is the head of your largest secret organization. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Someone is committing adultery. Moreover, this cunning individual is the former king of spies, the most adept at covering up the truth on Earth and possesses the highest intelligence authority. Prove it to me. President Ellis stared sharply at Gaia. Prove every word you just said. Faced with Ellis's questioning, Gaia took a half-step back. Under the watchful eyes of all the high-ranking officials, in a mere 2 seconds, a living, breathing Earth woman was transformed before their very eyes into a green-skinned alien creature. Before the high-ranking officials in the meeting room could react. The green skin rippled like water once more. A few seconds later, A living, breathing President Ellis stood before the real President Ellis. Even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, the gray hairs at his temples, and even the slight habitual tilt to the left when he stands are all perfectly accurate. Now, do you believe me, Mr. President? Gaya asked in a voice exactly like President Ellis's. The leaders of the ancient Eastern country on the other side of the screen also showed expressions of extreme shock. Shit, it's Nick Fury again. President Ellis looked at the man who looked exactly like him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and he couldn't help but swear. That arrogant idiot, just how many crazy and stupid things has he done behind the Security Council's back? After venting his anger, Ellis forced himself to calm down. As the leader of a major power, he had to calmly face the mess he was in. Ms. Gaya, Ellis stared intently at her. Since your radical leader Gravik wants to seize Earth, what is his purpose in acting now? The assassinations have stopped. Is he content with merely eliminating a few politicians? Jaya reverted to her original human female appearance and looked at the human leaders present with a complicated expression. Mr. President and gentlemen, don't you understand? Aren't you surprised that newly elected leaders around the world are all remaining silent at the same time? This sentence was like a key, unlocking the lock in the minds of everyone present. You mean? The defense minister exclaimed in horror. A chilling truth began to surface in their minds. My God, Ellis stammered, you mean? 99% of the world's national leadership is fake. They're all Skrulls in disguise. The cuckoo has taken over the magpie's nest. There were no overwhelming fleets and no world-destroying high-dimensional weapons. In just 2 weeks, the Skrulls took over the governments of 99% of the countries on Earth without shedding a drop of blood. Damn it, those damn green-skinned monsters. The defense minister jumped up in anger, his eyes bloodshot like a raging bull. We must act immediately, Mr. President, give the order. He waved his arms and roared, activate level 1 alert, take off the strategic bombers, open fire from the space carriers, we must wipe them out before they fire all their missiles at us. Shut up, sit down. Ellis roared, interrupting the defense secretary's frantic rant. He truly deserves to be called a politician who has weathered many storms alongside his countrymen and faced the onslaught of alien fleets. After the initial shock, he remained remarkably rational. Clean them up, what reason? President Ellis looked coldly at the Secretary of Defense, as if he were looking at a brainless idiot. Please use your rusty brain and think about it properly. Do you know what it means to launch military strikes against the leaders of sovereign nations around the world without any concrete evidence? If we were only dealing with a single country in South America, we could indeed crush them. But we're facing 99% of the world's countries. They're our allies and they also have nuclear weapons. No matter how powerful the United States is, it cannot single-handedly take on the entire planet. President Ellis's words dampened the enthusiasm of the Secretary of Defense and other officials. Silence fell over the meeting room. The high-ranking officials of the ancient Eastern country on the other side of the screen also nodded silently, indicating their agreement with President Ellis's analysis. The situation has reached a dead end. To fight would mean making enemies of all humanity. Not to fight would mean controlling the Earth would fall into the hands of aliens.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.